Thea Quinn, by an unforeseen twist of fate, acquired the memories of a traveler, unveiling the fate that lay ahead of her. With unwavering determination, she forged ahead, mastering martial arts and sorcery, resolutely aspiring to reach the pinnacle of her potential. Flash, what is your superpower again? Thea, wealth. Superman, what did you use to defeat me? Thea, magic. Wonder Woman, darling, where shall we dine today? Thea, atimayom. In essence, this is a tale of a charming young lady navigating the DC universe, ultimately ascending to greatness. Chapter 1. The Funeral. Thea, dear, we must attend the funeral. Please prepare yourself, we shall wait for you downstairs. A middle-aged woman spoke, her voice choked with emotion, as she descended the staircase, covering her mouth. All right, mother, I shall be down shortly. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Thea Quinn watched her mother's figure vanish from sight, a torrent of thoughts flooding her mind. It had been 3 days since she had crossed over, or rather, fused with this identity, and she was gradually coming to terms with her current state. Once a relatively successful young man, she had transformed into an heiress plagued by familial misfortune. Referring to her previous life as a past existence, memories cascaded like scenes from a film: birth, schooling, graduation, marriage, each moment oscillating between reality and illusion, devoid of happiness or anger, merely observed through the lens of an outsider, calm and indifferent. What was her original name? It eluded her. In contrast to her former life, her current emotional state was dominated by Thea's original sentiment: sorrow, sadness, despondency. She could only be Thea, now and forever. Despite the black dress that lay before her, Thea felt a strong resistance to feminine attire, even though her consciousness was predominantly hers. She donned a white tank top, black suit pants, and black-heeled shoes that her mother had prepared. Fortunately, Thea had yet to reach adulthood. Attending such an occasion in high heels would undoubtedly spell disaster. Tidying her hair in front of the mirror, Thea beheld her luxuriant dark brown locks, fair skin, and pale green eyes, which reflected a tranquil gaze laced with longing for her departed kin. On her first day in this new life, after perusing the news, she had ascertained her predicament. This world resembled that of the television series. Arrow, though whether it was truly the same, remained uncertain due to insufficient information. Having watched parts of the show in her previous life, she surmised that she was the sister of the protagonist, Green Arrow, a rebellious and willful young woman with a penchant for trouble. Grabbing her handbag, she descended the staircase. Fortunately, Thea was still in her obedient phase, untainted by the adverse habits that often accompany the loss of a loved one. The merging of two souls had enhanced her mental fortitude, allowing her to project strength despite being a slender 15-year-old girl. Approaching her mother, Moira Quinn, she softly uttered, "Let us go, mother." Moira remained silent, embracing Thea as they quietly entered the car. Robert Quinn, born in 1958 and departed in 2007 at the age of 51. He was an illustrious entrepreneur of our star city, a cherished mentor and friend. His passing has left us bereft of a great father and a sincere companion. Oliver Quinn, born in 1985 and departed in 2007 at the age of 22. He was a child of our star city, a divine gift. As she listened to the pastor's eulogy, Thea found her thoughts somewhat scattered. The pastor's effusive praise for her father, Robert, was palpable, while only a few words were bestowed upon her brother. Indeed, her brother had little to commend. He was known for his charm, romantic entanglements, and lack of responsibility, possessing little more than good looks. Yet who could have foreseen that the saintly father would sow the seeds of calamity in this city, only to be saved by the very scoundrel he had raised? The loss of a loved one weighed heavily on Thea's heart, stifling her cries behind her hands. Though she understood her brother was still alive, the reality of her father's demise struck her deeply. Yes, the irony of feeling as though she were not truly a Quinn, despite having been raised as such. Her father had always known the truth, but treated her as his own daughter without a hint of resentment. As reason faltered against the tide of emotion, Thea leaned against her mother's shoulder and wept openly. "My dear, let it all out," Moira whispered gently, stroking Thea's hair. Soon after, the funeral concluded, and 2 empty caskets were laid to rest in the Quinn family cemetery. "Condolences, Moira. Condolences, Thea." A stern-faced, middle-aged man spoke first. Upon seeing him, Thea instantly recognized her biological father, Malcolm Merlin. A consummate schemer and ambitious man, he was the mastermind behind the calamity of the Queen's Gambit, the final antagonist of the first season of Arrow. Though he appeared polished and unassuming, he was a formidable combatant, known by the moniker of Dark Archer, excelling in archery and martial arts. In the first season, he had bested the Green Arrow on 2 occasions. Moreover, his presence was quite pronounced, being exceptionally active throughout the first 4 seasons of Arrow. Thea had arrived before the 5th season concluded, unaware of the circumstances, yet she believed Malcolm's survival instincts were robust. From the portrayal in the series, despite his treachery, he held a deep love for his children. Perhaps there was a chance to learn martial skills from him? In the original narrative, Thea trained under Malcolm in the 3rd season, becoming the Green Arrow's aide, Red Arrow. Could she expedite this process? Thea felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, although 5 years remained before the official storyline commenced, with Oliver still on Lienyu. However, she had spotted a notable name on the guest list, Wayne Enterprises. If memory served, that was Batman's company. What kind of world had she entered? Uncertain whether he is aware of her identity as his daughter, Moira, as a mother, undoubtedly knows the truth. Will she confide in Malcolm? What does the narrative suggest? Xia struggles to recall, for Malcolm is not a benevolent soul. Should he remain oblivious to the reality, his impulsive actions could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Zia's intrinsic resistance to acknowledging Malcolm as her father is palpable, for he is the one responsible for the death of her adoptive father, leaving her half-brother to wander for 5 years, tormented in body and spirit. While such tribulations may be the price of a hero's journey, this cost is undeniably steep. With no immediate solutions at hand, she resolves to set aside these thoughts for the moment. Silently standing beside Moira, she observes her mother expressing gratitude to each guest, offering condolences. What a complex woman she is. Moira is fully aware of Malcolm's schemes. Does she harbor no love for her family? The evidence suggests she has invested her entire being into this household, willing to forsake her career and even her life for her children. Yet, she remains passive regarding her husband's son's maritime disaster, her subsequent display of remorse and guilt betraying her true feelings. Such contradictions abound. Perhaps her behavior can only be described as that of an ostrich, finding solace as long as death does not confront her directly. Perhaps Malcolm is exploiting this very mindset. Xia, allow me to introduce you. This is Walter Steele, your father's trusted aide, Moira says, gesturing towards the bald African-American man before them. According to the storyline, this individual is destined to become her stepfather in the coming years. Xia, maintaining an air of aloofness, simply nods in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Her feelings toward Moira are nebulous. She feels neither close nor distant. She neither supports nor opposes her mother's pursuit of another man. Perhaps this ambivalence is the essence of Zia's character. Chapter 2. Malcolm Merlin. Xia offers no acknowledgement to the stream of well-wishers, her expression a mask of coldness. In truth, she recognizes few of them, her memories of these individuals non-existent, highlighting the minimal ties the original Xia had with this family. No one seems surprised after all. She is merely a 15-year-old girl who has lost both her father and brother. Her somber demeanor is wholly understandable. If she were to greet each person, that would indeed be peculiar. Xia, my condolences. A young man disregards her frosty exterior and gently pats her shoulder. This youth is the only familiar face among the attendees, a close friend of her brother Oliver, known as Tommy Merlin. He is the sole son of Malcolm Merlin, making him Zia's half-brother by blood. It is somewhat amusing to consider Oliver and Tommy, 2 brothers, one sharing a father and the other a mother. The relationships are indeed convoluted. Given their differing connections, Xia nods slightly and whispers a heartfelt thank you. Tommy was engulfed in profound sorrow, truly bereft, as he found himself immersed in a realm of anguish. Having grown up in the Quinn household, his feelings for Robert and Oliver were akin to those of father and brother. The recent demise of both weighed heavily upon his heart. Among the throng of over 100 attendees, each displayed their grief, yet the ones truly heartbroken were merely 2.5 people, Tommy and Moira, while Xia, aware that Oliver still lived, could only be counted as half. Gently embracing Tommy, Xia refrained from lingering amidst the crowd and retreated to her car alone. Observing her departure, Moira quickly extricated herself from the gathering, and the two made their way back to the opulent Quinn estate in silence. Declining Moira's suggestion to share a bed, Xia retreated to her own room. With 5 years remaining before the narrative truly commenced, she realized that she could not afford to squander this time. The world was fraught with peril. Throughout the saga of Green Arrow, the recurring theme was the abduction of various individuals close to Oliver, prompting his heroic rescues. Each time one was saved, another would fall prey to the villain, creating an absurd cycle that persisted for 5 seasons. Moreover, this was the tale following Green Arrow's return home. What transpired in his absence? There existed a 5-year void, and Sia was now the sole heir of the Quinn group. The frequency of kidnappings and extortions was alarmingly low, and the bodyguards employed by the Quinn family remained as ineffective as ever. The most formidable among them was John Diggle, yet even he had been ridiculed by the League of Assassins as operating at a kindergarten level. The crux of the matter lay in whether Malcolm, the master schemer, would covet the vast wealth of the Quinn family. Theoretically, by marrying Moira and subsequently eliminating her, he would inherit a substantial fortune. Sia pondered that if he were unaware of her identity as his daughter, he might very well be inclined to take action. The notion of being slain by her oblivious biological father was nothing short of tragic. In the original storyline, Sia fell into a deep spiral of despair after the passing of her father and brother. She might have relinquished her ambitions for a grand scheme out of sheer morbid curiosity, but now she was resolute in avoiding such pitfalls. The thought of promiscuity was utterly repugnant to her, influenced by the remnants of her former self. What would Malcolm think if he witnessed her poised and ready to inherit the Quinn group? A shift in perspective would undoubtedly lead him to consider taking action himself. Rubbing her temples, Sia grew increasingly anxious about her current predicament. It dawned on her that Moira's incessant networking during the funeral might have been an attempt to secure a few protective allies. She was a remarkable yet pitiable mother, subconsciously unaware of the potential peril Malcolm posed to his illegitimate daughter, due to her ignorance of his true Naturio wolf, a predatory beast. In his eyes, there were no friends, only living enemies and the deceased. Throughout the narrative, Oliver had opposed him repeatedly, and Malcolm had openly acknowledged Oliver as akin to a son. Yet, when this so-called son obstructed his path, he showed no mercy. As for his blood-related daughter, she too had been ensnared time and again. Fortunately, Malcolm was presently at the pinnacle of his life. As long as she did not disrupt his plans, he would not turn against her provided he was aware of her identity as his daughter. The urgency of mastering martial arts has fated. The matter of life and death now takes precedence. Does he now comprehend the truth? This question had plagued Zia's mind all night long. After a restless night filled with dreams of epic battles between Superman and Batman, Xia awoke in a cold sweat, unable to return to slumber. She lay in a daze until Moira called her for breakfast. "Oh, Xia, you look unwell. Should we consult a doctor?" Moira asked, her concern palpable as she embraced Xia. "It's nothing, Mom. I just didn't sleep well last night. You'll rest a bit more later," Xia replied. During breakfast, Tommy joined them, having spent significantly more time at the Quinn household than his own. As he conversed with her casually, Xia suddenly recognized her opportunity. Tommy was the key. Her mother had always been aware of the truth without needing to probe. All she needed to ascertain was whether Malcolm was informed. By engaging in affectionate gestures towards Tommy in Malcolm's presence, she could provoke a reaction. If he knew the truth, he would surely intervene. Though being close to a man made her uncomfortable, it was the only available strategy. Fortunately, Tommy was not averse to her. They shared a familiarity that made this plan more feasible. For the sake of her own survival, she would have to endure. Initially, Xia harbored feelings for Tommy within the narrative, but the writers exhibited restraint, avoiding the creation of a grotesque scenario. Unaware of the truth, Tommy firmly rejected her advances, insisting their relationship was akin to that of siblings. In reality, they were indeed siblings, and it was a stroke of fortune that the story did not devolve into something akin to a melodrama. In the following days, Xia maintained her usual demeanor in front of Moira while subtly drawing closer to Tommy behind the scenes. This served a dual purpose: to attract the attention of the big boss and to use Tommy as a shield against any potential threats from Malcolm. Ultimately, both motivations were aimed at Malcolm, the unspoken ruler of Star City. To survive and thrive, she needed his approval. Fortunately, as his daughter, this immutable fact lent her a sense of security. Once the truth was laid bare, she would be as steadfast as a mountain. Her androgynous attire of suits and leather pants drew little criticism from those around her, who assumed she was merely coping with significant upheaval and would eventually return to normalcy. In truth, Xia had relegated skirts and heels to the deepest recesses of her wardrobe. Unless Superman turned villain, she would never don such attire again. Tommy proved to be a commendable friend despite being constantly pursued by Xia. He remained patient, believing she was grappling with her trauma. He continually sought creative ways to uplift her spirits, even neglecting his former girlfriend, Laurel Lance, in the process. Chapter 3. Unveiling the Truth. Recently, Tommy's life had been exceedingly fulfilling. During the day, He accompanied Xia on her escapades throughout the city, and, at night, he engaged in vigorous physical activities with Laurel, leaving him little energy for nightlife. Laurel, perhaps motivated by a sense of vengeance due to Oliver's past relationship with her sister, quickly became involved with Tommy under his playful banter. Foreigners do not adhere to the saying that one should not take advantage of a friend's spouse. Have you not observed the steadfast loyalty of Diggle, the devoted African-American brother and close ally of Green Arrow? His profound love for his brother was evident, and in the wake of his brother's demise, he nearly entangled himself with his brother's widow, almost allowing his own nephew to address him as father. At that moment, the heroic Green Arrow remained blissfully unaware of the impropriety, cheering on his comrade. Thus, although Tommy mourned the loss of his friend, he felt no psychological burden in taking over his friend's wife. Laurel, after all, was destined to become the Black Canary, and her fervor was boundless. After a few days of wild indulgence, Tommy appeared to have shed considerable weight. Sia had a general understanding of the situation, but held a deep disdain for the act of weeping over a deceased friend's photograph while embracing his widow. Observing that Tommy showed no signs of fatigue, she continued to drag him through the city, determined that as long as there was a single informant in town, they would certainly learn something from Malcolm. Today, Sia had forsaken her women's suit for a sleeveless tank top, as the weather grew increasingly warmer and she was somewhat accepting of exposing her arms. Gazing at the protrusions on her chest, a harsh truth loomed before her. She could never revert to being a man. Fortunately, her physique was not of the exaggerated variety. It had only reached a B cup, and although it might grow slightly larger, it would remain within a reasonable range, ensuring that her athletic pursuits would not incite nosebleeds in others, which was a relief. Should she develop 2 large basketballs, she would have to abandon her martial aspirations. Knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, lost in her thoughts, she opened it to find a middle-aged man standing there. "Hey, Sia, it seems you're recovering well." The man, though serious, managed to smile. "Ah, the big boss has finally arrived." Sia had been running tirelessly with Tommy for days, utterly exhausted, and had begun to suspect that Malcolm was off gallivanting somewhere. She had rehearsed this scene privately many times, regaining her composure and saying in a calm demeanor, "Uncle Merlin, good morning." This commonplace greeting was entirely in line with their familial history, and Malcolm offered no further words, merely nodding with a smile. Sia stepped aside to let him enter the house. The culmination of their plans would unveil itself today. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor while pretending to watch television, she caught a glimpse of him entering her mother's room. Without knowledge of the martial arts levels in this world or Malcolm's training at the hands of the ninja master, she feared detection. So she removed her shoes and stealthily approached with light footsteps. "Hey, Moira, you look beautiful." Malcolm's tone revealed his good spirits. Since the passing of his wife, he had not experienced a single day of joy. To speak so lightly was a remarkable feat for him. "Mr. Merlin, what brings you here?" Their previous encounters had always been in secluded paths atop mountains. Such a forthright visit was exceedingly rare. "Ha." Malcolm did not respond directly, instead pouring himself a glass of wine with a smile. But Moira, apart from my wife, you're one of the few women in this world who can truly stir my heart. I had originally intended to marry you, but unexpectedly. Ha. I've discovered something rather intriguing." Moira seemed entirely unperturbed by his proposal, fixating her gaze on Malcolm. "What is it?" "Our agreement has been fulfilled. You can no longer interfere in my life. What do you think of Tommy and Sia? How fortuitous it is that you have but one daughter and I have but one son. There are no obstacles ahead of us." The Merlin group and the Quinn group could forge a closer alliance. Outside the door, Sia instantly realized that Malcolm was unaware of the truth. Moira had not been forthright with him. Indeed, beautiful women can be quite deceptive, and this cunning matron was no exception. It appears that men, regardless of their cunning, remain perpetually oblivious in such matters. The suggestion ignited a fiery response from Moira. "Absolutely not." Such a vehement reaction exceeded Malcolm's expectations. Over the years, only the ninja master, who once terrified him to the point of losing control, had spoken to him with such fervor. Given his past temperament, he might have shot an arrow in retaliation. Realizing her voice had escalated, Moira continued to glare defiantly. "No, I do not agree. My request is not open to refusal." Moira Quinn. Any thoughts of her being the woman he cherished, aside from his wife, had long vanished. In a battle of stairs, Malcolm had never been intimidated. Outside, Sia sensed that the drama was about to unfold. Raising her teacup high, she anticipated the classic moment from a television drama. where a cup is shattered when the truth emerges. One wonders if foreigners have witnessed such scenes in their shows. Alas, the floor was wooden, dampening the effect slightly. Perhaps Malcolm would hear the commotion soon. "Allow me to explain." Moira, taken aback by Malcolm's intense gaze, felt unnerved. Grabbing a bottle of wine, she took a hearty swig, her mind racing with thoughts on how to elucidate the situation. Noticing her unusual behavior, Malcolm sensed something was amiss. Having navigated the treacherous waters of life for over 7 centuries under the tutelage of a ninja master, his ability to read the room was finely honed. No longer anxious, he settled into a chair, preparing to hear her explanation. Moira pondered deeply, struggling to formulate a compelling argument against this union. Her own husband and son had quietly met their demise. It was unreasonable to resist her daughter's potential marriage to such an extent. If she refused, it would surely endanger Sia, leading to a tragic human drama. After much contemplation, she recognized that this secret had once belonged to two following her husband's death. It had become solely hers. Revealing the truth would merely shift the secret from one person to another, and she could accept Thada as long as Sia remained oblivious. Everything would be fine. "Sia is your daughter." Whispering these words, she closed her eyes, feeling as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from her shoulders, deeply sinking into the couch. Outside the door, Xia could not discern Malcolm's expression and felt a twinge of apprehension that he might be overwhelmed by the auditory stimulus. However, with no alternative, she swiftly hurled the teacup to the floor, producing a dull thud as it shattered. Alas, the wooden floor dampened the effect. It is unlikely that he would be idly pondering the mechanics of the teacup's descent and the resultant impact point on the floor, for this was the era of the Black Arrow, not the naive days of the Grim Reaper's apprentice. Upon hearing the commotion from outside, Malcolm, a distinguished graduate of Nandlebard, instinctively reacted despite still feeling somewhat disoriented. He rushed to the door and flung it open, only to find Xia standing there, her gaze vacant. Even a figure of such composure and resilience as he, a boss-level character, found himself momentarily dumbfounded, the awkwardness of the situation rendering him at a loss for words. Chapter 4. Intoxication. Upon witnessing the blank expression on Xia's face as she stared at him, Malcolm, with years of experience, found himself at a loss for words to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. His once eloquent tongue now rendered mute, he silently cursed the meager vocabulary of the English language. He longed to inquire whether Xia had come for a specific purpose or if she had overheard something she shouldn't have. Yet, the glazed look in her eyes made it abundantly clear that she had indeed grasped everything that was meant to remain unsaid. Regret washed over him for his impulsive decision to seek a proposal at Quinn's residence today. He conducted a thorough investigation beforehand. With his intelligence-gathering skills, he could have unearthed the truth, sparing himself this mortifying predicament. At that moment, Xia felt a sense of safety returning and thought it was nearly time to retreat. Maintaining her vacant expression had begun to strain her features, and she attempted to squeeze out some tears, but her lack of acting prowess left her empty-handed. With a heavy snort, she quickly turned and fled. Behind her, Moira called out frantically. But Xia could only offer a silent apology to the woman who had cared for her so deeply, hoping to make amends for today's transgressions in the future. She dashed from the house to seek solace in an opulent bar, embarking on the second act of her escapade as a wayward girl seeking solace in inebriation. Xia felt no fear of being taken advantage of. In such a lavish establishment, the owner undoubtedly had intricate ties with Malcolm. In fact, it was the smaller bars that posed a greater risk. Her suspicions were validated when she discovered that this bar was indeed managed by one of his loyal subordinates. Upon receiving a call from the boss instructing them to take care of this girl, the bar's owner nearly revered Xia, enlisting several brawny men to form a protective barrier around her, all the while ensuring their expressions remained outward so as not to frighten her. He further commanded a tender ballad to be played, bewildered yet obedient to his orders. What did it matter if the patrons were dissatisfied? If they didn't like it, they could leave. The owner had no interest in serving customers at that moment. He was too busy contacting distant relatives, all while swaying and dancing wildly to the gentle tune. "Boss, what should we serve that young lady?" A young bartender dashed over to inquire. The bar owner, with a fierce expression, barked, "Show some respect. It's madam to you. Do you understand?" The young bartender, filled with doubt about his boss's mental state, likely exacerbated by a lack of medication, nodded submissively. "Yes, boss. What shall we serve the lady?" This question posed a genuine conundrum for the owner. Should they serve her strong spirits? That would certainly lead to her downfall after just 2 drinks. but he wondered whether such treatment of someone he cared about would result in dire consequences. While it seemed a convenient solution, it could ultimately lead to a devastating outcome. What about serving her a milder beverage instead? Within the bartender's consciousness, he felt that merely drinking was insufficient. He needed to accompany her, lest she be harassed by ruffians. Though Xia's beauty did not reach the level of breathtaking allure, she was certainly a rare gem, possessing an enchanting charm, albeit still youthful and somewhat inexperienced in her appearance. In the United States, while there may be fewer minorities, the prevalence of scoundrels is unparalleled globally. One need only recall that during World War I, America dispatched 4 million cowboys to the front lines. One might call them scoundrels in less flattering terms. Moreover, the bartender, taking into account her age, hair color, and facial features, couldn't help but notice that the girl bore a striking resemblance to his esteemed boss. After much contemplation, he resolved to pledge his loyalty by allowing her to drink at her own pace, deciding that he would remain vigilant that day. The scheduled friendly match with his companions would have to be postponed. He also instructed his subordinates to prepare weapons, should any enemies with misguided intentions show up. They must be dealt with outside without disturbing this young lady. Observing the urgency radiating from his leader, one of the younger men quietly inquired, "Boss, who is she?" Previously, Xia had been raised with strict discipline and had never set foot in a nightclub, so he was unaware of her identity. However, based on Malcolm's tone, he realized that if anything were to happen to her, even Superman could not save him. Though he harbored some suspicions, he deemed it unnecessary to explain to his subordinate and simply muttered, "She is my mother." The subordinate was taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. Not only had their leader developed a case of mania, but his intellect seemed to have regressed as well. Should he start submitting resumes at the job market tomorrow? Unbeknownst to the bartender's troubles, Xia continued to drink, her mind racing with thoughts. Today's plan had been a resounding success. Her life was now secure. Should she now consider enhancing her own capabilities? It is often said that the impoverished rely on mutation, while the wealthy depend on technology. As the sole heir of the Quinn Group and one of the 2 heirs of the Merlin Group, she certainly did not fit the mold of a destitute individual. Yet, current technology had yet to reach the heights of Iron Man's prowess. Malcolm's immense hidden fortune was also invested in martial arts and personal enhancement, while Batman's arsenal of advanced technology stemmed from his own rigorous training and combat experience. In this world, it seemed that only Atom Man pursued the path of armored enhancement. Yet even his suit was rudimentary, resembling Ant-Man's more than Iron Man's iconic Mark series. Moreover, Iron Man had also dedicated himself to intense training when no one was watching. One need only recall his bare-handed confrontation with Winter Soldier in Captain America: Civil War. Winter Soldier's combat prowess was likely on par with her half-brother, Green Arrow. Circle after circle, she returned to the same conclusion: she must train in combat as well. However, the thought of enduring the same fate as Oliver, covered in scars and bearing the marks of severe injuries and numerous fractures, did not align with Xia's current aesthetic values. Furthermore, according to the Flash's girlfriend, Oliver's arms were as thick as 2 of hers. This path was one she could not embark upon. Perhaps she could mix in at the cutting-edge research laboratory during an explosion and maybe awaken some extraordinary abilities? Yet, she recalled the dire conditions that accompanied such occurrences, and the laboratory was still under construction, projected to be completed in 6 years. By then, the narrative of her life would have already unfolded for a year. Perhaps she simply needed to focus on archery, minimizing her involvement in hand-to-hand combat, turning back to inquire whether Malcolm has any training methods for modest physique changes, naturally under the condition that he is willing to teach. A thought of archery leads to Oliver, and I can't help but consider that my brother is likely on Lianyu Island, accompanying Yao Fei in capturing birds. As I ponder this, I find myself lost in thought. Yao Fei is quite the character. Despite his proficiency in English, he insists on conversing with Oliver in Chinese, leaving Oliver utterly bewildered. His mantra is survival, survival. This thought brings a slight smile, but I suddenly become aware of the eyes upon me, and my grin falters into an awkward grimace. At that moment, a young bar owner, once an artsy youth himself, captures this scene, which, from the perspective of an uninformed observer, resembles a runaway girl drowning her sorrows in alcohol, occasionally recalling her troubles, revealing a bittersweet smile. Chapter 5. Father and daughter. Upon receiving photographs from his subordinates, Malcolm's heart sinks at the sight of Sia drinking alone. He has always held a subconscious concern for this girl. From the moment she was born and he beheld her for the first time, he has silently watched her grow. Only today does he understand that his inexplicable attention has a reason. As soon as Moira mentions it, he comprehends instantly. No need for verification or evidence. His instincts honed through years of life-and-death situations inform him that she is indeed his daughter, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city's nightscape. The once inspiring view now seems rather mundane. He pours a glass of whiskey and downs it in one swift motion, feeling an urge to find someone to spar with. Yet, looking around Star City, he realizes he is in an invincible state. Green Arrow is still grappling with his challenges in the cave. Perhaps a trip to neighboring Gotham for some excitement? No, he decides against it. Malcolm is aware that while he can easily dominate in Star City, in the simple and honest Gotham, he would be merely subpar, especially with the esteemed Batman, a son-in-law admired even by master ninjas, present there. He would only be inviting trouble. Lost in these thoughts, the bar owner's call interrupts. Boss, the lady you mentioned is already drunk. Unaware of the relationship between this girl and his superior, he can only vaguely refer to her as the lady. Keep an eye on her. Ensure nothing happens to her. Warn your men. No one is to lay a finger on her. Do you understand? Malcolm growls menacingly into the phone. Yes, yes. The bar owner quickly assures compliance with the leader's orders and vows to accomplish the task. The directive is clear. No one is to touch her. The implication is directed at men, for he lacks telekinesis to simply move her into a room. He instructs his burly subordinates to keep their distance, as if their presence might taint the air. He then orders his mistresses to carry Sia into a guest room that has never been used, instructing them to attend to her needs, offering towels and water, while he positions himself in a large chair at the door, vigilant. With eyes ablaze, he scanned his surroundings and retrieved a pistol from his pocket, checking it with the vigilance reminiscent of Cao Cao's loyal guardian, Dian Wei, who remained awake through the night. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the loyalty displayed by his subordinates, especially as Malcolm was observing from above, fully aware of their tendencies. Any untoward incident due to excessive drinking would undoubtedly lead to regret. Setting down the phone without driving, he donned the dark garb of the Assassin's Guild and slung a bow and arrows across his back, prepared to protect his daughter. Should any foolhardy individuals dare to disturb her peace, he would be ready to deal with them swiftly and decisively. At that moment, Xia had not fully succumbed to intoxication. A fragment of her consciousness remained intact. Observing the tense atmosphere around her, she felt reassured when two women embraced her, guiding her into the bedroom, allowing her to surrender to slumber. Oh, the headache is unbearable, she lamented, realizing that even the finest wine, when consumed in excess, could lead to such discomfort. As she rubbed her temples and sat up, she noted that her attire remained immaculate, even her shoelaces untouched, prompting a newfound admiration for her father's ability to control his subordinates. Do you require anything? The two women, having kept vigil throughout the night, sprang into action upon noticing Xia had risen, eager to fulfill their roles as attentive attendants. Xia gestured to one of them, instructing, "Pour me a glass of water." The woman before her bore an appearance akin to a fantastical creature, her bosom resembling two bowling balls, excessively padded. Unbeknownst to her, she had neglected to change her shoes, her high heels clattering against the floor in a manner that irked Xia. The other attendant assisted her with washing her face and styling her hair. Finding no anomaly in her reflection, Xia strode confidently out of the bar, where a subordinate awaited with a vehicle, promptly directing it towards the Quinn estate. As for the expenses incurred throughout the night, did Xia owe any payment? She had indeed forgotten, her mind preoccupied with weightier matters, rendering such trivialities insignificant. The bar staff, seeing the car already 2 miles down the road, did not dare to raise the issue, fully aware that all present were adults with mature sensibilities. "Oh, my dear, you have finally returned." Upon arriving home, before Xia could utter a word, Moira enveloped her in a tearful embrace, unwilling to let go. Her mother was a complex individual. While her hidden influence may not rival Malcolm's, it was evident that eagles do not associate with sparrows. Witnessing her mother's commanding presence during her mayoral campaign, one could ascertain her extensive network. Despite knowing Xia had spent the entire night at the bar, the genuine concern and affection she exuded were unmistakable. Sighing, Xia gently patted her mother's back, reassuring her, "I am fine, let me be for a moment. I shall retire to my room." Once in her chamber, she changed into her nightclothes and lay upon the grand bed, restless and apprehensive about revealing any shocking secrets in her dreams. The events of the past day and night, whether true or fabricated, had left her somewhat fatigued, yet she recognized that her primary task had largely been accomplished. In gaming terms, she had successfully activated Malcolm's faction reputation, achieving a level of admiration that fully met the prerequisites for skill acquisition. Now, she was poised to enter a phase of rapid enhancement. Meanwhile, in the cutting-edge technology laboratory of Central City, Dr. Wells, also known as Albarth Swan, entered his secret chamber and addressed the wall, inquiring about Gideon. Have we located the target responsible for the temporal displacement? A pale blue, three-dimensional humanoid projection emerged from the wall, mechanically responding, Doctor. The temporal variance of the target's influence is minimal, allowing only a vague detection of its presence in Star City. A more precise search necessitates additional computational resources from you. This statement left Dr. Wells in a quandary. After all, Gideon was developed by the future Flash, employing technology from a century hence. For someone like him, a denizen of the future, this era felt akin to a technological wasteland. Constructing this artificial intelligence from scratch and ensuring its smooth operation was nothing short of miraculous. To augment computational resources at the current technological level would likely require the concerted efforts of the world's scientists. Fortunately, the negligible variance suggested that it would not jeopardize his plans. With a sigh, he reflected on his decade-long sojourn in this world. The absence of speed force and the necessity of masquerading as this frail, ailing doctor had become exceedingly tiresome. Moreover, he was tasked with nurturing his arch-nemesis, the Flash. The realization that he, as a villain, had achieved such heights was unprecedented. He instructed Gideon to monitor Star City news as per the usual protocol and to inform him of any changes. At this moment, no longer needing to feign incapacitation, Dr. Wells briskly exited the secret chamber. Chapter 6. The banquet. Unbeknownst to her, Shia had caught the attention of another endearing antagonist, who, under the guise of healing inner wounds, had remained cooped up at home for 3 days, outwardly morose yet inwardly jubilant. Utilizing the room's computer, she delved into the broader narrative of this world. Captain America was absent, Iron Man was nowhere to be found, and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not exist. Only Superman, Batman, and the Watchmen remained. This revelation perplexed Shia. It was evident that she was in an unfamiliar universe. She vaguely recalled the multitude of parallel dimensions, from Earth 1 to Earth 52. Yet this world appeared devoid of any coherent narrative. Central City, situated near her own Star City, had been reduced to chaos by the incessant incursions of the Flash, with a single brick capable of dispatching 3 visitors from parallel realms. Even engaging a writer to make sense of it all would yield no clarity. With a resigned sigh, she reminded herself that she had no intention of saving the world and would simply embrace her role as a quiet beauty. No, a beautiful woman. Silently observing the heroes as they endeavored to rescue the world was sufficient. If the sky were to fall, Superman would hold it up, would he not? And if Superman faltered, the Flash could simply reset. There was nothing to fear. After all, the apocalypse would not be her sole demise, and her mindset remained tranquil. Shia, why not accompany me to a banquet with your mother? Consider it keeping me company, Moira said, her expression tinged with sorrow. Observing the gentle glimmer in her mother's eyes, Shia felt a pang of sadness. For the past 3 days, Moira had incessantly sought her forgiveness, believing that their relationship had gradually emerged from the shadows under Shia's deliberate adjustments. At least, that was Moira's conviction. Having spent 3 days confined within the confines of my abode, a sense of restlessness began to brew within me. Thus, I seized the opportunity to venture outdoors, partly to explore and partly to ascertain what benefits my biological father might bestow upon me. In the original narrative, following Tommy's demise, Malcolm devoted his entire being to Sia. However, with Tommy still very much alive, albeit somewhat diminished by Laurel's incessant demands, it seemed that he was at least still breathing. While it was implausible for him to shower me with unwavering affection, a modicum of acknowledgement was surely to be expected. To assuage Moira's worries, I eschewed my customary androgynous attire, resolutely donning a lengthy gown that reached the tops of my feet. After a futile attempt at walking in high heels, I opted for a pair of flats, yet my long legs still lent me an air of elegance, presenting me as a striking beauty. Accompanied by my mother, we arrived at a rather ordinary charity gala, where Moira tirelessly introduced me to various affluent businessmen and dignitaries. At this juncture, I remained uncertain of my future trajectory, but it was evident that wealth was preferable to poverty. Even if Oliver were to return, his interest in the family business seemed non-existent. Perhaps he viewed our legacy as a source of shame. Taking the reins of the Quinn Group was presently my most pressing endeavor. The weapons development division rivaled that of Wayne Enterprises, and it was only following the acquisition of Quinn Group's armaments division that the Atom suit was successfully developed. Whether one might label this ambition or aspiration, the power I wielded was undeniably mine. Having undergone such a profound transformation, I felt justified in seeking recompense through the ownership of a company. Surely, the heavens would not object. Following Moira's introductions, I graciously greeted each individual. showcasing my impeccable upbringing and refinement. In the future, I envisioned myself as Oliver's assistant in his mayoral pursuits, empowered by my considerable capabilities. As I surveyed the gathered guests, I pondered the multitude of names likely inscribed in the private ledger of Green Arrow. This ledger, intriguingly, belonged to my biological father, Robert, and was ostensibly unique. Yet, curiously, Moira possessed a similar notebook, and even Prometheus from Season 5 appeared to have his own list. Each notebook bore an almost identical size and design, all featuring a map of the city's subway lines. Might Malcolm have commissioned a batch of these notebooks from the Red Star printing house for consistency among his organization? It was a tragic irony that Oliver believed this ledger to be a monumental secret, only to discover, 5 years into the narrative, that many members possessed similar tomes. While I was musing over my half-brother's predicament, another brother approached, greeting me with a casual, "Hey, Thea, haven't seen you out and about lately. I heard you were unwell." The only person who could address me so informally was, of course, Tommy, my true brother. He seemed utterly indifferent to the significance of the gala. Clad in casual attire with his shirt half unbuttoned and tie absent, sauntering in with Laurel, who was resplendently dressed and adorned with jewelry. Observing the pair's disregard for their surroundings as they engaged in affectionate banter, I quickly grasped Tommy's subtle message. He held no romantic interest in me and hoped I would recognize this, preserving our camaraderie. It appears that Malcolm has not revealed the truth to him. Or perhaps he has been so engrossed in the company of his brother's wife that he has not returned home at all. Thea yearns to seize him by the collar and exclaim, "Brother, you are overthinking this. I was merely acting, do you comprehend?" Yet, she knows she cannot voice such sentiments. What expression should she wear? Should she convey remorse for the feelings that Tommy mistakenly believes she harbors? Should she exhibit sorrow? Frustration? The thoughts whirl in her mind, causing her scalp to tingle. Tommy gazes at Thea, anxious that she might be overwhelmed and crumble under the pressure. Fortunately, Laurel, who has grown up alongside Tommy and Oliver, understands the dynamics at play. Her affections have always oscillated between the two, and she is familiar with Thea as well. What she remains unaware of is that regardless of her ultimate choice, Thea will always be her sister-in-law, a truly remarkable twist of fate. With graciousness, she envelopes Thea in an embrace, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. The two women exchange trivial pleasantries regarding Oliver, the love of her life, the future Black Canary, and the destined companion of the heroic Green Arrow. Thea finds herself perplexed. Oliver's adoration for her seems boundless, having clung to a photograph for 5 years. One would assume such feelings are unshakable. Yet, during those 5 years, Oliver has shared his bed with nearly every woman he has encountered. Does this truly exemplify genuine love? As for Laurel, with her angular visage, Tommy has taken 5 long years to win her over, only for her affections to waver upon Oliver's return to the city. Their casual conversation quickly escalates, and before long, they find themselves entangled at the window, oblivious to Tommy watching from outside, igniting a blaze of jealousy that capsizes their friendship. Thea, observing her brother's charisma transcending all bounds, resolves to distance herself from their tumultuous entanglements. Should the opportunity arise to rescue Tommy in a critical moment, she vows to ensure their triangular conflict endures until the world's end. The Green Arrow saga must not cease for 18 seasons. Would it not be even more riveting to draw Laurel's sister into the fray? A 4-way battle? Would the Green Arrow ultimately grow despondent and choose to spend his remaining days with Tommy? How revolting! As Thea contemplates these uninteresting thoughts, she bids the two farewell and steps aside to collect herself. Chapter 7. The Secret Pact in a Concealed Chamber. Moira engages in a conversation with Malcolm that, while not fervent, is far from mundane. "Malcolm, you actually wish for Thea to partake in the company's operations? You are becoming increasingly reckless. She is still a child. She ought to continue her high school education and pursue a fulfilling life, not become enmeshed in the treacheries of corporate dealings." Moira protests softly. "Listen to me, if you will. Currently, Thea is the sole heir to Queen Industries. You cannot dispute this, can you? Do you truly believe your indulgence is beneficial to her? Look at the Oliver you have raised. A libertine, a rogue, utterly devoid of responsibility. This is your greatest failure." Malcolm reproaches sternly. At his words, Moira reveals a sardonic smile. "Your own son Tommy is not much stronger, is he?" This remark left old Ma somewhat embarrassed. It was no longer a matter of 50 steps laughing at 100. One must recognize that Oliver and Tommy are indeed the epitome of playboys, consistently vying for the top position on the debauchery leaderboard. Oliver had been expelled from 4 schools, while Tommy's record stood at 3. Since then, neither had set foot in an academic institution. They engaged in fierce competition across various realms, parties, women, and skating, over the years. alternating victories without a clear victor emerging. Reflecting on his educational methods, he chose to temporarily set aside the question of who had taught worse. Well, let us put that matter aside for now. Inevitably, you will need Sia to take over all of this. Surely, you cannot oppose that? Of course not. I love Sia. She is my child. Malcolm solemnly replied, asserting that she is also my child. After uttering this, an air of gloom enveloped them as they approached the floor-to-ceiling window, where they chanced upon the scene of Tommy, Sia, and Laurel engaged in conversation. Did you not discuss that matter with Tommy? Why are they still mingling? Moira remarked, her gaze fixed on the trio's intimate exchange, which struck her as painfully glaring. Malcolm, reflecting on how he hadn't seen his son since the funeral, pondered how to address the situation. Should he text him? Every protagonist has a sister, to ensure that you, my slacker, do not falter at the starting line. I have provided you with a sister of exceptional talent. For further details, a face-to-face discussion is required. The father-son relationship had inexplicably transitioned from admiration to neutrality. His son only expected him to function as a financial resource. I haven't had the chance to speak. I intend to. He was interrupted by Moira, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? Do you not realize what could happen if you let this continue? Malcolm felt an urgent anxiety. How could he be unaware? After all, she was merely Sia's mother, with no ties to Tommy. In this context, her authority was limited. Yet both were his children. He held a 12% stake in this emotional investment. What if Sia, driven by vengeance or a desire for destruction, acted recklessly? Everyone has traversed that age. Given Malcolm's current frenzied mindset, he could envision himself committing even more egregious acts. Such thoughts plagued him, leaving him restless through the night. He could only instruct his subordinates to keep a watchful eye around the clock, but this could not be a sustainable solution. Moreover, Tommy was currently not communicating with him, leaving Malcolm without the opportunity to clarify matters. He could not possibly don dark attire and brandish a bow and arrow to tie his son up for a lengthy recounting of stories from long ago. Could he? The intricacies of interpersonal relationships left old Ma feeling somewhat despondent, yet he persisted in elucidating his purpose. My educational approach may have been a failure, yet we are both still alive. The errors of youth can still be rectified. I plan to have Tommy join the Merlin group soon, and I encourage Sia to enter the Quinn group. Let us observe how far these young individuals can go. If Sia excels, she might also be granted the opportunity to inherit the Merlin group. Oh, the words illuminated Moira's mind. It must be said that women often harbor a sense of opportunism. Upon hearing that her daughter had a chance to inherit the Merlin group, any thoughts of Sia's idyllic high school life were swiftly discarded. Although Tommy had been raised under her watchful eye, Moira resolved to facilitate this opportunity for her daughter. After a moment of contemplation, she readily agreed, stating, I promise to speak with Sia about it. Malcolm reiterated that they could not extend any assistance, emphasizing the necessity for the children to rely on their own capabilities. Moira nodded in agreement, though both harbored a sense of trepidation, as neither child exhibited any remarkable talents. Sia had previously been a model student, leading a life devoid of distinction between home and school, while Tommy was adept at spending money, yet his ability to earn left much to be desired. Simultaneously, Malcolm felt concern for his son's inability to engage in normal conversation. To avert any potential mishaps, he thought it prudent to rein in his daughter as well, considering that matters concerning Quinn Enterprises were still scant. Additionally, they could only manage daytime affairs. What about the evening? Perhaps he should find something for her to occupy her time. What? Mom, you want me to work at Quinn Enterprises tomorrow? I'm only 15. Though Sia was eager to inherit the family business, she never anticipated being thrust into such a role so soon. Does your country even have child labor laws? And I know nothing. I'm just starting my freshman year. What could I possibly do? Even if Tony Stark were to come here, he'd be at a loss. Upon returning home, Moira reflected that the idea might not be entirely sound, yet she had already committed. Compared to Tommy, she believed her daughter stood a much better chance. Naturally, this pact, reminiscent of the wager between the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and Qiu Chujai, was not something she could share with her daughter. After careful consideration, she said, Sia, you have grown up. This enterprise will be yours in the future, and it must be yours alone, regardless of your late father or brother. You must embrace this responsibility early on and not shy away from it. This is your destiny. In American television, the mention of destiny invariably leads to a torrent of dialogue, akin to the concept of bonds in Japanese anime, which implies an inescapable obligation. Sia hesitated, asking, what would I do at the company? Implicit in her question was the notion that, at her young age, she couldn't be expected to leap directly into a high position. Yet surely her mother could secure her a decent role. In truth, Moira pondered the same. At such a tender age, without even a high school diploma, what could she possibly contribute? While Quinn Group was a family-owned business, it still involved shares from outsiders, with the family holding an overwhelming majority. Placing a high school student in a leadership position would undoubtedly provide ammunition for competitors and the media. Just as the news had begun to quiet regarding the recent death of her husband and son, the last thing she needed was another headline. Such concerns could not be divulged to her daughter. If she spoke candidly, based on her past understanding of Xia, the girl would undoubtedly withdraw entirely from the situation. Thus, she resolved to employ a strategy of delay, postponing the conversation for a couple of days. At present, Moira solemnly stated that you would understand your arrangements in due time. Shortly, I will have my secretary present the Group S materials for your review, allowing you to gain a preliminary understanding of the organization. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to meet several senior executives. Chapter 8. Current status of the group. The secretary, as the song suggests, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, handing a substantial stack of documents to Xia, while Moira instructed her to return to her room and examine them thoroughly. Complying with her mother's directive, Xia cradled the hefty volumes and retreated to her chamber. This was the foundation upon which her future would be built. Thus, she needed to scrutinize it closely. She also retrieved a notebook to record the positions and resumes of several key figures, conducting a rudimentary character analysis based on their working styles. Who knew to whom she might be assigned tomorrow? It was prudent to be prepared. What? Why only record a few executives? Was there a possibility of being assigned to a department like security? How could that be? She was the sole heir. Surely her mother would not place her in a role as a mere security guard. This was a transformation narrative, not a tale of a martial hero returning to the city. In her diligent analysis of the Quinn Group's current state, she noted that the organization employed over 30,000 individuals and had subsidiaries worldwide. Its primary operations revolved around steel smelting and the extraction of non-ferrous metals. With a steel market share of 7% in the United States and 41% globally, qualifying it as a notable titan in the steel industry. Simultaneously, the group adopted a diversified approach, investing significantly in weaponry research and biopharmaceuticals, achieving some degree of success. However, the lack of tangible research outcomes translating into economic growth was concerning. The substantial annual investments imposed a considerable burden on the group's finances. As she perused the various reports in her hands and compared them to last year's data, it became evident that the group had funneled considerable funds into the real estate sector throughout the year. What was once a robust cash flow now exhibited signs of contraction, a troubling indicator for a healthy business. Upon examining the map of Star City, Xia quickly discerned that the properties acquired by the group were situated within impoverished areas. Recalling the narrative, it seemed this was a directive from old Robert to her mother, in an effort to prevent Malcolm from utilizing seismic devices to devastate the slums. He had been covertly purchasing properties in those neighborhoods. Xia found it perplexing to comprehend this mindset. Having known Malcolm for many years, old Robert surely recognized that this man operated without any ethical boundaries or moral compunctions. Did he truly believe that his goodwill would deter Malcolm from taking action? That was implausible. Malcolm had not merely targeted those properties. He had resorted to lethal measures. Old Robert's notes passed down to Oliver did not mention Malcolm, and he remained oblivious to the fact that his longtime friend would turn against him. Had he forewarned Oliver, the first season could have concluded with a single, swift arrow aimed at old Malcolm, rather than extending over 23 episodes. Gazing at the densely packed land acquisition documents, Xia felt a twinge of headache. 6 years later, Malcolm would attempt to replicate the chaos of the battle against the old man, causing significant upheaval in the slums, all of which would ultimately fall into his own hands. Star City was indeed a city plagued by calamities. In the narrative's initial year, Malcolm unleashed his seismic assault, resulting in over 500 fatalities, including his own son, Tommy, despite the Green Arrow's desperate efforts to thwart him. In the second year, the toll of death brought hundreds of evolved soldiers to the streets, engaging in real-life battles that resulted in rivers of blood. The third year saw the Ninja Master conducting bioweapon drills, unleashing a torrent of viruses. By the fourth year, that sorcerer, whose name eludes me, arrived with over 15,000 nuclear warheads as Christmas gifts, poised to bring about the end of the world. In such a remarkable and vibrant locale, the hope of alleviating poverty and achieving a modest standard of living through land purchases seemed only possible through a miracle. As she perused the documents, Xia's despair deepened. The acquisition of land had not ceased following the death of old Robert. In the mere 2 weeks since her arrival, her family had procured 3 additional plots. It appeared her mother was dutifully fulfilling her late husband's wishes, yet this path was fraught with peril. It signified that the Quinn Group would continue to pour funds into this quagmire for years to come. At this rate, Xia mused, she might find herself bereft of certain organs, else she would surely wear a pained expression. It was no wonder that in the third season, Atomics acquired the Quinn Group with such ease. Enduring 8 years of relentless self-sabotage was quite the feat. The group indeed possessed substantial financial resources, but the squandered funds were all from their own coffers. To ensure that the future Green Arrow would not live hand-to-mouth on his girlfriend's generosity, and to prevent herself from having to pursue a promising career as a security guard, a change in policy was imperative. While it was easy to speak of change, the execution proved challenging. Xia was acutely aware of her current insignificance and could not assert that her future father's drunken escapades would cause the land to shift in accordance with his whims. Such claims would be met with disbelief. She could only hope that by the time she ascended to a higher position, she would be able to influence company decisions. As for halting her father's actions, Xia had contemplated this. Perhaps, during the first year's crisis, she could have intervened due to their relationship. But what about the second or third years? There were too many uncontrollable factors at play. She was not yet invincible, and with 5 years remaining before the story truly began, she resolved to take each step as it came. The following day, Xia rose early, applying a light touch of makeup. Fortunately, her original essence remained predominant, supplemented by her traversed spirit, allowing her skills to persist. Faced with a few outfits, she pondered her choices. After all, on her first day of work, she ought to present herself formally. She settled on a beige cropped blazer paired with a navy straight-cut skirt, the hem modestly grazing her knees, lending her an air of professionalism that tempered her youthful appearance. Choosing a pair of black heels under 5 centimeters, she took a few steady steps, the initial discomfort having diminished significantly. Her intrinsic identity was increasingly asserting itself. She glanced in the mirror, satisfied with her ensemble. Upon arriving downstairs, Moira had been waiting for a while. She had a fair understanding of her daughter. Xia's original temperament could be described as capricious, or more harshly, as obstinate, a tendency to rebel against constraints. Moira had anticipated Xia would resist her arrangements and was formulating persuasive arguments in her mind. However, seeing her daughter descend in formal attire with an untroubled demeanor, devoid of any rebellious implements, assured Moira that Xia accepted her plans, which filled her with delight. As they entered the car, Xia continuously inquired about the current state of the group, recognizing that certain matters could not be conveyed through documents alone. This pleased Moira even further, as it indicated a deeper engagement from Xia. She was able to pose questions, demonstrating that her daughter had thoroughly reviewed the materials. If one were to inquire of Oliver, he wouldn't even know which way the gates of his own conglomerate swung open. In an effort to atone for her earlier aloofness towards her mother during their theatrical performance, Xia deliberately chose to display a more affectionate demeanor. As they arrived at the entrance of the group, Moira was beaming with delight, her smile nearly uncontainable. For the past 20 years, her 2 children had brought her nothing but heartache. One was perpetually causing trouble, while the other remained distant. Yet now, it seemed she was finally witnessing a silver lining. Though her son had passed, her daughter had matured, providing her with a measure of solace. In her elation, Moira felt a renewed anticipation for the forthcoming competition between the 2 families, not merely a contest of skills, but a chance to forge connections. She took Xia's hand and entered the grand doors of the conglomerate. Chapter 9. The Clash in the Conference Room. Upon entering the conference room, Xia observed a gathering of over a dozen individuals, with the central chair left vacant. Seated at the forefront on the left was Walter Steele, a gentleman she had previously encountered at the funeral, an African-American man who was destined to marry Moira and become Xia's stepfather. One might ponder whether there is a concept of marrying into a family in the West. Nonetheless, for the next several years, this man would reside with Moira and her daughter in the Quinn mansion. It might seem peculiar to describe an African man as gentle as jade, yet Walter exuded an extraordinary charm, offering Xia an encouraging glance akin to that of a mentor toward a protégé. Though this was indeed their own company, it had not yet fully belonged to her, and Xia understood that today was a day for establishing connections. Thus, she could not afford to maintain a stern visage. Acknowledging Walter's cordial overture, she nodded in recognition. "Mr. Steele, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please, call me Walter." "Welcome to the group," he replied, somewhat taken aback by Xia's politeness. In his recollection, this girl had kept a distance from everyone except for old Robert, and such a normal exchange had only occurred in the most private of circumstances. Moira, now enveloped in a warm cocoon of happiness, felt that her daughter's ability to engage in a normal conversation with her boyfriend was a promising beginning. Lately, she had been avoiding Walter, fearful that her elusive daughter might witness an inappropriate scene, which could lead to an overwhelming emotional collapse. After all, A 15-year-old girl who had just lost her father and brother was still grappling with her grief. How could one expect her to accept that her father was not truly lost, but rather that her real father was someone else, only to then inform her days later that her mother was seeking a new husband? Such a convoluted situation would drive anyone to madness. Moira mused that if she were to step into her daughter's shoes, she would surely require treatment at Arkham Asylum. Yet, observing Sia's current resilience, she wondered if it was indeed Malcolm's genes that endowed her with such extraordinary fortitude. Continuing, Moira introduced her daughter to the various individuals present. This is so-and-so from the administrative department, and that is such and such from finance. After a round of introductions, Sia realized that Walter was still the company's vice president, and she recalled that he was slated to assume the presidency. Had she misremembered? Or had history taken an unexpected turn? Before long, Sia was informed of her new role, assistant to the president, commonly referred to as the little secretary, with her mother serving as the president herself. Indeed, she had not erred in her recollection. There had indeed been a slight alteration in the narrative. Originally, the relationship between Moira and Walter had escalated rapidly, transitioning from colleagues to friends, then to lovers, and finally to marriage. All within a remarkably brief span, a whirlwind romance despite their combined age nearing 80. The board, observing that the course had already been set, sanctioned Walter's ascension to the role of president. However, due to the revelation of Sia's biological father's plans, Moira had been devotedly accompanying her daughter, relegating her boyfriend to the sidelines. Consequently, their relationship had not advanced to a more intimate stage, and she harbored no desire to place her enchanting daughter in proximity to her own fiancé. Their familial dynamics were already complex enough without further complications. After considerable deliberation, Moira resolved to assume the presidency herself, simultaneously nurturing her daughter. Truth be told, she harbored little interest in the position, yet for the sake of her daughter, she had no choice but to persevere. The subsequent meeting unfolded in a dreary manner, with discussions revolving around salary increases for one department and layoffs for another. While not trivial, these matters were merely routine affairs for the corporate entity. Moira kept a watchful eye on Sia, anxious that her daughter might succumb to boredom and resort to distracting fidgeting. To her surprise, Sia sat upright, attentively absorbing the executive's discourse, displaying no impatience, and diligently jotting down notes. How her daughter had blossomed. Moira felt a swell of pride, finding solace in the resemblance between them. After an hour of proceedings, Moira concluded the meeting, declaring it a resounding success and urging her colleagues to continue their dedication to the company, allowing them to depart with ease. Just as she was about to serve tea and see them off, a beady-eyed middle-aged man addressed Sia, inquiring about her thoughts on her inaugural meeting. Oh dear. Sia immediately discerned that this individual harbored animosity towards her mother, or perhaps towards the Quinn family. As a newcomer, what insights could she possibly offer? Should she speak correctly, she might be deemed arrogant. Should she err, she would merely become the subject of ridicule. Such was the plight of youth navigating the treacherous waters of corporate politics. Mr. Andre, I am but a novice here and know little of the company. I cannot even proffer a common suggestion, let alone profound insights. You jest, Sia replied courteously. To her astonishment, the young Quinn had not fallen into his trap, a marked improvement over her debauched brother. Yet the beady-eyed man persisted, insisting that it was merely casual conversation, as they were all old associates of her father and, by extension, her elders, assuring her that no one would mock her. He even chuckled, attempting to convey a sense of camaraderie. How absurd! What did he mean by claiming no one would laugh? She had yet to utter a word, and he had already branded her a joke. Anger ignited within Sia, as she rifled through her notes. She realized this man was none other than the head of the coveted Weapons Development Division, whom she had long coveted. Old Robert's judgment was evidently lacking, as this man clearly harbored grievances against her family. To have retained such a discontented individual for 3 years was unacceptable. The Weapons Development Division was too critical to her future for him to remain. He must be dismissed. Mr. Andre, while I have no suggestions for the company, I do have a question that I hope you can clarify, Sia said slowly. In your recent report, you mentioned the need for the group to increase investment in the Weapons Development Department, correct? Upon reviewing the group's investment trends over the past few years, I noticed a consistent month-on-month increase, with annual increments of approximately 20% based on the previous year. Why is this figure so fortuitously consistent? Upon hearing this question, the man named Andre let out a sigh of relief. There is a scientific basis for this. The 20% increment can merely be regarded as a coincidence. I have explained this to the vice president, he implied, suggesting that the matter was complex and that he feared the young lady might not comprehend it. Walter nodded in agreement, indicating his awareness of the situation. Sia remained calm. This was within her expectations. Mr. Andre had been in charge of the weapons development department for 3 years, yet the research reports over these years revealed a fluctuation in submissions. 19 technologies reported in 2004, 12 in 2005, and 17 in 2006. Is our technical staff's capability truly so variable? Andre sensed where she was headed, but felt compelled to maintain his stance. Yes. There are considerable fluctuations. This is the nature of scientific research. Sia chuckled lightly. The 12 anti-load suits reported in 2005 were specialized garments for high overload protection, correct? Why is it that something completed 2 years ago is now buried among numerous research projects in your report, requesting additional funding from the group? Can you elucidate this matter? Chapter 10. Someone will handle his explanation. The middle-aged man, Andre, felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. In truth, he had only sought to secure some research funding while enjoying a drink or two. However, with the piercing gazes of everyone in the room fixed upon him, he knew they would not believe him. For the past few years, he had employed this method, adding a few convoluted names to the report. After all, the executives were not versed in technical matters. By year's end, submitting the list would suffice for task completion. He never anticipated that Sia had been scrutinizing those weapon projects for quite some time, having already perused the Quinn Group's weapons catalog thrice. Although this particular project was merely alluded to in the text, Sia immediately took note of it. She had initially planned to report this matter discreetly after the meeting, but now it seemed she had inadvertently exposed him. Regret coursed through him, but he clung to a glimmer of hope, hesitantly stating, "Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Or maybe there was an error on the part of the subordinate staff, or it could be an upgraded product. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly upon my return." Now that he was aware of the gravity of the situation, he recalled the mocking tone he had directed at her earlier. How could Sia allow him to evade so easily? From her bag, she produced a sheet of paper, waving it slightly. "This is the index report for the anti-load suits, downloaded from our internal network. May I see your personal computer?" According to regulations, all project submissions to the group require the supervisor to provide an expected plan. Let us compare your plan with the indices on this report to ascertain any discrepancies. At this point, the man named Andre felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. Hadn't this young lady only expressed her intention to join the company yesterday? How could one possess such an intricate understanding of the process? How was one's initial plan drafted? May I present it to them? After a moment's contemplation, it seems rather like mere imitation. The evidence stored within my computer could condemn me for a decade. Just envision the scenario of myself, grasping the iron bars and singing of my 10-year imprisonment. Would we still remain friends, capable of exchanging pleasantries? Alas, that kind of tenderness would render any reason for embrace obsolete. This imagery is overwhelmingly vivid. I must resolutely prevent them from accessing my personal computer. Yet, I lack a definitive rationale to refuse. Gazing at Moira in her prominent seat, smiling benignly at me, I can only cast furtive glances, hoping she might show mercy due to past contributions. At that moment, the voices of reproach from those around grew louder. Miss Quinn was right, Andre. We must inspect your personal computer. You are a parasite within our group. I have long suspected you of wrongdoing. You still refuse to confess? My uncle's neighbor works at the Star City Police Department, and I have reported you. In an instant, the serious conference room transformed into a chaotic marketplace, with everyone, whether affiliated with Moira's faction or not, condemning Andre's self-serving actions. In truth, the Quinn family is wealthy enough that pilfering a few trifles would hardly raise an eyebrow. At least, that is the sentiment held by her and her daughter. Walter, ever loyal and bolstered by love, has investments of his own. Who among us is devoid of selfish motives? Yet Andre's ineptitude is astonishing. Having been exposed by a mere 15-year-old girl, such a blunder could etch his name into the annals of infamy. This has left several self-proclaimed intellectuals among the management feeling disgraced, as his personal misconduct has tarnished the collective intelligence of the group. Should any of us seek positions elsewhere, the mere mention of having worked alongside him, coupled with the memory of today's debacle, would surely deter prospective employers from considering us. Such behavior demands condemnation. In that moment, Andre found himself the target of universal scorn. The instigator, Sia, touched her chin with a smile, suddenly realizing her inability to grow facial hair, and turned to glance at Moira with a hint of frustration. Upon noticing her mother's gaze, she quickly comprehended that Moira was defending her and awaiting her cue. Sia, not wishing for her inaugural day at work to devolve into an embarrassment, subtly nodded, signifying that this matter could be overlooked. Initially, Moira was quite incensed. She had even issued a warning the day prior. The young girl, being new and somewhat inexperienced, deserved a measure of leniency. Moira was acutely aware of her subordinate's natures, yet lacked the evidence or opportunity to take action. Moreover, the replacement could potentially be even more avaricious. Thus, she maintained a state of deliberate blindness, believing that as long as boundaries were not crossed, all could coexist harmoniously. The Quinn family's fortune, whether 100 million or 100 million and one, mattered little. She knew that none were as affluent as she, provided they did not overstep. Yet Andre's actions today had undeniably crossed a line. Just as she prepared to intervene and shield her daughter, she was taken aback by how effortlessly Thea defused the situation, executing a remarkable counterattack. This prompted a realization within Moira. Had she been oblivious to her daughter's latent genius in management? Utilizing information provided just yesterday to topple a supervisor today was a talent she herself had not possessed in her youth. In an effort to stand up for her daughter, she chose to disregard Andre's pleading gaze until Xian nodded to indicate that the matter was settled. Only then did she leisurely announce the adjournment of the meeting, neglecting to mention Mr. Andre's proposed course of action. On one hand, he was a candidate recommended by another shareholder, making it difficult for her to take action against him. On the other hand, Xia was Malcolm's own daughter. Given Malcolm's ruthless demeanor, "You slight me, and I will annihilate your entire family," it was clear that Andre was doomed, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Moira's suspicions regarding her former lover were proven entirely accurate. Malcolm was indeed an underground emperor, akin to an arrow piercing through the clouds, commanding a legion that thrived within the city, replete with his minions. Moreover, within a colossal enterprise like Quinn Enterprises, he had infiltrated a third of the top executives through either coercion or bribery. He was well acquainted with the proceedings of the meeting, having watched it via video. Seeing his daughter emerge from the shadows, composed and unruffled as she entered the conference room, filled him with joy. Her subsequent demeanor was nothing short of a revelation. Her poise, grace, intelligence, and measured conduct reminded him of his younger self, albeit in a feminine guise. Fortunately, Western cultures do not adhere to a patriarchal mindset. Queens and countesses abound, and gender is of no consequence. When he noticed Moira lightly letting slip the instigator of his daughter's ire, he remained unperturbed. He had already instructed his associates to secure a location for Mr. Andre beneath a currently under construction overpass. Its robust support pillars would ensure a solid structure amidst heavy foot traffic. He would not charge him rent, confident that the night would not be lonely for Andre. Without delving into the fate that awaited Mr. Andre, soon to become a mere pawn in a series of unfortunate events, he reflected on his daughter's remarkable performance. The contrast with his son's lackluster achievements was glaring. Tommy, unresponsive to calls, absent from personal visits, and indifferent to messages, had yet to cross the starting line, while his daughter had already sprinted 200 meters ahead in their unspoken competition. This left the master schemer, Malcolm, at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 11. Tommy's troubles in recent days. Tommy found himself liberated from Xia's incessant intrusions, basking in newfound happiness. His relationship with Laurel was progressing swiftly, evolving from physical intimacy to emotional connection. The Western perspective often prioritizes physical encounters before delving into deeper feelings, akin to evaluating hardware before software in a computer, where the latter can be modified, but the former must be sound. Life, however, is not devoid of challenges. Young Master Tommy faced his own tribulations, as his father, seemingly under some misguided influence, persistently sought him out, calling him with increasing frequency. Just yesterday, he escalated matters by texting Tommy to join his company. What competition could there possibly be between him and Xia? If they were to consider a rivalry at Quinn Enterprises or a hypothetical scenario of Xia joining Merlin Group, that might be plausible. But now, as everyone returned to their respective homes, the notion of competition felt utterly absurd. After reading the text, Tommy became even more convinced that his father's delusions had reached a critical stage, as he could no longer grasp even the most fundamental logical relationships. That day, after dining, Tommy and Laurel prepared to engage in some beneficial physical activities. However, the waiter returned with a bow, requesting that the payment be made in cash. "What is the matter? I have dined here regularly. Why must I pay in cash today?" Tommy, maintaining his amiable disposition despite feeling a bit embarrassed under his girlfriend's gaze, inquired gently. The waiter, not daring to offend this esteemed patron, who never inquired about prices, explained with a bow that Tommy's credit card had been blocked and suggested he try another one. After attempting to use 3 different cards, each yielding no success, it became evident to Tommy that his father's unscrupulous actions were to blame. Reluctantly, he settled on the notion of paying upon his next visit. After escorting Laurel back to her apartment, Tommy, feeling disheartened, instructed her to practice yoga alone. As he was no longer in the mood for exercise, he stormed back home, marking his first return in a month. At that moment, Malcolm, dressed in the elaborate garb of a samurai, sat cross-legged on the floor, a small table before him adorned with 2 tea bowls and a teapot. Behind him, a large character for Zen was inscribed on the wall, as he hoped that this ambience would encourage Tommy to calm his mind and listen patiently to tales of yore. However, it soon became apparent that his efforts were akin to casting glances at a blind man. Tommy had not completed elementary school, having dropped out alongside Oliver to indulge in nightlife competitions, and was barely familiar with the English language. The intricate Chinese character danced across the wall, and it would indeed be a miracle if he could decipher it. Observing his father sitting silently with closed eyes, Tommy became alarmed, fearing that Malcolm had passed away. He reached out to check for a pulse, contemplating whether to call a doctor or a lawyer. Upon realizing Tommy's intent, Malcolm was infuriated, losing all desire to share his stories. He curtly declared, "Report to Merlin Group tomorrow," and, disregarding Tommy's vehement protests, left in a huff. Defeated in their negotiations, Tommy understood that he could not contend with his father's authority. His relationship with Laurel was just beginning to blossom, and while a sudden loss of financial support might not severely impact their bond, Laurel was fervently planning to establish her own law firm, leaving only monetary assistance as Tommy's means of contribution. Despite mentally preparing himself for the challenge, hoping to impress his father and regain his allowance, Tommy overslept the next day. After a series of frantic preparations, he finally arrived at Merlin Group by 10 o'clock. The nocturnal lifestyle had left him unaccustomed to morning duties, and his biological clock was resistant to adjustment. Malcolm did not impose any unreasonable demands and, akin to the Quinn Group, appointed Tommy as a presidential assistant. Given that Tommy was 6 years older than Xia, a relatively junior position seemed fair, yet Malcolm was too preoccupied to consider that. Within a mere 3 days, internal communications revealed that Xia had effectively organized the group's mid- and upper-level management, remembering each individual's name, origin, alma mater, and engaging them in discussions that piqued their interests. Yesterday, a mid-level executive celebrated her birthday, and she graciously sent gifts on behalf of the group. Early this morning, she proposed a suggestion regarding a more humane work environment, a notion that few could possibly oppose, as it is difficult to find valid reasons to do so. In the real-time video relayed to Malcolm, everyone supported this proposition, regardless of their affiliation. Malcolm's team of human resource management experts, unaware of Xia's background, rated her highly. Her only apparent weakness is her relative youth. While her educational background may have some influence, it is negligible. Many entrepreneurs in Europe and America have thrived despite dropping out of college. After all, even Tommy, who has not completed elementary school, managed to secure a position. Compared to him, Xia's high school education is quite impressive. The feedback from her subordinates described her as intelligent, resourceful, and adept at leveraging her strengths. With scarcely a negative word to be found, Malcolm felt a mix of pride for his daughter's accomplishments and frustration over his son's lack of ambition. He accessed the group's surveillance system to check on his son and, after 10 minutes of searching, discovered Tommy joyfully chatting with the receptionist. In anger, he hastily took a dose of quick-acting heart medicine, begrudgingly cursing Oliver, who, despite appearing lifeless, was indeed alive. He recalled how obedient his son had been in his younger years, lamenting that it was this boy who had led him astray. Malcolm had informants within the Quinn Group, and Moira also had connections at the Merlin Group, so Tommy's performance on his first day was promptly reported to her. Observing the video conference where several branch managers were connected, Moira felt confident she had already secured victory in this unspoken competition. Watching Tommy's reckless behavior, she instinctively blamed him for influencing Oliver negatively, reminiscing about Oliver's once docile nature. Meanwhile, far away on the infernal island of South China, Oliver, unaware of being thought of, let out a loud sneeze. "Focus. You must learn to survive. Do you understand survival?" Yao Fei, with his long beard and wild hair, was guiding Oliver through the jungle. They had been together for over a month, and now Yao Fei had begun conversing with him in English. It was unclear what motivated this venerable man to rectify Oliver's spoiled demeanor and mold him into his successor. His teaching methods were rudimentary. Punishment was his primary approach. Most of Green Arrow's combat skills were ingrained through physical experiences, learned through countless beatings, with very few structured lessons. After wandering aimlessly, they caught a bird. Resolving their breakfast dilemma, Yao Fei continued to instruct Oliver in archery, yet Oliver found the notion of a modern individual learning archery absurd and resisted it mentally. Although he did not outright refuse to learn, he was apprehensive, and the effectiveness of his learning was rather questionable. Yao Fei's own daughter was well-behaved and had never encountered anyone so stubborn. Faced with this challenge, he could only persist with his methods until Oliver learned. Chapter 12. Changing faces for instruction. Little did Tommy know that his close friend was enduring a brutal trial in the jungle, while he himself was having an utterly dreadful day. Malcolm, perhaps inspired by Shia, sought to assess his son's problem-solving abilities by incessantly dispatching his subordinates with documents for Tommy's review. Assistant, the president requires your input on this document, one would say. Assistant, this pertains to the funding for the upcoming year. Please ensure you report back to the finance supervisor after your review. Another would add, Assistant, one of our employees has been detained by the police, and the legal department inquires whether bail is necessary. A multitude of such inquiries nearly overwhelmed Tommy, leaving him utterly perplexed. Why were there so many issues within his own conglomerate? How had they been managed in the past? Was it not customary for the responsible party to address their own matters? Gritting his teeth, he began his work, contemplating the prospect of reporting to the president, his own father. He was reluctant to confront him and decided to postpone that task. As for the financial allocations, he flipped through the 15 pages, nearly dozing off before he had even finished the first page. After splashing water on his face, he located the bail document, resolved to handle it personally. On one hand, he sought fresh air. On the other, Detective Lance, Laurel's father, was involved, making the situation somewhat more manageable. Upon arriving at the police station, the anticipated scene of a sorrowful son-in-law embracing his father-in-law did not materialize. Detective Lance showed no inclination to facilitate matters. Seeing Tommy reminded him of the son-in-law who had entangled his youngest daughter, Oliver, who had met a tragic fate at sea, though, in truth, she was still alive. As for Tommy, who was once again pursuing his eldest daughter, Lance harbored no goodwill towards him. In fact, had it not been for his sense of integrity, he might have apprehended Tommy himself. Overall, Tommy's day was steeped in gloom. Upon learning of his son's plight, Malcolm remained undeterred. He set himself a modest goal. After all, he had illicit funds and did not place much value on the conglomerate, harboring no fear of financial loss. He resolved to endure for a month to see how far his son could progress, while simultaneously preparing to test his daughter's mettle. While Tommy faced adversity, Xia was also experiencing her own fatigue over the past few days. The amalgamation of two souls had significantly enhanced her memory and mental fortitude. She was learning at a pace far exceeding that of the original narrative. However, the plethora of intricate matters within the conglomerate had surpassed her expectations. Even the 20th version of Xia was barely managing to keep up. This scenario revealed Moira's ruthless side. Although she loved her daughter, she was eager to ascertain the limits of her capabilities, thus assigning her tasks meant for 3 individuals. Xia's ability to exceed these expectations only deepened Moira's affection for her. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Xia traversed a narrow path, having just returned from a branch office in Star City. Considering the proximity to home, she opted to walk, contemplating the tasks awaiting her the following day. Suddenly, she sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. The surroundings were eerily silent, and she quickly discerned something amiss ahead. In a hushed tone, she instructed her bodyguard to halt and investigate a tree that appeared suspicious. Concealed within the underbrush and clad in black, Malcolm was taken aback. His skills in stealth, honed under the tutelage of a master ninja, were indeed formidable. It was no exaggeration to claim they were forged through rigorous training. After all, neither of the 2 Special Forces bodyguards seemed to have detected his presence. The fact that the young girl could discover this speaks volumes about her innate perceptiveness, a quality that enables her to surpass even elite soldiers without any training. Such exceptional talent is something I have only heard of in one individual, the world-renowned assassin, Lady Shiva, who has trained under a master of ninjutsu. In this timeline, Prometheus has yet to emerge, so Shiva retains her flawless record. My daughter is indeed remarkable. Malcolm deftly dispatched 2 darts, incapacitating the bodyguards, and emerged from behind the tree with a voice modulator in hand, ready to test his daughter's mettle. For one must understand that raw talent is futile without a steadfast character. With a couple of soft thuds, Sia was taken aback to see the bodyguards fall, and a figure clad in black stepping forth from behind the tree. An assassin from the League? But upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her father. I have seen this character in a television series. Even with this disguise, I still recognize you. What is he up to? Although she was aware of his identity, she could not reveal it. She could not approach him casually with, "Hey, Dad, have you eaten?" Instead, Sia feigned ignorance and calmly inquired, "Who are you?" "My identity is of little consequence. Do you comprehend the value of your life?" Malcolm's voice emerged, gravelly through the voice modulator. "This device is truly a treasure. I must acquire one for myself. As far as I recall, aside from Superman, who does not wear a mask, Nearly all heroes and villains possess one. I wonder how expensive it is, as my allowance is rather meager. Seeing that old Malcolm awaited her response, she contemplated for a moment and replied, I sense you harbor no ill intentions, at least none of murderous intent. Indeed, most heroes and villains are somewhat familiar to me. As long as I can identify their names, I can connect the dots. This distinction between benevolence and malevolence is the easiest to discern. You are an astute child. You possess great potential. Do you have any wishes? Such a trivial question, Sia mused. She surmised that he had come to impart skills, merely maintaining the guise of Malcolm, who seemingly lacks combat prowess. She had long anticipated this moment, and thus, she proclaimed with conviction, I desire strength to protect my family and myself. Life is arduous for women in this world. I need formidable power. This response was crafted with consideration of Malcolm's past experiences with loss, but to his ears, it resonated differently. In that moment, he felt an uncanny resemblance between himself and his daughter. Their thoughts mirrored one another almost identically. Had he possessed such awareness in his youth, perhaps his wife would have survived. He posed one final question, seeking to ascertain whether Sia could follow in his footsteps, abandoning the comforts of wealth in pursuit of power. Power requires sacrifice. Would you relinquish your fortune for it? I have heard you have been performing remarkably at the company this past month, even garnering commendations. Can you forfeit all of this? Upon hearing this, Sia inwardly scoffed. That company would eventually belong to us. Have I been exerting myself these past few days merely to gain your attention? Did you truly believe I came to liberate your productivity, to enhance development, and to foster cultural advancement? However, this question cannot be answered with absolute certainty. That would be somewhat disingenuous. Thus, Xia hesitated for a moment before stating that money can indeed transform into power, yet she yearned for her own strength even more. She felt exceedingly fragile, as a single bullet or a mere knife could strip her of everything. It was imperative that she alter this precarious state. Malcolm's wife had been tragically murdered during a free clinic in a poverty-stricken neighborhood, her life extinguished over a few $100s. Similarly, Batman's parents endured a comparable fate. As a billionaire was slain for a mere few bills, a grim reflection of life in the slums. Whether one deems them short-sighted or uneducated, they have indeed harmed many affluent individuals who wish to assist the impoverished. Those wealthy souls with a conscience have been eliminated, leaving only the nefarious behind. Upon hearing his daughter's response, which echoed the experiences of his late wife, Malcolm's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly overwhelming his composure. He uttered, "Come here tomorrow, and I shall teach you," before turning and hastily departing. Chapter 13. The past like smoke, uncertain of what had provoked her father. Xia felt confident that her answer aligned with his expectations. After all, the questions were limited, and she had pondered them for a month, crafting what she believed to be a flawless response. As for her father's abrupt exit, perhaps it was an attempt to project an air of mystery? She called home to arrange for someone to pick her up and to have the 2 bodyguards, who had been sleeping on the ground, removed. Next time, she would insist on better quality. Without martial skills, how could she ensure her own survival? Unbeknownst to her, her words had inflicted at least 1,000 points of damage upon her father. She distanced herself to remove her mask, while Malcolm gasped for breath, reminiscing about his youthful bravado and the phone call from his late wife in her final moments. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. In his earlier days, he had believed that wealth could procure everything. Had he possessed a wife with Xia's insight back then, she might not have departed from him. Stumbling back to the old Merlin estate, he locked himself in his room, clutching his wife's photo album and remaining silent throughout the night. At dawn, he inquired with the butler about Tommy, only to learn that he still had not returned home. With little inclination to address the matter, he resolved to give Tommy some time. He retrieved a box from the safe in his bedroom, clutched it to his chest, and instructed the driver to take him to the Queen Group. Upon arrival, he navigated the building with ease, far more familiar with it than his own company, thanks to Xia's constant engagement with social media. "Hey, Xia," Malcolm greeted softly as he approached her. Inside her office, Xia was engrossed in drafting a document. Hearing someone enter, she assumed it was a staff member and paid little mind. However, she quickly recognized the voice and looked up to find a middle-aged man gazing at her with intense fervor. What are you doing here?" Although they had met just the night before, she chose to feign ignorance, believing this to be their first encounter since the revelation of her identity. "Would you care to join me for a cup of coffee? I wish to have a meaningful conversation with you," Malcolm said earnestly. Xia also wished to engage him in conversation, hoping to alleviate his resentment towards the slums. Perhaps through some understanding, they could avoid a confrontation between him and Oliver. After all, a brother and a father were both dear to him. Nodding in agreement, they exited the building and found a CAF, ordering 2 cups to commence their lengthy discussion. "Child, He began, "You bear a striking resemblance to my late wife. Equally astute, youthful, and vibrant. It's almost comical, at times. I wonder if you are indeed her biological offspring, while Tommy is the child of Moira, for you are so much like her." Malcolm gazed earnestly into Xia's eyes as he spoke. Xia thought to herself, what nonsense. Surely, last night's words have affected him, causing him to feel a peculiar merging of his late wife's essence with your own presence. A fortunate misinterpretation, perhaps. You certainly did not say this in the original narrative. In the original storyline, you proclaimed me a born warrior. Listen to this. Are these the words of a father to his daughter? Such clumsiness in articulation. No wonder he remained a bachelor after his wife's passing. Could you share more about her with me? I have only seen her photographs through Tommy. Surely, that can't be wrong. After all, I have no intention of returning to work today. Moira's connections are numerous, and she should know the reason. We have nothing else to occupy our time. It is still working hours, and the CAF is relatively empty, so let us converse. We met on the train. Since my wife's death, I have not spoken of her, but today, it is rare to find someone willing to listen. I recounted our first meeting in detail, not pondering the potential absurdity of discussing a legitimate wife with an illegitimate daughter. At that time, she was providing free medical care in the slums. On her way home, she encountered a homeless man who robbed her without any animosity, merely for a few $100s. She collapsed in a pool of blood, calling me 3 times for help. Unfortunately, I was sulking and failed to answer. I had planned to pick her up that day. I despised myself. As Malcolm spoke, he pounded the coffee table with intensity, clearly harboring this burden for far too long. Xia, feeling a sense of empathy, contemplated whether Tommy's mother was indeed a good person. Certainly, she was. Fate had merely played a cruel joke on her. If she had possessed strength, such a tragedy would not have occurred. Xia became increasingly convinced that her chosen path was just. A woman navigating this chaotic world faced immense challenges and must possess her own power for self-protection. Gently patting Malcolm's hand, she reassured him, "She was so kind. I am certain she would forgive you." Her voice softened to a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz, partly due to unfamiliarity, yet also a lingering discomfort. Still, witnessing his pain urged her to offer solace. Malcolm was taken aback by her words, the joy on his face lingering briefly before fading. Stroking Xia's hair, he said, "Child, I know you sympathize with me. That is enough for my heart to swell with happiness. You need not acknowledge me as your father. You will always be Thea Queen. With your family and friends, everything that belongs to you. I shall remain in the shadows, silently supporting and protecting you, ensuring that no harm befalls you." This statement resonates deeply with Xia's thoughts. If she were to adopt the surname Merlin, the Quinn group would lose its inheritance rights, compelling her to contend with Tommy over the assets, which would be exceedingly troublesome. The current arrangement, where each child belongs to a different family, seems most suitable for now. She remains unaware of the dubious agreement made by their unprincipled parents. Malcolm produced a small box and placed it in Xia's hands. "This was a gift I once bestowed upon my wife. Today, I present it to you, hoping its brilliance continues to illuminate our path ahead." After speaking, Xia opened the box to reveal an exquisitely crafted necklace, featuring a silver chain adorned with a sky-blue gemstone that shimmered with a gentle lake-like hue as it swayed. Inscribed on the inner side of the chain were several words, none of which Xia recognized. This seemed to belong to a bygone era. The planned conversation urging Malcolm to relinquish his ties to the impoverished districts never materialized. He appeared intentionally evasive on this matter, which clearly troubled him. How could she offer him solace? Perhaps she ought to consult Batman. His experiences bore a striking resemblance to Malcolm's. Though he had lost both parents at a young age and ultimately found peace by letting go of his hatred. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. Batman was far too astute and possessed a rather dark psyche. He was known for employing intellect and technological weaponry to tackle both heroes and villains alike, and even the champions of justice were wary of him. It seemed wise to maintain some distance. Could she perhaps soften his heart through familial affection? Time was fleeting, and in this moment, Malcolm appeared to Xia not as a formidable force, but rather as a pitiful man seeking vengeance for his deceased wife. Chapter 14. The first encounter with Felicity. Unbeknownst to her, her mood had been subtly influenced, and she found herself disinclined to return to work. She picked up the phone and called her mother. "Mom, I'm just out here taking a breather. I want to be coming back." "Xia, has he said anything to you? Are you all right?" Moira's voice crackled with concern over the line. "I'm fine. We had a pleasant conversation," Xia replied, chuckling softly into the phone. Though indeed the discussion had gone well, she merely wished to reassure Moira and quell her worries. "My dear, no matter what decisions you make, know that your mother will always support you." "Thank you, Mom." After hanging up, Xia sighed deeply. To the world, Her parents might not appear virtuous, yet they had been nothing short of supportive to her. Regardless of the cost, she vowed to protect their lives. Meeting with Malcolm was scheduled for a martial arts lesson that evening, and with the morning still young, Xia decided to visit the library to broaden her understanding of the world. Just as she stood and turned to leave, she collided with a pink figure. Ouch! Who is this, rushing about? Xia exclaimed, her back hitting the coffee table, causing her to sit down again without any major harm. The other party involved in the collision was less fortunate. Sitting on the floor before her was a young woman clad in a pink dress and beige coat, with golden hair framing her face. She wore a pair of rectangular glasses, her expression one of confusion as she stared blankly at Xia, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. This individual appears strikingly familiar, with her distinctive hair color and expression, especially as she wears a name badge from the Queen group. She embodies a character I once cherished in a past life. Observing her in glasses, she exudes beauty. It is no wonder that the heroes Green Arrow, Flash, and Atom are utterly captivated by her. Xia, feigning aloofness with her arms crossed, inquired, Miss Felicity Smoke, could you enlighten me as to why you are here during working hours? She gestured around the surroundings as she spoke. The blonde Felicity, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, coffee? No, wait, I'm here to write a report. Yes, a report. Her manner of speaking was quite amusing, though she appeared somewhat dazed. She was indeed formidable, a key member of the future Green Arrow team and a top-tier hacker. However, she had turned over a new leaf. Now merely passing time at the Queen group. Whom are you writing a report for? I'm curious, Xia teased, pulling out her phone. Felicity, caught off guard by Xia's relentless questioning, began to glance around anxiously, pondering how to fabricate a name to later conjure a command through her hacking skills. Suddenly, it struck her that she need not respond. Who was this person, anyway? She promptly asked, Who are you? And why should I explain anything to you? Oh, this individual does not recognize me? Xia mused, realizing there were still corners of the group she had yet to explore, perhaps where Felicity had been napping during her rounds. Presenting her identification, Xia declared, Thea Queen? Who is this? Oh, Felicity exclaimed, drawing the attention of the CAF staff with her loud reaction. Xia nearly fainted. Felicity's dramatic demeanor was quite unsuitable for collaboration with someone prone to heart palpitations. Did I call you? Well, I suppose I did. You are the lady of the Queen family? Felicity said in disbelief, covering her mouth. Xia nodded, affirming her identity. Yet Felicity remained skeptical, producing her laptop and rapidly operating it to display an image, exclaiming, Is this you? I've always thought this photo was exceptionally beautiful. Xia glanced at the image. It was indeed a familiar scene, likely a photograph taken just days prior while she was indulging at a bar. Who took this? The angle is quite favorable, perfectly capturing my innate beauty and melancholic aura. Quite commendable. However, extracting this from a server in my presence seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Miss Smoke, where did you acquire this photo? Oh, I found it on a news site, Felicity stammered, realizing she might be in trouble, her fingers gesturing wildly as if Xia's photograph were plastered all over the streets. Miss Felicity Smoke, you achieved second place in the National Information Technology Competition at the tender age of 19 and obtained a master's degree in cybersecurity and computer science from MIT. I am somewhat familiar with your background. Thus, as the sole highly educated individual amidst the illiterates of the Green Arrow team, I remember your credentials quite well. Felicity found herself at a loss for words as the young girl before her effortlessly recounted her origins, without resorting to any digital devices for assistance. This revelation suggested that the Quinn group had indeed been monitoring her, which invoked a sense of trepidation within her as a leading hacker. Observing the subtle fear in Felicity's demeanor, Xia felt a surge of satisfaction. Such was the advantage of possessing intricate knowledge of the narrative. While she held countless plot lines in her mind, she refrained from divulging them in Malcolm's presence. Seizing the rare opportunity to showcase her understanding, she relished the moment. Shall we share a drink? My treat. Xia expressed her desire to forge a friendship with her. Felicity gestured towards the distant Quinn Tower, implying that Xia ought to return immediately. Xia laughed heartily. I too have ventured out for a bit of fun. You may be here for leisure, but I am here on business, Felicity insisted defiantly. Indeed, we are both engaged in our respective endeavors. Whatever you choose to drink, simply charge it to my account. This was Xia's guise of generosity. The tab had initially been recorded by Malcolm, and she had simply chosen to remain. Though Felicity harbored lingering doubts about Xia, she felt a sense of ease, believing she could navigate her existence anywhere, rendering her current work somewhat superfluous. The conversation flowed effortlessly as Xia shared amusing anecdotes about high-ranking executives, while Felicity reminisced about her university days. Their exchange was filled with joy, and upon discussing photographs, They resolved to conduct an on-site visit. Arriving at the bar, they fortuitously encountered the bar owner's mistress, perhaps his third or fourth, who was instructed to serve them drinks, allowing the two to continue their lively banter. Felicity, now observing the blonde in a modest skirt, recalled her own past of vibrant self-expression, once a punk with smoky makeup. She had transformed her appearance following her boyfriend's incarceration. Contrary to any aversion to bars, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with such establishments. As Felicity recounted her experiences, albeit the portions she was willing to share, Sia learned that she graduated high school at 16, university at 18, and obtained her master's degree by 20. Felicity was indeed a prodigious talent. You are quite astute, Sia. I completed high school in just 2 years, finding the entire experience rather mundane. University was where the excitement truly lay. Having abstained from alcohol for some time, Felicity found herself indulging a bit too much, her speech becoming less guarded. Sia felt a stirring of ambition as Felicity spoke. Previously, she had juggled corporate management and martial arts, deeming high school a waste of time and considering abandoning it altogether. However, Felicity's words inspired her, suggesting that she could expedite her educational journey. The American high school curriculum, spanning from 9th to 12th grade, was relatively straightforward, especially when compared to the academic rigors of other nations across the Pacific, which could only be likened to a sophomore level. Surely, she could excel in it. If all else failed, financial means could surely facilitate her passage, for the Quinn Enterprise had generously funded numerous university laboratories. Chapter 15. Hot Springs and Learning the Arts. Two remarkable women indulged in libations from the morning until the afternoon, their time seemingly ample. Yet their modest appetites curtailed their consumption. After a brief interlude for sustenance and a moment of repose, Xia suddenly recalled her commitment to seek her father in the grove for martial arts training. With a hint of alcohol still lingering, her focus was compromised. She felt unprepared. Thus, she summoned the bar owner to inquire about a bathing facility. "Do you presume this is a resort?" he retorted, though irked. He dared not refuse such a cherished patron and led Xia to a secluded bathing area he had specially excavated, mentioning it had never been open to the public. Felicity, initially intending to return home, learned of the complimentary bathing and joined without hesitation. The owner, uncertain of her relationship with Xia, refrained from intervening. Upon donning a bathrobe and entering the chamber, Xia was taken aback to discover a modest hot spring, encircled by a small wall. The pool was not expansive. Accommodating 4 individuals would be quite snug, and even 2 would be a challenge. Expecting a solitary bathing space, she was surprised by the arrangement. "Oh, little Xia, how cunning you are! We ought to have come here sooner," Felicity exclaimed, peering around, and, finding no onlookers, promptly discarded her garments and leapt into the pool, reveling in the experience. "Wow, her physique is truly admirable," Xia whispered to herself. After a brief moment, Felicity, noticing Xia's daze, grasped her hand and urged, "What are you staring at? Hurry and join me. You shouldn't soak in hot springs after drinking. It's said to be detrimental to health." Xia felt unprepared for such openness. Recalling this notion vaguely and hastily clarified, "We finished drinking 3 hours ago. That advice is primarily for those who are ill. A short soak won't harm us. Trust my scholarly knowledge." Reluctantly, Xia shed her bathrobe and entered the pool. There are no outsiders, but why are you still in your undergarments?" Felicity teased. "Wow, Xia, your skin is so smooth." With a playful giggle, she added, "Hee, Xia, you really are quite petite." The audacious Felicity playfully teased the future heroine, causing Xia's cheeks to flush crimson. The humid atmosphere and Felicity's nearsightedness mitigated the initial awkwardness, and soon, Xia discovered that a little drink followed by a nap and a soak was indeed delightful. Unbeknownst to her, this notion would herald the tradition of the female superhero alliance convening in hot springs, despite her constant reminders to avoid alcohol. Wonder Woman would always jest, "We are superheroes. What is there to fear?" Their light-hearted antics were innocent, and after a time, Felicity drove Xia to the thicket, where they bid farewell. Xia surveyed her surroundings. Malcolm had yet to arrive. Needing to stabilize her emotions, she found a large tree and sat cross-legged beneath it. In truth, Malcolm had arrived moments earlier. Throughout her day, he had been subtly observing her, having arrived 5 minutes ahead of her. Learning from his previous oversight, he was far more cautious this time, testing her awareness from a distance. Through a detailed comparison of several factors, it can be roughly estimated that Xia possesses an effective perception range of nearly 10 meters. In the selection criteria of the Assassin Alliance, a range of 5 meters is considered a sign of talent. The world's top assassin, Miss Shiva, seems to be capable of perceiving a distance of 20 meters, a skill honed through years of rigorous training. Apart from her sniper rifle, Ms. Shiva can completely evade any melee or ranged weapon. No one can ambush her. Although Xia has not yet reached this level, she believes that through her training, she can fully evade mid-range weapons such as arrows and throwing knives within her perception range, as well as dodge long-range pistol shots. Such remarkable talent is indeed astonishing. Seeing Xia sit motionless under the tree, Malcolm gained a certain understanding of her patience. Intelligent, gifted, patient, resilient, and young, her qualities elicited a tinge of envy within him. Emerging from behind the tree, he rasped, "Thea Queen, are you prepared to undergo training?" In truth, Xia had already noticed him. She merely chose to remain silent. Malcolm's estimation was slightly off. Her perception range was likely 12 meters. Originally, Xia was merely a sidekick hero with average abilities, yet still significantly stronger than the foot soldiers of the Assassin Alliance. Now, this enhanced version at level 20 possesses extraordinary capabilities. What appears to be a mere accumulation of numbers actually represents a tremendous leap in potential. Akin to the difference between running 100 meters in 10 seconds versus 5 seconds, seemingly a slight numerical difference, yet the disparity is vast. "I am ready, please instruct me. I fear no hardship." "Excellent. I see your determination. You may call me Black Arrow. Henceforth, I shall teach you various combat techniques. What would you like to learn first?" Malcolm stood with an air of authority, hands behind his back. Xia inwardly chuckled, wishing to learn the 72 transformations. However, she maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Since you claim to be Black Arrow, let us begin with archery. Show me your skill." Her words carried a hint of arrogance. "I traveled a great distance to instruct you, and you wish to test my abilities?" A more righteous hero might have stormed off, but Malcolm, being a villain, found a certain enjoyment in a bit of attitude. He looked down on those who were overly submissive. He retrieved a tube of tennis balls from his backpack and handed one to Xia, instructing her to randomly toss it into the air for him to shoot. "Oh, it seems Oliver practiced this way in the original storyline. You truly follow in a noble lineage." The ninja master taught old Ma, who now instructs her. Does that make her the third generation? In contrast, on her brother's side, the ninja master taught his daughter Talia, who passed her skills to Yao Fei, who then taught his daughter. When Oliver and Yao Fei's daughter practiced in the water, they illuminated the essence of archery with a flash of golden light. Wouldn't that make them fifth-generation disciples? Fortunately, the foreigner does not care about lineage. Otherwise, her brother would find it quite awkward to greet her in the future. The ninja master, having lived for over 800 years and reputed as the world's greatest gardener, has cultivated countless superheroes despite being an indestructible supervillain. Truly a poignant tale. Without a trace of concern for the ninja master, Xia tossed a tennis ball high into the air, her gaze fixed intently on Malcolm's feet and movements. With a sharp twang, a black feathered arrow embedded the tennis ball into the trunk of a tree. This maneuver was quite challenging, far more so than Oliver's shots aimed at a wall, for it required precise calculation of the arrow's landing point to ensure it remained on the trunk. Otherwise, a stray shot would be rather unsightly. It was no wonder that in the first season, old Malcolm outperformed Green Arrow with such ease. He truly surpassed him. Xia continued to launch tennis balls, varying the heights and angles of her throws. Malcolm, indeed in peak form as if aided by divine inspiration, produced a series of crisp sounds as the strings of his bow sang. Each arrow struck the center of the tennis balls with remarkable accuracy, nailing 9 of them to the tree trunk, one after another. "Incredible! I must learn this," Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Letting out a quiet sigh, it was evident that old Malcolm was performing above his usual capacity today. After all, he was nearing 50, and not someone who had trained in martial arts from a young age. His focus was unprecedented, driven by the desire not to disappoint his daughter. However, if Xia were to throw a few more balls, there was no guarantee he would still be able to hit them. This highlighted the greatest difference between him and Green Arrow: endurance. While Malcolm could surpass Green Arrow in short bursts of concentration, he could not maintain it for long. Green Arrow, being an unenhanced ordinary human, had proven his resilience throughout history. Chapter 16. The utility of perception. Standing upright with feet shoulder-width apart, Malcolm guided Xia in controlling the direction of her shot with her left hand while maintaining stability with her right. He instructed her to grip the string with her index, middle, and ring fingers, placing her index finger above the arrow's nock and the other 2 fingers below. Malcolm continually adjusted Xia's posture, correcting each mistake. As a master archer, his guidance was exceptional. He articulated the key points of each movement and the rationale behind them. Many can excel at a task themselves, but struggle to teach others. Malcolm was clearly not among such individuals. Xia held a red, low-poundage recurve bow, devoid of sights or stabilizers. One notable drawback for women is their natural disadvantage in strength compared to men. Despite the prevalence of female archers in games and anime, the reality of training is far more challenging. Lesser strength translates to diminished lethality. In ancient warfare, despite significant population losses, there were few instances of rulers recruiting women as archers. In the original narrative, Thea Queen, as a member of the Green Arrow team, was known for her rapid shots, perhaps hoping to offset her lower damage output with speed. Yet, her subsequent obscurity and even temporary withdrawal from the team indicated that this path was not viable. The future would unfold in due time. She had already begun to engage with her fate and was determined to alter the trajectory of her unsatisfactory life. Focusing her mind, Thea recited Malcolm's teachings, nocking an arrow and aiming at a large tree 10 meters away, where Malcolm had drawn a red circle in its heart. With a steady breath, she exhaled and inhaled, centering her focus on the red circle. In a swift motion, the arrow flew forth. In that moment of heightened concentration, Thea felt an ethereal connection, as if a part of her soared alongside the arrow's path. This shot was destined to hit its mark. With a sharp thud, the arrow firmly embedded itself within the red circle on the tree trunk, remarkably close to the center, a score of at least 7 or 8 points in competitive terms. Frankly, Malcolm felt a twinge of jealousy at this impressive feat, recalling his own grueling 3-day training under the ninja master to achieve such precision at a 10-meter target. To prevent his daughter from becoming overly proud, he presented her with a 20-meter target, signaling her to aim for it. As anticipated, Thea missed the mark. However, the deviation was less than Malcolm had expected, the arrow grazing the tree trunk as it flew past. This brought a sense of equilibrium to Malcolm's heart, prompting him to meticulously explain the nuances of archery. In truth, Thea's success with the first arrow was not a testament to her mastery of the skill, but rather a result of her extraordinary perception, allowing her to anticipate the outcome with uncanny accuracy. The entire 10-meter range lay within her awareness. With focus, hitting the target consistently was well within her capabilities. This was not a supernatural ability. Many individuals can intuitively predict the outcome of their shots in basketball, understanding that the ball will surely go in as soon as it leaves their hands. This phenomenon is merely a profound sense of intuition. However, the 20-meter distance exceeded her comfort zone. While she managed to maintain accuracy for the first 10 meters, the latter half predictably resulted in a miss, illustrating the considerable gap she still had to bridge compared to the seasoned archers. It was akin to Prometheus possessing a helmet that could download the martial arts skills of all fighters, just a click of a mouse to search for a target. An instant mastery followed. Such convenience was reminiscent of Neo learning martial arts in the Matrix, in stark contrast to her own arduous practice. Where could one find such a helmet? The comics did not divulge that secret. Listening patiently to Malcolm's explanations, Thea found his teaching exceptional. He elucidated several key techniques and habits with remarkable clarity. It was no wonder he was an esteemed graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No, rather, the renowned Nandalbat Martial Arts Academy. Thea absorbed this knowledge like a sponge, as the merging of their two souls not only expanded her perception, but also deepened her thoughts, accelerated her memory, and sharpened her reflexes. This holistic enhancement transformed her from a mere aspiring hero into one with the potential of a true hero. As the lesson drew to a close, Thea had already managed to hit the 20-meter target. Although she couldn't claim a perfect score, 9 out of 10 arrows found their mark, leaving Malcolm feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, this was only the first night of instruction. He recalled his own struggle to reach such a level, which had taken him a week of exhausting practice. Youth truly is a blessing. Silently crafting an excuse for his own inferior abilities compared to his daughter S, he walked her to the entrance of the Quinn mansion before returning home. Once home, he changed into casual attire and inquired of the butler, Tommy, whether he had returned. Not yet, sir. He left a message saying he had matters to attend to. The butler replied honestly. Malcolm scoffed lightly, suspecting that the boy had taken advantage of his absence to seek out Laurel for some frivolous escapade. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He felt utterly at a loss for how to guide the son left behind by his late wife. The boy lacked the intellect, courage, and resilience that defined Malcolm himself. And he couldn't shake the suspicion that the boy might not be his at all, especially in stark contrast to his daughter's formidable prowess. In truth, every individual possesses talent. It merely depends on whether one has the ability to unearth it. Consider, for instance, the fictitious realm of the Foot Basin Kingdom, where during the Second World War, Ishihara Kenai extolled the virtues of his nation's prime minister, Tojo, with fervent praise. If only he had been appointed as a warehouse keeper, he might have excelled at managing 5 machine guns. The implication being, To appoint him as prime minister is nothing short of ludicrous. Returning to Tommy's predicament, it is not that he lacks talent. Rather, he has yet to channel it appropriately. Upon Oliver's return to the city, he discerned Tommy's potential and encouraged his friend to open a bar. Indeed, Tommy flourished, and had it not been for Malcolm's cataclysmic intervention, he might have successfully launched a chain business. Malcolm, consumed by melancholy, gazed at his wife's photograph. Reminiscing about their shared moments, he resolved to grant Tommy another 6 months. Should there be no progress, he would allow him to pursue any endeavor he wished. He vowed to ensure Tommy's lifelong happiness and security, thus honoring the memory of his late wife in the afterlife. When Thea returned home, she discovered Moira waiting for her in the living room. She embraced her mother warmly, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm back." Moira had received word that Malcolm was training their daughter. Unaware that the trainer was none other than Malcolm himself, concerned that her pampered daughter might struggle, and fearful that Malcolm might inadvertently harm her, she anxiously awaited her return. In truth, she questioned the necessity of such training, for their household was affluent enough to afford any kind of protection without Thea enduring hardship. Seeing her daughter's joyful return, Moira felt compelled to ascertain Thea's feelings. "If you're too tired, you needn't go tomorrow. Mom is worried about you." Thea, recognizing her mother's concerned gaze, responded resolutely, "I am not afraid of hardship, Mom. I fear my inability to protect you in this home." "My poor child," Moira said earnestly, "I have vowed to respect your decisions. If there comes a day when you wish to cease your training, promise me you will tell your mother, all right?" "Okay, I understand," Thea replied with a smile, and the two embraced as they entered the bedroom. Chapter 17. The Weapons Development Department. Lying in bed, Thea sensed her mother's skepticism towards her decision, yet Moira refrained from voicing any objections, simply following her daughter's wishes. Unbeknownst to her, this world harbors peril, and Thea had awakened from nightmares on numerous occasions. From various intelligence gathered, it appears that Superman and Batman have clashed several times, with official reports indicating a stalemate. What does this signify? It suggests that Superman has entered a phase of black iron or postmodernity. Otherwise, Batman, no matter how formidable, would not yield such an ambiguous outcome. Reflect upon Superman of the Silver Age, and one comprehends his prowess. He could extinguish stars with a breath, annihilate solar systems with a sneeze, and manipulate multiple celestial bodies with his sheer strength, outpacing even the Flash and transcending temporal barriers while disregarding causality, ultimately leading to the demise of his own mother. Does this description evoke a sense of familiarity? Such abilities are typically reserved for protagonists in the climactic chapters of fantasy novels. Yet Superman embodies this level of power from his very inception. Should one not feel apprehensive? Even a super scion pales in comparison to his might, under such circumstances. How could Batman possibly contend? Thus, it is evident that Superman currently finds himself in a state of weakness. In truth, Shia is not particularly concerned about Superman's overwhelming strength. Rather, it is his diminished prowess that troubles her. Were a Superman of silver-tier caliber to safeguard the Earth, it would surely herald a period of tranquility, precluding any villainous uprising. She could relish the delightful days of being a beautiful CEO, engaging in playful games with Felicity. Alas, we now reside in an era rife with chaos, where wealth, if not transmuted into power, resembles a castle in the air, easily dismantled with but a gentle touch. It is imperative that she heightens her focus on the weaponry research department of her conglomerate, for there lie the essential resources she desperately requires. Perhaps she could even aspire to become a modern-day Iron Man, albeit the reality of secrecy necessitates solitary development or the enlistment of a select few aides. A large-scale collaboration with the Quinn Merlin Group for a 5-year plan would ultimately result in the military appropriating any breakthroughs. Even Tony Stark, under the protective aegis of S.H.I.E.L.D., surrendered a suit of armor. How much more so for her, who must rely on her own efforts. Nonetheless, Tony, a prodigy who entered MIT at 15 and graduated with dual doctorates by 18, managed to forge the first Iron Man suit in a cave. She, too, is 15, yet still has not completed high school. Such comparisons are truly disheartening. Although her aspirations of becoming Iron Man remain firmly in the realm of dreams, Shia must return to her routine of commuting from the small woods to her workplace the following day. As for her high school graduation, Moira has invested considerable resources in technical pursuits and lobbying efforts, yielding notable results. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will likely enroll in Princeton's electrical engineering program next year. Moira wholeheartedly supports her daughter's ambition to attend a prestigious institution, believing it far more beneficial than learning the art of efficient combat. Regarding her daughter's choice of engineering over fields typically favored by women, such as journalism or biopharmaceuticals, she gives it little thought. After all, while there may be few women studying mechanical engineering in the United States, they certainly exist. Malcolm adopts a nonchalant stance but assists in smoothing out some connections, believing that acquiring knowledge is always advantageous. He ponders whether Tommy's troublesome behavior stems from a lack of education and considers having him join Xia in her studies. However, upon comparing their academic performances, he dismisses this notion. Tommy, with his elementary-level skills, is better off remaining in Star City to avoid embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Xia, she has inadvertently created a bit of trouble for Tommy as she strolls through the weaponry research department of the conglomerate, an activity she might generously call an inspection, but more accurately described as aimless wandering. She encounters Dr. Hoffman. "What is this?" she inquires, pointing to an object reminiscent of Magneto's helmet. The elderly gentleman, with his thinning white hair, feels somewhat displeased by the presence of this heiress in his domain, particularly as he is now tasked with coordinating the department following the inexplicable disappearance of Supervisor Andre. He hesitates, not daring to offend the future scion of the Enterprise, and vaguely explains, "This is a positioning helmet. You may understand it as something akin to radar." In truth, the device bears little resemblance to radar, but he hopes to hastily gloss over the matter to avoid further inquiries from this inquisitive young lady. Radar? Westia felt a bit bewildered, observing the round object. She noted its pleasant texture and wondered how it could relate to radar. It seemed yet another instance of underestimating her due to her limited education. Choosing to disregard the mention of radar, she focused on the matter at hand, inquiring whether it was a positioning helmet and how it functioned. Dr. Hoffman felt a twinge of frustration, recognizing his own naivety in revealing the true name of the device. Even a layperson could discern its peculiarities. He could only honestly admit that it was derived from calculations utilizing probability distribution algorithms. He mused that this young girl was about to witness the depth of his expertise. Although Westia had never encountered such grand terminology, she politely asked what exactly could be computed. The old man, now somewhat disinterested, muttered that it calculated the surrounding bioelectric fields. Westia, having perused a few casual texts, recognized the term and wondered if it was akin to the passive electric field positioning method employed by sharks. "Oh, the young lady is quite perceptive," Dr. Hoffman thought. Isn't it typical for children her age to be out drinking at bars? He hadn't anticipated that this young lady from the corporation would so astutely identify the crux of their research, which piqued his interest, prompting him to elaborate on his proud creation. "Miss Quinn, you are correct. We analyzed the predatory behaviors of sharks. They possess large bodies yet suffer from diminished eyesight. Throughout their extensive evolution, they have developed the ability to control a unique form of bioelectricity, allowing them to assess the availability of food nearby. If a target attempts to escape, they can pursue it over distances of up to 10 kilometers. Our innovation stems from this very characteristic." Listening to the old man's explanation, Westia interpreted it through the lens of gaming terminology, likening it to a hunter-s marking technique. So long as the individual remains alive, they can be tracked on the map. Quite advanced indeed. She wondered if she could make use of this invention. Noticing Westia's enthusiasm as she listened intently, Dr. Hoffman felt a surge of satisfaction. This young lady was among the few high-ranking executives who genuinely valued their efforts. After years of research yielding numerous results, he still felt a sense of guilt toward the corporation, as he failed to see how their studies contributed to national production. Each year, he sought funding without presenting tangible outcomes. "This is an underwater lighting device. Conventional equipment can only illuminate up to 100 meters, whereas ours maintains visibility at 500 meters. This is a miniature missile designed for both ground and aerial targets. Although its size has been reduced, its range has also decreased, and we are currently working on improvements. This is a rescue device capable of being remotely controlled at speeds of up to 400 kilometers per hour, transporting approximately 1 ton of supplies." As Dr. Hoffman continued his presentation, Westia's eyes widened in amazement. However, many of the inventions lacked commercial viability. After scrutinizing the devices for a while, she concluded that only the underwater searchlight might fetch a decent price, yet the consumer base was too limited to yield substantial profits. Recouping the initial investment seemed an arduous undertaking. Chapter 18, A Confession? Throughout an entire day, Westia gained a comprehensive understanding of the weapons development department, which she found to be rather disorganized and chaotic. Ideas seemed to arise spontaneously, and although she desired to contribute, she realized she could not simply take these devices away. The modern corporate system has its drawbacks, as it imposes rigid regulations in various aspects. Even if one ascends to the presidency, One must remember that the company's assets do not belong to the individual. Batman's equipment, for instance, was procured through collusion with the company's president, resulting in illicit financial maneuvers. It seems he even engaged in the audacious act of pilfering his own gear. While this notion was amusing in the film, it becomes disheartening when one finds themselves in a similar predicament. One cannot nonchalantly approach the inventory manager and request, in the spirit of a more humane workplace, "I would like to requisition a couple of missiles." Nor can one whimsically ask for 5,000 rounds of ammunition to adorn an office. Moreover, one lacks the facilities to process such items, and while the future Oliver might find utility in the operations of Queen steel manufacturing and welding, the ever-watchful Moira leaves little room for such endeavors. In the ensuing days, Thea persistently visited the research department, relishing the opportunity to glimpse the projects. Even if she could not physically acquire anything, Dr. Hoffman, recognizing the young heir's unconventional interests in explosives and rockets rather than diamonds and gala events, did not voice any objections. Their conversations meandered, and time passed leisurely. Moira, fully aware of her daughter's activities, pondered whether Thea was still grappling with past traumas. After all, what kind of daughter takes an interest in military ordnance? Malcolm, on the other hand, perceived no significant issues. He himself was teetering on the brink of madness, merely confirming his daughter's fascination with certain weaponry. Analysis from his advisors suggested that her interests lay in high-tech, high-destructive potential weapons. Was she contemplating apocalyptic ambitions? His intentions were merely to obliterate the slums, yet it seemed his daughter, inheriting his bloodline, was even more radical. Finally, after a morning spent discussing medium-range missiles with Dr. Hoffman, Moira could no longer remain idle. She decided it was time to assign her daughter some responsibilities, commonly referred to as adding a burden. "Thea, take a look at this document. The company plans to expand the software department. It's a positive development. Proceed with it." Thea was puzzled. "Why involve me in this?" "I intend for you to oversee the establishment and subsequent operations of the software department," Moira thought to herself, knowing that Queen Enterprises, a titan in the steel industry, had its resources primarily allocated to tangible industries. The software department was essentially a shell with no substantive assets. She could take her time figuring it out. Moreover, without experience in artificial intelligence, Thea's endeavors might prove futile. However, Thea was less contemplative and more exhilarated at the prospect of finally wielding some authority. No longer relegated to a mere assistant fetching water, a role far too mundane for her character, she was thrilled at the thought of being self-sufficient and in charge. "Where will I be working?" she inquired, noticing the company rooms were fully occupied and she had yet to see a sign for the software department. "You may select your own office space from properties owned by the company. Everything hinges on your initiative. Let your mother witness your capabilities," Moira encouraged. "Is this for real?" Thea felt overwhelmed by the abundance of good news. Independence? The freedom to choose her location? Without further ado, we have secured the future base of the Green Arrow. We shall advise him to seek alternative accommodations. However, it is prudent not to disclose our intentions regarding a particular location just yet. We must first feign a casual inspection. At present, I acknowledge your message and pledge to strive for commendable results. I have received authorization to assemble a software department with 10 selected employees, while the remaining personnel will be recruited independently. With a cheerful tune, Xia departed from the president's office. Observing her daughter's content demeanor alleviated Moira's anxieties. Why say again? Because this daughter possesses an eccentricity that is both admirable and intimidating. She is diligent in her work, committed to her studies, and relentlessly ambitious. Look at Tommy, who continues to coast through his days at Merlin Group, playfully teasing the receptionist, never uttering the daunting phrases of martial arts or missile research. Picking up the phone, I instructed my secretary to arrange a family trip to Europe for Dr. Hoffman of the Weapons Development Department, encouraging him to take his family along. With all expenses covered by the company, on one condition: do not return for 3 months. Dr. Hoffman's wife had passed away years ago, and upon learning of the company's offer, he seized the opportunity to travel with his 2 sons, daughter, and a dog, embarking on a European adventure. Ultimately, he found his soulmate in the Aegean Sea, filled with gratitude towards the company, though that is a tale for another time. Unbeknownst to her, Xia's actions have facilitated a romantic encounter for her new friend. Returning to her desk, she perused the documents once more, feeling as though fortune favored her. If she were to face challenges in other departments, software would be different. After all, she was acquainted with Felicity. With her unparalleled skills as a top-tier hacker, there was no software she could not conquer. The two had become quite close friends after sharing drinks, a rather peculiar bond for 2 women. Yet the camaraderie fostered over a table of libations knows no gender boundaries. Though she had yet to visit Felicity in her office area, Xia hoped for her assistance. Would Felicity be willing to abandon her laid-back position to accompany her on this venture? Xia felt a peculiar unease, torn between anticipation and doubt. Perhaps Felicity's refusal would not be catastrophic. After all, there was always the option of a directive. How amusing. Felicity's workplace was indeed remote, located within the company's information technology group for document management. After a thorough search for the nameplate, Xia finally discovered the department nestled in a corner on the second floor, seemingly cloaked in invisibility. Xia wagered that she had overlooked this spot during her many visits. At that moment, the future Sentinel, Miss Felicity Smoke, was dozing at her desk, having removed her glasses. The girl had clearly indulged in her lipstick, evidenced by the drool that had stained her sleeve a vivid red. Gently rapping on the desk, Xia called out, "Hey, wake up. Don't sleep any longer." Groggily, Miss Smoke opened her eyes, squinting at her visitor before donning her glasses to scrutinize Xia. "Is it time to clock out? Are you here to invite me for drinks?" she inquired. Xia was taken aback. Was this girl a secret drinker? Such a penchant had not been suggested in the narrative. Was she not a homebody? Caught in the whirlwind of emotions, Xia blurted out, "Felicity, would you care to join me?" Felicity's face bore an expression of utter bewilderment. She seemed utterly dazed, murmuring, "Are you confessing your feelings for me? I need to think this over." Xia was on the brink of insanity, exclaiming, "How can you misunderstand my English like this? What kind of thought process are you following?" Upon further reflection, she realized it was not entirely Felicity's fault. Her own question had been somewhat ambiguous. Chapter 19. Recruiting allies. Xia hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant. It's actually like this," and launched into a lengthy explanation. Felicity, tilting her head and staring at her, seemed uncertain whether she had grasped her words, slowly replying, "Do you have ulterior motives towards me?" Goodness, how did this girl become so perceptive all of a sudden? Wasn't she always rather confused? Xia inadvertently revealed a flicker of surprise that Felicity promptly detected. "Huh, I knew it. Little Xia, you're not being entirely honest." Snatching the computer, she began typing furiously. "Oh, would you look at that? Our state laws actually permit such a marriage. Were you planning this all along?" Xia stood there, wide-eyed, watching Felicity as she rummaged through peculiar information, occasionally muttering, "But you're still quite young. You must be 16 to do this. Perhaps I could help you alter your identity?" The firewall is terribly inadequate. She had never contemplated such matters before. It seemed more thrilling than anything a man could offer. Was it possible she had tendencies in this direction? Oh dear, such a marriage cannot take place in a church. But I am Jewish, so that detail can be overlooked. Gazing vacantly at Felicity, who was lost in her own thoughts, Xia felt her face flush as she pondered how this misunderstanding had arisen. She had merely intended to enlist Felicity's assistance. How had it transformed into such a notion? And what was this about a church? Where was she supposed to go? Despite repeated explanations, Felicity remained unconvinced, stubbornly believing that explanations were merely veils for deception and expressing a willingness to explore a deeper relationship. To be candid, Felicity appeared somewhat unreliable, yet she possessed an undeniable allure. Her stammering was merely a result of her mind racing ahead of her words. In the original narrative, she had captivated both Green Arrow and Adam, and her own prowess was remarkable. Xia found her delightful, but merely sought her aid, feeling a desperate need for talent. Not this kind of desire. At that moment, Xia stood before her desk, catching a glimpse of something soft just below her collar. Suddenly, she realized she was indulging in fanciful thoughts. What was she thinking? She quickly interrupted Felicity's chaotic musings. In no time, Felicity had begun researching vacation spots that would not infringe upon local laws. "Stop, please. I just wanted to ask for your help. We can discuss those matters later." Xia harbored thoughts of sacrificing her own dignity to draw Felicity closer, regardless of whether it was a suit of armor or some other technological marvel. All relied on software support. If a misunderstanding had occurred, let it be so. She had nothing to lose, after all. As for the future of the Green Arrow team lacking computer support, that was no concern of hers. If there is indeed a sense of guilt within her heart, Xia remembers that there is a superpowered individual in Central City who can control bees and possesses commendable computer skills, second only to Felicity. She can recommend him to Oliver when the time comes. Moreover, Felicity's father and ex-boyfriend are both exceptionally skilled, and aside from this charming young woman, the entire Fell family trio could certainly lend their expertise to Green Arrow. Xia considers herself quite generous. The fact that the aforementioned individuals are deemed villains does not concern her at all. Felicity, with her arms crossed, gazes at Xia, clearly suspecting ulterior motives. "What is it?" she inquires. Xia nearly faints. She has already explained herself twice, yet this girl has not absorbed a single word, completely enraptured in her own fantasies or perhaps delusions, utterly oblivious to what has been said. Thus, she reiterates her plan to establish the software department. Fearing disbelief, she even shows Felicity Moira as command. Felicity, with mouth agape, points at herself. Me? What can I do? At this juncture, she has just stepped away from her previous life as a hacker, occasionally still engaging in some infiltrations, but more out of habit than purpose. She has yet to find her footing for the future, lingering in a phase of uncertainty regarding her direction. Initially, Xia intended to operate independently, but soon realized the plethora of challenges was too overwhelming to tackle alone. The first person who came to mind for assistance was Felicity, whose character is undoubtedly impeccable. Although the timing may seem premature, it is still opportune to unveil her plans. Trust and friendship are reciprocal. Connecting her phone to Felicity's computer, Xia elaborates on her strategy. Through discussions with Dr. Hoffman during this period, she has discerned the purposes of most equipment in the weapons department, identifying several highly technical yet socially harmless tools. With her imaginative flair, she has concocted an idea that has materialized on Felicity's computer, the original Marvel Green Goblin hoverboard, which Xia intends to dye red and rename the Red Arrow skateboard. Originally, Thea Queen bore the titles of Red Arrow and Quickshot. The latter implies a petty thief, an unflattering connotation, so she opts for Red Arrow instead. At least for now, this is her plan, as she grapples with naming difficulties. Utilizing the rescue equipment she has previously encountered as a foundation for modification, this apparatus can achieve speeds of 400. With a weight capacity of 1 ton, capable of levitation and flight, perfectly aligning with her requirements. She intends to eliminate the remote control system in favor of brainwave control. This necessitates another piece of equipment, the shark tracking helmet previously introduced, retaining its tracking capabilities while reversing the memory of Xia's bioelectric field to facilitate brainwave control. This will require Felicity to write extensive programming to execute the commands. Lastly, there is the matter of procuring the anti-gravity suit that would render Mr. Andre a human conduit. Xia has calculated that this suit can withstand the internal pressure exerted on the organs at a velocity of 400. Combining the aforementioned components results in a rudimentary version of the Red Arrow skateboard. As for the weaponry system, it is rather laughable. These items can be excused for their purpose, yet missiles possess a singular function, primarily causing destruction. Xia cannot fathom any alternative uses, especially since she is merely 15 and lacks a firearms license. Should she approach Moira to inquire about acquiring 2 missiles to compare their differences with a T-egg? This seemingly simple equipment has demanded immense effort from Xia. In contrast to Mr. Tony Stark, who forged the Mark I from a heap of scrap metal in a cave, Xia can only surmise that it was divine intervention, as such feats do not adhere to the laws of physics. Even geniuses must have their limits. Felicity, with her large eyes gleaming, exclaimed to Xia, "This invention is truly magnificent. You are remarkably clever. Let us commence our work." This young lady, destined to forge a friendship with the amusing Siskleman, possesses an ardent passion for technological weaponry, embodying the adage that while one may adore beauty, one must also cherish armament. Although the plan is rather meticulous, action cannot be taken haphazardly. Discretion is paramount. Just because Felicity is trustworthy does not imply that others are as well. The 2 women drove to the now-abandoned Queen Industries Steel and Welding Company, which Xia has resolved will become her domain in the future. The premises still house various processing equipment and welding machines, carelessly strewn across the floor. Chapter 20. Establishing a secret base. This factory boasts a substantial basement, the purpose of which remains a mystery, but now it serves Xia's interests. She selected several lightweight and functional pieces of equipment and welding machines, and the 2 women exerted immense effort to hoist the larger items onto a cart, stumbling as they maneuvered them into the basement. Fortunately, both women, being of Western descent, possessed considerable strength, at least more so than their Asian counterparts in the same world. Felicity, appearing as a typical homebody, nonetheless had considerable heft. Her determination and fierce demeanor rendered her quite formidable. Xia, having trained with Old Ma for several months, had also seen an increase in her strength, although Felicity remained the primary laborer due to her age. Once the equipment was set up and calibrated for use, Xia, having recently delved into processing literature, aspired not to reach the proficiency of an 8th-level machinist or 9th-level welder like Tony Stark. But she recognized the necessity of mastering these foundational skills for the sake of her future Iron Man suit and the current Red Arrow skateboard. The entrance to the basement was sealed and camouflaged, ensuring that the exterior would serve as the software department's office, while the concealed chamber would become their secret base. The 2 women leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Xia held a degree of admiration for Oliver, pondering how he could manage such tasks alone in the future, given their exhaustion. Indeed, his robust arms were a testament to his strength. Felicity, lacking enthusiasm, remarked, "I am so tired, Xia. Let us go soak in a hot spring." "Surely not. We must still go." Xia recalled their previous experience with a hint of trepidation, yet a flicker of excitement coursed through her. What was this exhilaration? Firmly, she rejected the notion of indulging in such decadence, asserting her intention to return and report to Moira, instructing her not to be idle. Although it was merely a guise with no grand intentions, a fundamental framework had to be established. The task of recruiting software engineers was entrusted to Felicity, for who better than a top-tier hacker to discern quality talent? In the subsequent days, Xia found herself exceedingly busy, cleverly justifying the procurement of several essential pieces of equipment. Concurrently, she reported to Moira the software department's pressing need for robust computers, securing a substantial budget, which involved a rather convoluted process of creative accounting. In their clandestine base, she facilitated the installation of a formidable server array for Felicity. The former hacker-turned-recluse was utterly thrilled. Indeed, it is often the loss of something once cherished that renders it truly valuable. Observing Felicity's radiant smile, Xia mused that now, requesting her to engage in slightly embarrassing tasks would likely meet no resistance. With a mischievous thought, Xia fetched a bucket of paint, 2 brushes, and a spray bottle, assigning Felicity to one wall while she took the other, determined to tidy up the secret chamber. Xia recognized her own tendencies towards obsessive-compulsive behavior. Perhaps the future Oliver would be indifferent to the surroundings, having endured such chaos for over a year. Yet, she could not abide the disorder, as the secrecy of their hideout must be preserved, leaving the painting task solely to the two of them. Felicity, blissfully engrossed in her computer work, could never have anticipated this turn of events. How is it that a graduate of MIT found herself undertaking such menial, albeit promising labor? Xia had visited her apartment, where the young woman's laziness was evident. She would only empty her overflowing trash bin when it was absolutely necessary. Without someone to nudge her, she could easily have drifted through life, waiting for sustenance to arrive. Despite her internal turmoil, Felicity could not refuse the proposal to paint the walls. To her, it was a task that could be undertaken or neglected at will. True to her usual disposition, she would have opted for the latter, but seeing Xia, the heiress, rolling up her sleeves to paint, she felt compelled to join her, begrudgingly changing into work clothes to assist in the wall painting. No, not equipping weapons, but painting walls. As she painted, Felicity muttered under her breath about moving machines, installing doors, and painting walls. What had happened to the promised advanced weaponry modifications? A charlatan? Xia pretended not to hear, unable to tolerate the messy environment any longer. Initially, she had indeed feared that managing these tasks alone would prove too daunting. Hence her decision to enlist Felicity's help. The differing standards between genders regarding their surroundings certainly contributed to the challenges faced by female heroes. Establishing a base was undeniably fraught with difficulties. Just look at Batman. He merely found a cave to make do, without engaging in such tedious tasks. After much toil, the environment had improved significantly, at least to a tolerable degree. After utilizing Felicity as a laborer for 2 days, Xia found it impossible to continue refusing her proposal to soak in a hot spring. Thus, with a spirit of camaraderie, she accompanied her, though the details of their experience below the neck remain unspoken here. To paraphrase the words of the venerable Master Suzhu, the entire affair was splendid, absolutely delightful. An indescribable joy. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. The preliminary preparations of the software department were nearly complete. Although Xia wished to prolong this state indefinitely, she harbored no interest in the software or hardware departments. She had only just begun assembling her skateboard, while Felicity was diligently crafting a new algorithm for brainwave acquisition. Moira firmly rejected Xia's suggestion to postpone for another month, insisting that she commence her work immediately. The leadership was resolute in their decision to launch without delay, leaving the 2 young women no choice but to temporarily set aside their respective tasks. Xia, having appointed Felicity as her deputy, felt a sense of pride in the title. Though the reality was that only 3 individuals had been brought in from the group, the others either lacked capability or were overly fixated on the 2 women, pondering inscrutably. Among the 3 subordinates, 2 were women of modest attractiveness, both exceedingly slender, such that a strong wind could easily carry them away. The lone male spoke in a soft voice, exuding an aura of inherent weakness, which made Xia think she could easily overpower him tenfold if necessary. Xia briefly conveyed the group's significance regarding the new department. However, the desolate surroundings, the vast, empty factory space, oil stains in the corners, and the rattling windows in the breeze rendered her words utterly impotent. Observing her frail subordinates, while they could not be compared to Malcolm's legion of followers, it was nonetheless a beginning. With unbridled ambition, Xia declared the commencement of operations. Soon, Xia's inaugural day as head of the department was spent idly perusing newspapers and drinking tea, for there was indeed little to occupy her time. Quinn Group, established through steel smelting, boasted connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, employing a cadre of burly subordinates capable of performing any task. The company's origin was far from glorious, and its demand for software was virtually non-existent. Xia pondered whether her days would consist of sleeping during daylight and laboring at night. While such a routine was feasible, it felt like a grievous waste of her precious time, especially since more than half of her initial 5-year plan had already elapsed. Groggily, she rose to seek out Felicity, only to find the situation had reversed entirely from their time at the group. Back then, Felicity would sleep while Xia toiled tirelessly. Now, Xia found herself utterly unoccupied. Surely, she could not erect a target to practice archery before her 3 subordinates, for they would likely flee if she attempted such a thing. Felicity, however, faced no such dilemma. Her work on the brainwave acquisition software was not only unobjectionable, but could be conducted at any moment, unbeknownst to others who merely perceived her efforts as impressive. Chapter 21. Facial Recognition Software. When Xia finally found Felicity, the young woman was simultaneously manipulating 3 keyboards, her chair spinning as she fervently typed away. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, Xia observed her intense focus and felt a pang of guilt for interrupting her dedication. "Hey, let us go grab a coffee," she suggested. Without turning her head, Felicity replied, "Not now, I'm busy. You go entertain yourself." One cannot abandon their responsibilities, even in moments of carefree leisure. Instead, one might take a seat beside her, resting an arm around her shoulder. "I have matters to discuss with you." Felicity paused her work. Concern etched across her face as she wondered what arduous task awaited her. Indeed, the burdens of capitalism had turned her into a homebound individual. Shadows cast by days of labor. In days of yore, even Zhuge Liang, before his rise to prominence, toiled in the fields without a hint of complaint. Your situation is far removed from his. Despite her internal criticism of the educational standards at MIT, Xia maintained her discourse about external affairs, gesturing towards the spacious factory area. Now the software department's office space. Shouldn't we seek some tasks to undertake? As the heir, I cannot present nothing in terms of achievements, Xia lamented. What could we possibly do? Felicity implied that their company, a mere transformation from a previous gang, lacked areas requiring software control. Hadn't they always prioritized enhancing their hardware facilities to maintain their competitive edge? Wouldn't investing in more physical tools yield better results? Xia softly inquired if Felicity, being quite adept, had any elementary software to offer her, which could engage the others outside and help her meet her obligations. Felicity tapped her right hand against her left, her petite nose lifted with insight. "Just wait," she exclaimed, retrieving a document from her computer, clicking a few times, and soon the printer whirred to life. In no time, 3 sheets of paper were handed to Xia. "These are some result catalogs from my university days. See if there's anything useful, though I doubt their practicality." Her voice, once fervent, dwindled to a whisper. Xia scrutinized the papers and confronted a harsh reality. Though she recognized each letter, the collective meaning eluded her. What is all this? Is being a master's degree holder truly impressive? The phrases read: computational formulas for secondary ion mass spectrometry, framework agreements for tracking trends and flavor chains, algorithms for strings and wavelength recognition methods. No wonder Oliver had distanced himself. A certain individual, having dropped out of elementary school, shared little common ground with her. A master's graduate. Beyond their shared interest in sports, they had no deeper connection. The absence of intellectual discourse, Xia mused, must surely have been the catalyst for their eventual separation. This stark truth underscores the necessity of continual learning. Otherwise, even the most illustrious aura will not retain a beloved. Recalling a detail from the narrative, it seemed there might be a software application relevant to her needs. With a clap of her hands, she exclaimed, "Found it! The facial recognition cross algorithm." The sudden outburst startled Felicity, who turned to Xia with a bewildered expression. "Are you all right?" she asked. I'm fine, Xia replied, pointing to the algorithm. "To what extent have you studied this?" "This is used by hackers. Be cautious, little Xia. Misuse could lead to chaos," Felicity warned, her concern palpable. "My plan is as follows. I do not intend for commercial use. Rather, I aim to develop this technology to either sell or donate it to the police for the purpose of combating crime." "To what extent have you conducted your research?" Can you accurately identify suspects? The facial recognition software is indeed a proud creation of Felicity Smoke, which is shown brightly in both Arrow and the Flash. In truth, its efficacy is greatly enhanced when paired with mobile location tracking. However, Thea is reluctant to fully disclose this aspect. Additionally, mobile tracking raises numerous concerns regarding personal privacy, and it is prudent to avoid this sensitive area for now. While the commercial use of this software poses significant risks, it could be invaluable to law enforcement or military applications, thereby enhancing reputation, especially considering the less than stellar reputation of the Queen Group in the past. Thea harbors even greater ambitions. If she were to take over the Queen Group, her mother, who finds herself with too much free time, could be encouraged to run for senator or mayor. Their political foundations are rather shallow, and Moira bears striking similarities to a former First Lady of the United States who later became Secretary of State. Possessing an undeniable political charm, to remain within the confines of the group would be an underutilization of her talents. Though it may seem premature to speak of such matters, a good reputation requires meticulous cultivation. Who knows when it might prove useful? At this moment, Felicity also finds Thea's suggestion to be quite feasible. At her core, Felicity is a kind-hearted individual who cannot abide the various evils around her. Her eventual attraction to the Green Arrow stems from the noble actions he undertakes, which inspired her to silently follow Oliver for 5 years. Hearing that the software she originally developed as a hacker could now be utilized to combat crime fills her with immense joy. After much deliberation, the two ultimately decide that Felicity will provide the initial version of the facial recognition algorithm, while Thea will purchase it in the name of the group, ensuring it is not used for commercial purposes. The specific valuation will require assessment by the group, and initially, Felicity does not seek monetary compensation. However, Thea candidly exposes her excessive habit of changing outfits 3 times a day and swapping earrings daily, making her realize the significance of money, especially since these funds could be directed towards the construction of a secret base. "Isn't this money meant for me?" Felicity exclaims. Her mouth agape. She had always assumed Thea's earnest counsel was merely a means to provide her with additional funds, insisting she did not want any, while secretly contemplating how to spend the money once it was in her possession. "Ahem, it is indeed for you, at least for the most part," Thea replies, feeling slightly embarrassed. While Moira can turn a blind eye to others, she is excessively strict with her own daughter. Thea has had little opportunity to manage substantial funds, and with so many expenses tied to the Red Arrow skateboard, she recognizes this rare opportunity. As the saying goes, heaven bestows gifts upon those who seize them. Thus, she resolves to be assertive in her requests. Having successfully persuaded Felicity, Thea hastens to the president's office. Upon encountering Moira, she extols the advanced capabilities of the facial recognition software, subtly hinting at the importance of presenting it to the police for enhancing their family's image. Moira's level of awareness was exceptionally high. She quickly grasped Thea's intentions. There was no need for further discussion. No one would refuse an opportunity to enhance their own image. With a flourish of her pen, she allocated a budget of $1 million. As for how much her daughter privately gave Felicity, she did not inquire, understanding that her daughter had recently formed a commendable friendship. To her, this was a positive indication of Thea's normalization, allowing her to gradually bring her own matters with Walter to the forefront. Chapter 22. Star City Police Department facial recognition software was entrusted entirely to Felicity, who was instructed to lead her team, essentially the 3 subordinates who had developed an initial version to be handed over to the police. Why the initial version? Felicity was puzzled as to why the best was not utilized. Wasn't the goal to combat crime? Wouldn't providing the highest version eliminate the possibility of ongoing collaboration with the police? A one-time transaction was never Thea's objective. She sought to maintain a long-term, amicable relationship with law enforcement. As the cooperation between the police and the Quinn Group continued, their public image would naturally be elevated. Of course, such sentiments could not be shared with the justice-driven Felicity. Thea provided another rationale. If the highest version were given, they would certainly suspect whether illegal activities had been conducted using this software. Could Felicity honestly claim she had not engaged in such actions? It was evident that she had. The servers Felicity had infiltrated exceeded the number of lives Malcolm had taken. With nothing to do, she would often monitor a satellite to observe those around her, seeking out others' privacy, including the senator's mistress and other transgressions that could cumulatively warrant a decade behind bars. In truth, 10 years did not intimidate her. Being reclusive was merely a state of mind. Whether at home or in prison, the effect on her was marginal. After all, in prison, someone would still cook for her and keep her space tidy. The crux of the matter lay in the insidiousness of American law. particularly the stipulation that black market criminals could not access computers for a specified period. This clause would drive Felicity to the brink of insanity. If deprived of her computer for 3 days, she would undoubtedly begin contemplating escape. "Thank you, Sia, for your concern," Felicity replied, her spirits slightly dampened. "Come here. Let me give you a hug. Don't cry, be a good girl." Sia found herself increasingly fond of this girl 5 years her junior. Though somewhat naive, Felicity was pure-hearted, kind, and possessed a sense of justice that Sia deeply admired and longed for. Pushing away Sia's embrace, Felicity rolled her eyes. "I'm not a child. I'm strong." The two engaged in playful banter for a moment before Sia reminded her to recruit more personnel if necessary, emphasizing that speed was of the essence. Entrusting the software entirely to Felicity did not imply that Sia had nothing left to do. The 1 million Moira had provided was not merely for purchasing the software. It encompassed all subsequent tasks. Moreover, it was not guaranteed that the police would accept whatever the Quinn group offered. Some groundwork was required. Fortunately, Sia had connections within the police department. The history between Detective Lance and the Quinn family could fill a book, yet at least they were acquainted. Familiarity was preferable to anonymity. Approaching Detective Lance directly may likely result in evasion of the issue. Although there is no direct animosity between us, our relationship cannot be described as amicable. It seems the only recourse is to enlist Laurel as an intermediary. I called Tommy, requesting his assistance in arranging a meeting with Laurel so the three of us could discuss matters at the Big Belly Burger. Tommy, languidly counting ants to pass the time, found that even a mere 10 minutes of scrutinizing company reports was enough to induce a state of dizziness. His once vibrant eyes now reflected fatigue. Upon hearing Sia's call, he donned his jacket without inquiry and exited the office in haste. The three of us arrived at the burger joint almost simultaneously, ordered a few drinks, and Sia began to relay her intentions to Laurel. For Laurel, who aspired to a career in the judicial field, the persistent challenge of gathering evidence was a source of considerable frustration. Witnessing countless arrested criminals released due to insufficient evidence was infuriating. The prospect of integrating facial recognition software into the police and prosecution's arsenal promised to significantly enhance investigative efficiency. Yet, she could not fathom why such a beneficial proposition had come to her for consultation. Was there an underlying obstacle? "Sia, this is a splendid idea. Is there any way I can assist you? Our plan is to offer the usage rights free of charge to the police. But I worry that your father might not approve of this arrangement. After all, as you know, his relationship with our families is rather complicated," Sia explained, gesturing towards herself and then Tommy. Laurel pondered her father's recent sorrow over the loss of his youngest daughter. By day, he maintained a facade of normalcy at work. Yet by night, he drowned his grief in alcohol. It was difficult to predict how her once principled father would react. "I believe he will agree. He is the most upright person I have ever known. Sia, you should accompany me. As for you, Tommy, who seems to be merely a spectator to our tale, you can amuse yourself elsewhere," Laurel teased, her expression mischievous. Poor Tommy wore an expression reminiscent of an abandoned puppy, but the two women disregarded his antics and drove to the Star City Police Department. This was Sia's inaugural visit to the precinct, and to be frank, she felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared dilapidated, stale, and dimly lit, lacking the imposing grandeur she had envisioned. The few officers visible appeared to number no more than a couple hundred. In reality, managing a city of over 1 million, the department was staffed by 1,500 personnel. However, the vastness of the city meant that their presence barely rippled the surface. The headquarters retained only a handful of administrative staff, creating an illusion for Sia that there were merely a few officers on duty. Television dramas often misrepresent reality. If the portrayal of police officers reflected the actual high mortality rate in the line of duty, the series would have been canceled after just 3 episodes. Following Laurel, they found her father, Detective Lance, a pivotal character akin to Commissioner Gordon from Batman. He was a tragic figure operating in the shadows. Enduring the deaths and resurrections of his 2 daughters had left his once thick hair as sparse as the grass after a drought, leading to complete baldness by the 5th season of Green Arrow. Laurel meticulously articulated Sia's plan, and both women watched Detective Lance intently, yearning for his approval. "Miss Quinn, what compels you to undertake this endeavor? This is quite uncharacteristic of the Quinn group." Detective Lance, with a sardonic smile, crossed his arms and regarded Sia. "Detective, no one has instructed me to act in any manner. I was born and raised here. This is my home. Star City is gradually descending into ruin. Do you not see it?" Sia paused to catch her breath, then continued, "Perhaps in your eyes, the Quinn group is deeply flawed, but I perceive it as the entity that has rejuvenated this city. Initially, there were 50,000 workers employed by the group. Presently, due to reduced production. Many factories have ceased operations, yet we still manage to maintain employment for 30,000 individuals. Detective, we too desire the prosperity of Star City and are striving towards that end. Noticing the derision fade from his expression, Thea realized her words had somewhat impacted him. Combating crime is not solely the responsibility of the Star City Police. It is a mission shared by all of us who inhabit this city. I implore you to grant me this opportunity to prove our worth. This is not for my personal gain, nor for the Quinn Group, but for all the virtuous souls residing in Star City. Father, please agree. This is not a wrongful endeavor, Laurel chimed in, urging him. Detective Lance scrutinized Sia's eyes intently, and after a lengthy silence, he conceded, All right, you have persuaded me. I will discuss this matter with the Chief of Police, and I hope I am making the right choice. As he turned to leave, Sia quickly stepped forward, grasping his arm earnestly. Detective, I know you mourn the loss of Sarah, but the maritime disaster also claimed my brother and father. For the sake of the departed, please forgive my brother. Chapter 23. The Initial Confrontation? Suddenly, Detective Lance seized the doorframe with such force that Sia feared he might tear the entire door from its hinges. Listen, young lady. I might forgive the Quinn Group, but I will never forgive Oliver Quinn, now or ever. Remember my words. With that, he shot Sia an angry glare and stormed away. Alas, the negotiations had failed. Indeed, this animosity would not be easily resolved. Oliver's demeanor was utterly intolerable. How could he act in such a manner? Leaving his own sister to bear the brunt of the disgrace? Even the formidable Sun Tzu would have known to share a beauty with Zhou Yu. Though not all objectives had been achieved, at least Lance did not oppose collaboration with the Quinn Group. This was a victory in itself. Currently, he was under the supervision of a chief who was a close friend and remained aloof from daily affairs, focusing instead on climbing the ranks, thus leaving the policing of Star City largely in Lance's capable hands. This lingering issue needed to be resolved promptly, otherwise, should he ever grow dissatisfied, he might withdraw from the arrangement, jeopardizing the entire initiative. Simultaneously, he needed to expedite Sarah's rescue. Once she returned, all grievances could be settled, at least those with the Quinn Group. As for the potential fallout from the two sisters vying for one man, that was their private matter, and Sia expressed her complete indifference to it. Furrowing her brow in contemplation of the unfolding narrative, Sia realized that Sarah Lance should currently be aboard that ship. If Oliver refrained from causing any disturbances, she could potentially remain safe for several more months. Aware that she had a bit of time, Sia momentarily set aside her rescue plans, turning her attention to Laurel, whose expression was steeped in sorrow. It was unclear whether her grief stemmed from the loss of her sister or lingering feelings for Oliver. Recognizing Laurel's earlier assistance, Sia felt compelled to offer her comfort, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine, Sia. You're stronger than I imagined, Laurel replied, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Although Sia understood that both Oliver and Sarah were alive, the passing of her guardian, old Robert, weighed heavily on her heart. Eager to shift the topic, she asked, Can you give me a ride back? You know I still don't have my license. Laurel chuckled softly, and the two women made their way back to the impoverished district. Upon arrival, Sia discovered that her so-called software department was in close proximity to Laurel's law firm. Separated by merely a street, they agreed to meet for tea next time. As evening approached, Sia arrived at the secluded forest for her scheduled training session. Having unknowingly immersed herself in this regimen for half a year, she had become proficient in archery, hand-to-hand combat, and knife techniques. According to Old Ma, she had attained the capabilities of a typical member of the Assassin's Guild, albeit lacking in experience. This environment diverged from the original narrative. Perhaps it was the phenomenon of like attracting like. Surrounded by various speedsters, with the Green Arrow's team comprising multiple ranged attackers, including Green Arrow, Roy, and Sia, she found herself amongst 3 archers. In the original storyline, Sia would have focused primarily on archery, followed by knife skills, and lastly, combat. However, her perspective had shifted. She no longer felt the need to join the Green Arrow's team. Assisting her brother in times of trouble was one thing, but committing to the team was another. Her thoughts remained fixated on the prospect of an unexpected assault. Had she been prepared with the appropriate technological gear, she believed she could have emerged unscathed, if not victorious. Yet, a surprise attack would spell disaster. No amount of archery or knife skills could compensate for the harsh reality of being unarmed. Of course, one could argue that possessing an antisocial personality disorder while brandishing a large knife in public could work, but Sia considered herself too modest for such audacity. She concentrated her training on unarmed combat, including joint locks, judo, karate, and KGB fighting techniques. She felt she could hold her own against Malcolm, albeit under his controlled strength. as the inherent physical disparities between genders could not be overlooked. After waiting in the forest for a while, Sia found it peculiar that Malcolm, usually punctual, was nowhere to be seen. Heightened senses alerted her to the presence of several figures approaching from her right, their voices laced with curses. 3 men, their ages indiscernible due to their grotesque makeup, emerged. Each bore dark eyeshadow, and with the evening light waning, their attire, also in dark hues, rendered them reminiscent of the small, shadowy figures often portrayed in crime scenes in the animated series. Several individuals adorned with various decorative rings on their garments appeared, the only source of light in the vicinity, swaying as they walked in a manner reminiscent of gliding rather than walking. Whence did these nonconformists emerge? Although Xia harbored no fear of these ruffians, she was disinclined to stir trouble, opting instead to step aside from their path and await old Ma on the other side of the forest. But there was a woman, one of these nonconformists, possessing keen eyesight, immediately spotted Xia. The remaining 2, slightly intoxicated, reacted instinctively to their companion's words, rushing towards her with fervor akin to being invigorated by adrenaline. Upon their approach, Xia resolved against fleeing. She had a vague understanding that this was likely another of old Ma's tests. After all, who in their right mind would venture into such a desolate place? It was an opportune moment to gauge her combat skills. Xia was not deterred by the prospect of losing. Rather, she feared the loathsome remarks these imbeciles might utter, which could jeopardize her dinner's digestion. Casting aside her bow and short dagger, she gracefully warmed up her body, pondering which of the 3 to confront first. Each appeared deserving of a good thrashing, leading to her indecision. This young rogue had not yet finished her taunt when Xia made her choice. She would target him. This decision was not based on his prior words, but rather on a methodical assessment. There was no need to employ any extravagant techniques against such inept fighters. Her current big move consisted of KGB combat techniques akin to those of Marvel's Black Widow, involving leaping to ensnare an opponent's neck and then pivoting to throw them aside. However, while this maneuver looked impressive, Xia felt a certain dissonance in its execution. The potential for severe injury loomed large, and old Ma's teachings on such techniques were somewhat awkward, particularly when practiced between father and daughter. Swiftly seizing the right hand of the leading ruffian, she twisted it in the opposite direction, producing a sound reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. As her opponent turned his back to her, exposing a vulnerable flank, Xia contemplated employing a karate technique to grasp his ear and execute a leg sweep to take him down. Yet, halfway through the motion, she hesitated. His ears were adorned with an array of piercings, resembling a hedgehog, and she feared injuring herself. Chapter 24. New Theories with No Viable Option. Xia resorted to grasping his hair, which bore a peculiar style, reminiscent of a trident atop his head. A sharp protrusion jutted from the center, while 2 stubborn tufts of hair defiantly grew sideways, reflecting a greenish hue in the forest light. Xia surmised that he had likely applied a considerable amount of heavy metals to achieve such a look. How treacherous! Attempting to poison me, no doubt. After a thorough search, she found no safe grip on his head, which left her feeling quite vexed. For the sake of her own safety, she was compelled to switch from karate to taekwondo. With a swift kick to the bend of his leg, he was brought to a kneeling position. A quick pivot led to another strike at his lower back. This was still a restrained effort from Xia, had she aimed directly for the spine with her current strength. This unfortunate fellow would have been destined to spend the remainder of his days confined to a bed. Nevertheless, the impact of this blow was no trifling matter. One could surmise that it would likely necessitate the removal of a kidney or perhaps the partial excision of a spleen. Having dispatched one dimwit with 2 deft moves, the remaining 2 finally registered the situation, their cries erupting as they launched their assault. One, adhering to a semblance of decorum, executed a rather conventional street fighting stance, his right fist raised high as if to announce, "Prepare for my signature punch." The other, however, incited Xia's ire by shamelessly advancing with a lewd embrace. This scoundrel clearly harbored ill intentions, and Xia began to regret her initial decision to engage. The thought of him soiling her freshly acquired shoes was intolerable. With a deft sidestep, she evaded the more conventional attacker, and in a breathtaking leap, delivered a strike to the lecherous man's right cheek, leaving him reeling. Following up with a flurry of kicks, she concluded with a fierce shout of "Die!" as her elevated leg struck the base of his chin with a resounding crack. The force of the blow was such that it likely shattered his jaw, and the shock would undoubtedly reverberate through his cervical vertebrae and collarbone. As the last of the dimwits witnessed his companions collapsed and unresponsive, his gelatinous brain finally grasped the peril of remaining. He hastily turned to flee. But how could Xia allow such a conspicuous target to escape? With his back turned, not to take a shot would be a disservice to his presence. Seizing her bow and arrow from the ground, she drew back the string and, relying on instinct rather than precise aim, released an arrow. The projectile flew with astonishing swiftness, akin to a lightning bolt streaking through the jungle. This individual had not committed any egregious act against her, at least nothing that warranted severe retribution. So she aimed for his calf. With proper healing, he would be able to hobble around in a few months. At that moment, applause rang out, and Malcolm, clad in his customary black attire, rasped his approval, commending her efforts. Well done. It seems you've nearly mastered my teachings. But tell me, why did you spare them? They are hardly virtuous individuals. Are you not concerned about potential retribution? Since she had surmised his intention to test her resolve, Xia pondered this very dilemma, to kill or not to kill. This age-old theme, prevalent in both Western comics and Japanese manga, could be debated endlessly. The champions of justice often uphold a no-kill policy, epitomized by figures like Batman and the Flash, while others, like her own brother Green Arrow, have traversed the path from executioner to merciful warrior. Ultimately, their shared choice remains one of mercy, or at least a vow to abstain from taking lives henceforth. The distinction between hero and villain hinges on this very principle. Transgressing it marks one as a rogue, while adherence to it denotes a hero. Naturally, Xia could not impart such a philosophical discourse to her father, the quintessential villain, but she could deftly adapt and slightly modify Batman's ideology to placate him. Pointing towards the original Teletubby, the figure leaning against the tree and spitting blood exhibited symptoms of subacute hemorrhage, accompanied by spinal edema. If immediate surgery were not performed, the internal pressure would escalate, leading to a ruptured spleen, renal failure, and the detachment of visceral mucosa. He then gestured towards the almost lifeless figure of a lewd man on the ground, offering a grim smile. This individual was in a far more desperate situation. Without urgent medical attention within 30 minutes, he would not witness the dawn of the next day. Even with prompt treatment, his remaining years would likely be spent bedridden, as his central nervous system had sustained irreparable damage. Unless there were significant breakthroughs in modern medicine, he would be rendered incapacitated for life. And given the extent of his jaw injury, he would be unable to speak ever again. As for the individual I had shot with an arrow, even if he were to heal, he would live with a permanent disability, as the pressure on his lower limb nerves could lead to multiple sclerosis, with an array of symptoms that could only be assessed through medical intervention. I had remained in the shadows since discovering these three fools. They could not discern my appearance, and their attire did not suggest they were equipped with high-definition cameras or infrared scanners. With a cold demeanor, Xia remarked that my decision today had irrevocably altered their fates. Their original life trajectories might have led them toward redemption or a mundane existence, neither particularly good nor bad. However, under my formidable intervention, they had been entirely ruined. Is this not the extraordinary nature of fate? You all love to discuss destiny, and here I am, engaging in the very discourse of fate. Xia had artfully repackaged Batman's philosophy of sparing villains while inflicting severe harm into a nihilistic declaration of fate. One could only wonder if Bruce would take umbrage at such a reinterpretation. Enriquez was taken aback. His daughter had not only formed her own worldview, but had also developed a guiding theory, prompting a moment of introspection. Had he been mistaken all along in his actions? Was killing not a release, but rather a torment? Reflecting on his own experiences, he found a troubling logic. The death of his wife was final, yet he, the living, had endured 2 decades of suffering. Xia was indeed correct. Contemplating Robert and Oliver, he realized that death was simply that, death, leaving Moira and Xia in anguish. Was it possible that refraining from killing could be far more severe than the act itself? Though he had yet to fully comprehend his daughter's insights, old Enriquez had partially embraced this conclusion. Recalling another matter from the original plan, he resolved to set aside the controversy and focus on the task at hand. Regardless of the rightness or wrongness of your perspective, it is your own thought, and that is commendable. You requested my training, and I have fulfilled your wish. Now, we only lack the final step. Let me witness the fruits of your labor, Malcolm declared as he unsheathed his katana, angling it towards the ground as he slowly approached Xia. It seemed the knight's activities were far from over. Observing his stance with the sword, Xia realized he intended to engage in a straightforward duel. What a jest! Her father was far superior to any petty thug. Not daring to underestimate the situation, she drew her bow and arrow, utilizing her keen perception to launch a preemptive strike. The incessant crack of arrows echoed as Xia unleashed 6 arrows in rapid succession, enveloping all the space around Malcolm. She was acutely aware that this would pose no real hindrance to him. Swiftly, she seized the weapons lying on the ground, an elongated blade and a dagger, and deftly slipped into the shade of the trees. Chapter 25. The true beginning of battle. Malcolm found himself increasingly perplexed by his illegitimate daughter. His original intention had been to engage in a vigorous combat, decisively defeating her to make her aware of her inadequacies, while simultaneously fostering her motivation to progress. It was a flawless plan, yet it had veered off course. Only when Sia's arrows whistled past did Malcolm realize the grave error of not arming himself with a bow. Now, he could only assume a defensive posture, wielding his blades to deflect the arrows, dodging and parrying until he discovered that Sia had vanished from sight. Damn it! Who among us is truly the product of the Assassin's Guild training? Why is she resorting to ambush tactics? Malcolm understood that Sia remained nearby, yet his senses were inferior to hers. Thus, he was compelled to constantly shift his footing to guard against potential strikes, placing him at a slight disadvantage. He could only hope that his daughter, being young, would be impatient. If she initiated the attack, his combat prowess might allow him to level the playing field or even turn the tide against her. The two began a test of patience. Sia, concealed behind a tree, quietly observed Malcolm's shoulders and feet. She refrained from directly locking eyes with him, knowing that at their level, a hostile gaze could trigger a reflexive response. After estimating Malcolm's perceptual range to be about 8 meters, she noted that she was positioned 15 meters away, thus enjoying a comprehensive advantage in awareness. Circling around to a distance of 20 meters, she loosed an arrow that was deftly severed by Malcolm's flashing blade. He dashed towards the trajectory of the arrow, only to discover that Sia had once again vanished. This won't do. I can't keep this up much longer, he thought, realizing that his stamina was dwindling. He turned to retrieve his bow. With it in hand, he would no longer fear her harassment and could counter her assaults. For Sia's archery was far from his own caliber. However, Sia was not about to grant him that privilege. Just as he was within 3 steps of his bow, she swiftly released 2 more arrows, one aimed at his weapons on the ground, ensuring that any attempt to reach for them would result in being struck, and the other aimed at the ground beneath him, forcing him to retreat rather than advance or remain stationary. The ensuing exchange resembled a game. Regardless of which direction Malcolm chose to sprint, Sia always seemed to anticipate his movements, launching arrows that compelled him to retreat to his starting position, creating an endless cycle. Frustration gnawed at Malcolm, his teeth clenched in irritation. Where did she learn such tactics? I merely wished for a straightforward duel. Why is it proving so difficult? After being forced back for the 5th time, he began to discern some patterns in Sia's strategy. This time, he was determined to seize his bow. 2 swift arrows arrived as anticipated. Malcolm, his mind intensely focused, hurled his katana with remarkable speed, deflecting the arrows aimed at the pile of weapons. Simultaneously, he executed a forward roll to evade an arrow directed at him, feeling a surge of elation as he realized he had acquired a bow and arrows. With a counterattack, the tides of battle would surely turn in his favor. Just as he reveled in this fortunate turn of events, he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. Startled, he turned to find Sia gliding toward him with astonishing speed, her movements as swift as the wind. "Ah!" Sia exclaimed, feeling an exhilarating rush coursing through her, as if every cell in her body rejoiced. With a dagger in her left hand and a longsword in her right, she lunged at Malcolm like a cheetah. Why had she suddenly forsaken ranged combat to engage him in close quarters? Malcolm soon realized he had made a grave miscalculation. She had run out of arrows. He had failed to account for this critical detail, erroneously believing she could continue shooting. This explained her relentless pace. She had imposed psychological pressure on herself, rendering her incapable of considering her dwindling ammunition. Having released her last arrow without a glance at the outcome, she charged forth with all her might. It was akin to a sprinter's false start, allowing her to gain a significant lead over Malcolm. Only when she was within 10 meters of him did he comprehend his folly. To make matters worse, his earlier misjudgment had led him to cast away his own weapon. Gazing at his katana lodged in a tree in the distance, Malcolm felt as though the blade itself mocked him. Curse it! Had he truly become so foolish? Regardless of age, Sia, like a gust of wind, was now upon him, with her dagger thrusting forward and her longsword slicing diagonally. Was he to defend himself with the bowless body? While the recurve bow's frame was sturdy enough to offer some protection, it was utterly impractical and lacked lethality. He longed to knock an arrow and draw back to deter Sia, yet opportunities eluded him. The wheel of fortune turns, and his earlier hopes of engaging in close combat had devolved into a grim reality. As he continuously parried and blocked, though it was exceedingly cumbersome, his formidable melee skills gradually steadied his footing. Although Sia had initially circled him with apparent ease, her own stamina was waning. For while Malcolm ran in smaller circles around the pile of weapons, she had to traverse a much larger path. As the battle intensified, the inherent physical limitations of women became evident. Realizing her current approach would lead to failure, Thea resorted to a desperate gamble, launching her dagger at Malcolm's face as if it were a throwing knife. Just as Malcolm felt he was regaining control, he suddenly saw the dagger hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he flicked the bow upward to deflect it, only to discover that the dagger possessed little force upon collision. Understanding the impending danger, he quickly realized Thea had crouched low, both hands gripping her sword as she aimed for his ribcage. Danger! There was no evading this strike. The only weapon in hand, the bow, was being raised, and with an open opportunity before him, he could only twist his waist to minimize the damage from the fierce strike. Simultaneously, he discarded the bow with his right hand and, leveraging the momentum from his twist, delivered a powerful punch to Xia's face with his left hand. The sound of impact echoed as Xia staggered back 2 steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Unfazed by her own injury, she scrutinized the result of her attack and smiled triumphantly. Huh, Black Arrow, you are wounded. The gash appears to be 10 centimeters long. Can you still muster the strength to run? You once told me that an injury to the waist is worse than one to the legs, advising me to incapacitate my foes. While this may hold true, do you still believe that now? What a tragedy. Those words are not mine. How could a billionaire like me utter such sentiments? These are the words of the ninja master. Malcolm was thoroughly perturbed, having been injured by his daughter, whom he had trained for half a year. True to his character, he would not resort to claiming that cunning schemes do not count as valor. Though somewhat frustrated, he was overwhelmingly filled with pride. What of the ninja master as the foremost gardener? Our teachings are not lacking. Chapter 26, Ms. Xia. It appeared as though the two had once again entered a state of confrontation, yet the circumstances were entirely transformed from their initial encounter. Malcolm, now unarmed, was forced to rely on his least practiced combat skills, and the wound to his waist significantly hampered his overall speed and power. Though Xia too bore the mark of battle, her swollen face and the trickle of blood from her chin were mere indicators of oral bleeding, which hardly impaired her fighting capabilities. With a long blade in hand, her odds against the unarmed Malcolm were considerably favorable. Xia raised her sword above her head, her steps gradually approaching Malcolm in a stance emblematic of Italian fencing, emphasizing the principle of remaining motionless until striking with thunderous force. While the technique called for a two-handed sword, a katana would suffice in this instance. As she advanced, Malcolm focused intently on her shoulder. Had he been in optimal condition, he might have attempted to counter the strike with unarmed defense. However, with a subtle pain beneath his ribs and blood seeping from his wound despite the pressure he applied, his trousers were already stained crimson in a matter of moments. Resolute, he decided upon a forceful approach, yet he refrained from charging recklessly. Employing a feint, he lunged forward, and Xia took the bait, unleashing a thunderous slash toward his shoulder. However, she did not anticipate Malcolm's swift maneuver, as he twisted and sidestepped to his right, leveraging his strength to strike her wrist. The momentum of her blade could not be retracted. Xia, realizing the futility of her earlier frustration, was compelled to abandon her weapon and pivot defensively against his incoming punch. Yet, to prevent Malcolm from seizing her weapon, she exerted just enough force to cast the sword out of their immediate combat zone. The two individuals subsequently engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with martial arts being her primary focus of training. Their past encounters had resulted in a stalemate, and this time was no different. Employing her strengths against his weaknesses was her initial strategy, which she had now successfully executed. As for the notion of merely undergoing routine training, why not partake in an honorable duel between knights? Xia could only express her regrets. She was a woman and could not assume the role of a knight. There was only one Altria, and she was certainly not it. With Xia unleashing her full potential, Malcolm could barely defend himself. The wound beneath his ribs, aggravated by the recent exertion, could no longer be contained, and blood flowed profusely from the injury. He understood that defeat was imminent. Had this been a life-or-death struggle, he might have fought to the bitter end, but there was no need for such extremes now. Stepping out of the combat zone, he raised a hand in a gesture to halt, his voice raspy, praising her performance. He had imparted all he could teach and hoped she would not squander her innate talent. She was free to leave, and he requested that she refrain from seeking him out in the future. Xia glanced at his wound, aware it was merely a surface injury. With the myriad ancient remedies pilfered from her ninja master, a simple concoction would suffice for recovery. She reflected on her progress, thinking, have I not graduated from this beginner class? She offered a slight bow, expressing her gratitude for his guidance over the past 100 days, a memory she would cherish forever. Thanking him, she picked up her weapon and exited the dense forest. What about those 3 imbeciles on the ground? It was a mercy that she had spared their lives. Did they expect her to call for a doctor? Batman was known to leave his victims half dead at the precinct, When had he ever summoned a physician? According to the prevailing values here, their fates were their own to bear. Watching his daughter retreat into the distance, Malcolm's once upright posture began to falter. This unfilial daughter. The pain was excruciating. He shed his outer garment, wrapping it haphazardly around his waist, knowing he would have to tend to his injuries later. He then whispered into the shadows of the forest, addressing the enigmatic figure. My student. What do you think? I trust she meets your expectations. Are you interested in my proposal? After a moment of silence, surrounded by the stillness of the woods, with unfamiliar birds perched high above, Malcolm realized he had embarrassed himself. Damn it. She couldn't even say goodbye. He despised those who suppressed his awareness. Meanwhile, Thea was nursing her jaw, inwardly chastising her father for the brutal punch. She worried whether it would mar her exquisite beauty. After all, one ought to strike without damaging the face, especially when it belonged to a beauty such as herself. That old fool deserved to remain a bachelor for life. Simultaneously, she felt exhilarated by the adrenaline surge from the battle. Although her father's words were harsh, she acknowledged her innate warrior spirit. Even after considerable time had passed since the fight, she remained enveloped in that fervor. Despite the absence of instruments to measure her state, she could sense that the flow of her blood was now 20% faster than usual. Just as she was about to slow her racing heart to a normal rhythm, an unexpected sensation caught her attention. With a dagger in hand, she directed her gaze behind her, demanding to know who was there. Come out. The intruder's voice was peculiar, reminiscent of someone from a foreign land, specifically, someone from beyond the borders of America. As the figure gradually emerged from the shadows, Xia realized it was a woman. Beneath the dappled shade of the trees stood a striking figure, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist. Her bright eyes sparkled with intensity, and she donned a long black trench coat and dark leather pants, exuding an aura as sharp and formidable as a sword. Xia, well versed in the narrative, found herself momentarily taken aback. Who was this formidable presence? The astonishing air about her suggested she was no ordinary individual. Given her current state, Xia knew she could not engage in combat. With a cautious demeanor, she inquired, Who are you? What do you seek? You may call me Shiva, or Lady Shiva. The woman replied, her foreign accent lending an unusual cadence to her speech. I was initially tasked with imparting advanced combat skills to you. However, after witnessing your recent skirmish, I must say I admire your ability to hold your ground against an opponent despite being at a disadvantage in strength, experience, and technique. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Lady Shiva? Where did she emerge from? Xia could ascertain that this was not a character from the Green Arrows universe. The formidable presence she exuded indicated she was a skilled combatant, yet she did not seem to possess superhuman abilities. Could she be someone from Gotham? Considering her claims of being sent by another, it was easy to speculate. There was no one else but Old Man who would send her. Could it be that Felicity had sought her out? Should she accept this offer? The aura radiating from this woman was one of ice, coldness, and annihilation, none of which were synonymous with benevolence. This individual was undoubtedly not a paragon of virtue. Did she truly consider accepting the teachings of a potential antagonist? After some contemplation, Xia reasoned that it was not insurmountable. After all, Old Man was also a villain, yet had imparted valuable lessons to her. Nevertheless, she felt it necessary to clarify a few matters. What exactly do you intend to teach me? Your foundational skills are commendable. I aim to advance your understanding of the essence of combat and to hone your perception, Lady Shiva responded nonchalantly. Xia pondered how Old Man might react upon hearing this. Would he not be incensed that his extensive teachings were merely regarded as foundational in her eyes? Did this woman truly possess superior knowledge? Intrigued, Xia resolved to engage further. Chapter 27. Tommy's opportunity. Upon further reflection, Xia realized she had nothing to lose by learning from her. Gaining additional knowledge was invariably beneficial. Moreover, having a female instructor could prove advantageous. Although the world of martial arts often dismissed formalities, she had found her previous training sessions with Old Man somewhat awkward. With newfound determination, she nodded vigorously. Yes, madam, I am willing to learn from you. Excellent. Meet me at this address tomorrow morning. This vial of medicine will aid in reducing your swelling swiftly, Lady Shiva replied, her expression somewhat enigmatic as she handed Xia a note and a small bottle. With a swift movement, she vanished. At that moment, the only thought echoing in Xia's mind was, reduce swelling swiftly? My face is swollen. She gingerly touched her face, wincing at the pain, and indeed, the tactile evidence confirmed it had swollen significantly. Her appearance was thoroughly ruined. Just now, the bravado in his tone paired with his current appearance was utterly foolish. With such a disheveled look, returning home was out of the question. If Moira were to see him like this, it would drive her to madness. He could only seek refuge in a secluded spot, applying the ointment onto his face, hoping that this miraculous remedy would alleviate the swelling. After waiting for 10 minutes, it became evident that he had overestimated its efficacy. Perhaps there was a miraculous remedy, but it certainly was not the one in his possession, as his face continued to throb with pain. It seemed he would have to spend the night at Felicity's place, all the while hoping her curiosity would not be too overwhelming, though that was hardly likely. Wow, Xia, what happened to you? Did you encounter some ne'er-do-wells? Do you need medication? Felicity's unwavering concern, upon seeing Xia's disheveled state and the large swelling on her face, led her to concoct a multitude of scenarios, nearly bringing her to tears. Initially, Xia felt warmth in her heart from her friend's concern, but as Felicity continued, it became increasingly perplexing. What medication was necessary? What was wrong with her? Realizing the absurdity of it all, she smacked her forehead in exasperation. What are you imagining? I merely had a training mishap. Xia had indeed discussed martial arts with Felicity, as they were now a team. She was aware of Felicity's hacking prowess, and Felicity knew Xia was training in martial arts, providing both with a sense of security. However, despite Felicity's earnest tone and heartfelt expression, a master's degree from MIT was not so easily deceived. You fell, did you? Felicity gently shook her head, pulling out her tablet and displaying a series of images, pointing out, this, and this is a fall. What you have here is clearly the result of a fight. Realizing she could not evade the truth, Xia admitted that during practice, she had lost control, resulting in a minor injury. Her teacher had also received a cut from her. That's quite dangerous, Felicity murmured. Internally, Xia scoffed, recalling how Yao Fei trained Oliver, where the elder would shoot arrows without hesitation, leaving a transparent hole from back to front. In the future, when Oliver trained Roy and Barry, there would be no room for idle chatter. They would first face an arrow and then discuss tactics. Her father's training methods were far gentler in comparison. They had previously deliberated on defensive strategies for unexpected situations. For a woman like Xia, the heiress of a major conglomerate, enhancing her own capabilities was always more advantageous than relying on high-tech weaponry. The perception of women as frail and powerless rendered them prime targets for robbers, bandits, cultists, and various villains in this world. If Xia frequently appeared in public, transforming herself into a weapon was her only viable option. The image of a lady in a formal gown with a handgun strapped to her thigh belonged to the realm of anime. No one dressed like that in reality. A skirt that was too short would not conceal a weapon, while one that was too long would make access cumbersome. After all, if one were to witness a beautiful woman rummaging through her lengthy gown, what conclusions would they draw? As she observed Felicity tending to her with the care of a gentle sister, Xia was surprised to find that Felicity possessed some experience in treating external injuries. Gently, she applied ointment to the swollen areas of Xia's face, and Xia felt that Felicity's skills surpassed her own attempts in the woods, silently acknowledging her good fortune. To be honest, you haven't been involved in anything, have you? However, as soon as she spoke, Xia felt the warmth of the gentle sister dissipate into the distance, replaced once again by the mischievous girl. Your intellect is lacking, yet I possess remarkable prowess. I could easily defeat 100 of your kind. I shall verify this myself. Oh, but do refrain from reckless actions. At this moment, Malcolm, clutching his aching back, stumbled home. He applied a concoction from the master ninja, a sage who had lived for 8 centuries, mastering not only martial arts but excelling in various fields. With his vast knowledge, he could easily earn 50 doctoral degrees. The herbal remedies that cured a myriad of ailments, once acquired from the ninja master, now served Malcolm as he prepared his own medicine based on ancient recipes. After applying the salve and re-wrapping his wounds, he found humor in the events of the evening. He had intended to engage in a sparring session to inspire his daughter, but instead, they ended in a bloody mess. Yet, he felt a swell of pride, believing that his daughter's fierce nature reflected his own. Unbeknownst to him, Xia, with a bruised face, was plotting her revenge, illustrating how easily misconceptions can arise. A casual glance at the table revealed a note. I have agreed to your request. Remember to transfer the funds as promised. The lack of a signature elicited a cold chuckle from Malcolm as he tore the note to shreds. This woman, fixated on wealth, possessed extraordinary martial skills, yet had become a slave to money. How absurd. However, considering her stealthy approach to him, her true strength was undoubtedly profound. With Xia under her tutelage, he felt reassured. As for his daughter, her current wisdom and martial prowess meant few could challenge her. Shouldn't he take a moment to contemplate his son? The thought of Tommy remaining unaware of Xia's situation troubled him. What if Tommy learned of his infidelity during the marriage? Surely, his son would view him with disdain. Revealing the truth might irreparably damage their relationship. Such matters must remain unspoken. During training sessions, he had gleaned Xia's intentions. Her pursuit of martial arts was to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Despite controlling the underground forces of Star City, Malcolm had not instituted a militarized management approach. With an abundance of foolish individuals this year, what if one day, in a moment of inattention, a few desperate souls emerged to seize a fortune? While his stunning daughter would certainly be a prime target, he could not dismiss the possibility of someone setting their sights on his son. The son of a crime lord being ensnared by oblivious wrongdoers would result in utter disgrace. As he gazed at the black bow and arrows adorning the wall, he pondered if it was time to extend an opportunity to his son. Activating the surveillance system, he noted that his luck had improved since his daughter had wounded him. Just then, Tommy stumbled through the door, and Malcolm promptly instructed the housekeeper to summon him. "What's wrong, old man? Are you planning to restore my bank card?" Tommy, unaware of the circumstances, mistakenly believed his recent behavior had earned him a return to former privileges, his heart racing with anticipation. "As my sole heir, do you not feel endangered spending your days in the slums with Laurel?" Malcolm always felt that he and his son were not on the same wavelength. He had intended to have a serious conversation, but the very first word he uttered was tinged with a hint of hostility. Upon hearing this, Tommy felt quite disheartened. "Am I in danger? I'm just a broke kid who rides the bus every day. Who would be foolish enough to target me?" This statement resonated with such profound logic that Malcolm found himself at a loss for words. In an effort to ease the tension, he took a step back and said, "I will restore your allowance tomorrow. Can you please listen to me carefully?" Chapter 28. Father and son Tommy had also been feeling miserable lately. He avoided outings with friends due to his financial constraints, often fabricating excuses over the phone to evade invitations. Upon hearing that his allowance might be reinstated, he instantly felt rejuvenated and even poured a glass of water for his father, sitting down obediently, signaling that his elder could speak. Seeing his son beam with joy, Malcolm instantly understood his intentions. He nearly choked on his words, composed himself, and quietly asked, "What would you do if you encountered a kidnapper? Have you considered this issue? What about bodyguards? You're not in debt to them, are you?" Tommy found it strange that his father would pose such questions out of the blue. This exemplifies the disparity between them. Malcolm mused that while Xia might be overthinking things, bordering on paranoia, being cautious is always prudent. He could easily take on 10 of the so-called bodyguards, but he couldn't express this outright. "When you are with Laurel, you surely wouldn't want a bodyguard shadowing you 24 hours a day, would you? It's inevitable that one wouldn't enjoy their favorite activities with a bodyguard watching from the sidelines." Tommy pondered for a moment. He was not foolish but rather astute, realizing that his father had deeper implications in his words. Biting his lip, he asked, "What are you trying to say? You need the ability to protect yourself? At any time and in any place. Do you want me to carry a weapon?" Tommy thought he understood his father's intent. "No, you need to undergo training." Malcolm shook his head, asserting his point. Tommy chuckled briefly but soon noticed that Malcolm's serious demeanor was no jest. His expression turned grave. "You're not joking, are you? You want me to undergo combat training? Like a special forces soldier?" Old Malcolm did not respond directly to his question. Previously, their communication had been sparse. But through just a few exchanges today, he had discerned his son's current mental state and identified his vulnerabilities. "You would want to be able to protect Laurel when crisis strikes, wouldn't you?" Tommy nodded eagerly. It was an obvious sentiment. Every man desires to safeguard his beloved. "You need not go to the company tomorrow. I can train you to empower you to protect your woman." Having spent over 6 months with Xia, Malcolm had absorbed much of her casual commentary, along with a certain understanding of the protective instincts associated with the so-called heroes. When Tommy first heard the initial statement, he was elated at the prospect of not having to endure the company's drudgery. The second and third statements struck him in succession, filling him with a sense of duty to protect Laurel. After a few seconds, he finally grasped the meaning of the second sentence. "You will train me? Do you possess that capability?" He shot a sideways glance at his father. "Aren't you just a businessman? You look like an ordinary person to me." Malcolm, whose teaching experience has significantly expanded, recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter. He decided to replicate his teaching methods with Xia, presenting a bag of tennis balls to Tommy, instructing him to throw them into the air while he would handle the rest. However, the initial lesson did not proceed smoothly. Tommy, lost in thoughts regarding his father's martial arts, threw the entire bag of tennis balls without a second thought. As the balls soared through the air, Malcolm felt utterly disheartened, muttering to himself, "What a ridiculous situation." He could only continue to direct Tommy to retrieve them one by one. Eventually, they transitioned into the proper teaching phase, and Tommy was left awestruck by Malcolm's exceptional shooting skills. Yet, when Malcolm inquired if Tommy wished to learn, the boy posed a question that had been on Oliver's mind during their time on the deserted island. Why not use a handgun? At that moment, Malcolm experienced a semblance of the frustration that Yao Fei had felt previously. Why was Tommy being so obstinate? Their daughter certainly wouldn't have indulged in such trivialities. Though he wished to convey that a handgun was ineffective against him, he was aware that he was not Sia. His own reflexes had diminished with age. And at close range, a handgun could still inflict harm. He could only recall the words of a ninja master: "A handgun is the tool of the weak." Immediately after uttering this, he regretted it, recognizing that Tommy did not grasp the meaning behind his statement. Reluctantly, he explained that through training, one could effectively dodge bullets or evade a shooter at the moment they raised their weapon. Tommy, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Can you do that?" What more could Malcolm say at this point? He forced a confident affirmation: "Yes, I can." However, he internally panicked at the thought of Tommy challenging him to demonstrate. What would he say if he got injured and could not perform at his usual level? Fortunately, despite his curiosity, Tommy did not press his father to demonstrate with a firearm. He nodded, conceding, "All right, I'll trust you for now. How do we train? Where do we practice?" After a moment of contemplation, Malcolm decided to stick to the usual plan. It seemed that their lessons in the small grove could not be abandoned. He would return to his role as a teacher and guide yet another student. Although it was always just one pupil at a time, he noted that there was still ample time and led Tommy back to the familiar location within the dense forest, where the scent was reminiscent of past lessons. Yet the participants were not entirely the same. Confident in his teaching abilities, Malcolm attempted to replicate the methods he had once used with Sia. 5 minutes later, he regretted this decision. While Tommy's intellect and quick thinking were commendable, his physical aptitude was alarmingly lacking, to put it bluntly. He appeared to possess no innate talent whatsoever, merely an ordinary individual. With virtually no natural ability and years spent indulging in nightlife, Tommy's reflexes were severely dulled. If Malcolm's prowess were considered the central benchmark, Sia excelled at the forefront, while Tommy lagged significantly behind. How could it be that both were his children? Yet their qualities differed so drastically? Throughout the entire night, Malcolm devoted himself to assisting Tommy in concentrating on the 10-meter target before them. If memory serves correctly, when he initially taught Xia, she had effortlessly hit the mark with a single arrow, advancing to the next course. Although it took him 3 days during his training at Nandarbat, he was already in the twilight of his years at that time. Tommy, on the other hand, was a mere 20 years of age. Fortunately, Tommy possessed a tenacious spirit. When faced with challenges, he exerted himself diligently, thus providing Malcolm with a deeper understanding of his son. As their father-son lessons progressed, their relationship began to thaw, and Tommy was no longer as resistant to him. Malcolm found himself seated on the ground, discreetly unwrapping the bandage beneath his ribs as he noticed fresh blood seeping through. Just then, Tommy turned around, about to say something, and was taken aback at the sight of his father's abdomen stained with blood. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" he exclaimed. Witnessing his son's concern filled Malcolm with a sense of worth for the pain he endured. Yet he refrained from revealing that it was his sister who had inflicted the wound, fearing that such an explanation would lead to endless complications. With a swift mental pivot, he fabricated a tale about a burgeoning underground force in Star City that he had been investigating, which had resulted in his injuries. Unbeknownst to Tommy, this so-called underground force was in fact himself. The sudden invitation to practice martial arts that evening made perfect sense to him. His father was secretly investigating certain matters and, fearing for his son's safety, sought to train him. What a humble hero his father was. Resolutely, Tommy assured him, "Rest assured, I will be careful. I will definitely find the one who harmed you." Chapter 29. The transition to junior high. At this moment, Xia remained oblivious to Malcolm's clandestine class reopening, and that her father had spun a grandiose lie to excuse his injuries. She was confidently traversing the mountain path, marveling at how her strikingly beautiful elder sister had chosen such a secluded spot, more remote than the previous grove. It was fortunate that Xia had risen an hour earlier, or she would have surely been late. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the lush vegetation, with the distant sound of flowing water echoing through the landscape. This place could truly be described as picturesque, a serene oasis amidst the industrial upheaval wrought by the Quinn family's steel empire in Star City. Compared to the dim, shadowy grove of Old Ma, this location was far more pleasing to the eye. Could this be considered her ascension into a new realm of learning? Was this, in fact, the fabled transition to junior high? Heightening her senses, she soon discerned a figure standing not far away, with her back turned to Xia. It was Miss Shiva, her hands clasped behind her, her long black hair cascading to her waist, swaying gently in the mountain breeze like wisps of mist. For a moment, Xia, also a young woman, found herself entranced. However, she was quickly jolted back to reality as Miss Shiva, with an air of elegance and a peculiar accent, recited a line of poetry in Mandarin, The sun sets behind the mountains. With a sudden gasp, Xia nearly lost her footing. In such an exquisite setting, surely she could have recited something more profound, perhaps a line about willows by a misty pond? Instead, she chose a verse familiar even to elementary school students. Your cold, striking demeanor is utterly diminished. Do you not realize this? With her eyes half-lidded, she casually replied in Chinese, the yellow river flows into the sea. Oh, Xiaoxia, I didn't expect you to speak Chinese. Remarkable. Miss Shiva was taken aback by her fluency. As if a wanderer returning home after years away, her demeanor softened considerably. Xiaoxia suppressed the urge to challenge her with a tongue twister, solemnly nodding, signaling that they should dispense with trivialities and commence formally. Ms. Shiva was quite pleased with her expression, unpretentious and calm, unruffled by praise or blame, a truly intriguing young lady. Since you are here to learn from me, we are fated to meet. You may know my name, and judging by your appearance, you possess a mastery of Chinese, which is splendid. I am Chinese. My name in Chinese is Sandra Wushan. Shiva is the moniker given to me by Indians, a title reflecting my composed demeanor. She introduced herself with poise. However, her proclamation left Xiaoxiao astounded. What sort of Chinese name is that? Someone should call the local police to report such negligence during registration. Your monthly bonus should be withheld. Deciding to disregard this so-called Chinese name, Xiaoxiao resolved to continue addressing her as Miss Shiva, a name that rolled off the tongue easily and bore a resemblance to her own, both sharing the initial C sound. Unaware of Xiaoxiao's inner critique, Ms. Shiva spoke at her usual pace. I witnessed your fight last night, and I must say, your ability to triumph against the odds demonstrates considerable combat intelligence. Yet, you have not fully exploited your inherent advantages. Are you aware of what they are? Half a year ago, Xiaoxiao would have been unable to answer. But now she recognized her unique capabilities. My perception? Yet I feel I have already exerted all my efforts. I seek your guidance. Excellent. Recognizing one's strengths and weaknesses places you ahead of 90% of the population. I am growing increasingly fond of you, she remarked with a smile, albeit one that seemed rather cold. Perception, Black Arrow must have spoken to you about this. Allow me to reiterate from my own experience. Every individual possesses a degree of perception, some more than others. Animals in nature can sense impending earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, relying on their perceptive instincts. However, humans, existing in this chaotic environment, experience varying degrees of perceptual degradation. Only by returning to nature can one rediscover this innate gift. Xiaoxiao nodded. She recalled similar sentiments expressed by old Ma, though it was likely he had merely recounted the words of the ninja master. His focus was more on self-reflection, while Ms. Shiva emphasized a return to nature, perhaps the fundamental distinction between the two martial arts masters. Though the paths may differ, none are entirely correct. Compared to the ninja master's notion of seeking breakthroughs through combat, Miss Shiva's philosophy resonated more profoundly with Xiaoxia. Today's lesson will not involve practical combat. I wish for you to take the first step towards returning to nature, to feel the natural world. Stand by my side. Xiaoxiao obediently returned to her original position, immediately aware of the fierce wind. Would she be swept into the valley? Her weight barely reached 100 pounds. She closed her eyes, focusing intently on the sound of the wind. Madame Ziva took a strip of cloth and blindfolded her eyes. The sound of the wind? Once a person loses their sight, chaos ensues. It took Sia a while to realize that the training had commenced. She concentrated and listened for a moment. The wind was from the south, about level 3, with gusts peaking at 4. There were also some bird calls, though the species eluded her identification. Quite impressive indeed. Her innate talent was remarkable. I categorized the training of perception into 4 stages. The first stage is listening to the wind. The second stage involves bird songs. And now we enter the third stage, listening to the chirping of insects. Sit down and remove your clothing. What does that mean? Why must I undress? Is this some sort of sinister practice? The imagery of Yang Guo and Xiao Long in a flower grove training suddenly flashed in Sia's mind. Surely, a certain Jiping would not leap out at any moment. Stop dawdling. Hurry and take it off. Ziva urged, unaware of Sia's internal conflict. If death is to come, so be it. After all, she is a woman too. Trembling, Sia slowly removed her outer garment. Why are you so shy? Are you more prudish than an Asian? Ziva observed, bemused by Sia's trembling hands, reminiscent of someone with Parkinson's. This is prejudice. What is wrong with being European? It's a matter of personality. Sia retorted, keeping her eyes closed. Asians have their own bold types, especially those fallen girls from the Foot Basin country. This has nothing to do with geography. For the first time, Ziva's usually frosty demeanor was softened by Sia's spirited response. A matter of personality, indeed. I didn't ask you to remove your undergarments, did I? What? You should have said so earlier. Sia quickly put her clothing back on. This woman, despite her serious facade, was quite the rogue. In that moment, Sia fondly reminisced about her father's South Little Grove classroom, dark, yet filled with light and spirit, compared to this place, where the beauty of nature could easily lead one astray. An unexpected interlude had dispelled the previously tense atmosphere, replacing it with a hint of camaraderie. Ziva, no longer standing like a javelin, found a nearby tree stump to sit on and observed from a distance. It was indeed cold. With her outer garment removed and her eyes covered, a gentle breeze swept by, instantly washing away her mental clarity. Her mind was flooded with icy sensations, rendering her unable to perceive the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Chapter 30. Sparring though her body felt frozen, her mind grew increasingly clear. Even a dull intellect could comprehend the purpose of this training. Having considered her perceptive skills to be quite adequate, she now realized her vulnerabilities under external stimuli. Would she succumb to similar distractions in future confrontations? Her foundational skills were evidently not solid enough. With an understanding of the training's intent, Sia adjusted her mindset. After all, we are both women. A glance here or there hardly amounts to a loss of modesty. Let us treat it as a day at the beach. She endeavored to disregard the chill of the breeze against her skin and focused intently on exploring her surroundings. Whether it was the cold that numbed her or a genuine advancement in her abilities, she vaguely sensed the surrounding quietude. The previously intermittent bird calls began to resonate with increasing clarity. Time slipped away unnoticed until the voice of Ms. Shiva pierced the air, accompanied by a gust of wind. Sia discerned the direction and skillfully caught what appeared to be a wooden stick. Come, let us see how much you have grasped. Attack me. Sia had come to understand the unconventional training methods employed by Ms. Shiva. Fearing the dissolution of her focused state, she dared not remove her blindfold. With her eyes closed, she endeavored to block out the surrounding noise and attune herself to Ms. Shiva's position. She approached slowly, and when she felt she was merely 3 steps away, she struck fiercely downward with the stick. As expected, Ms. Shiva intercepted the blow effortlessly, countering with a strike to Sia's left shoulder. Good, but you could improve your speed. There are openings on your left. Again. Crack. Your right hand is raised too high. Once more. Crack. Quicken your pace. Again. Crack. The brutality of this woman left Sia seething with frustration. She had never endured so much punishment in her life. The smug pride she had felt when sparring with Malcolm vanished in an instant. Yet, for the sake of her own growth, she persevered, continually adjusting her attacking stance. After what felt like an eternity of relentless blows, Ms. Shiva's voice rang out, as if from the heavens. That will be all for today. Remove your blindfold. I shall tend to your wounds. Leaning on her stick, Sia slowly lowered the blindfold, feeling as if she had returned from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. The sudden influx of light revealed the beauty of her surroundings. She reflected on the blind swordsmen from animated films, all of whom appeared formidable and stylish. How utterly deceptive. It seemed that healing was the true path for the blind, and practicing swordsmanship was a futile endeavor. As she examined her body, bruised and numbed, she felt no chill, only a pervasive ache. There was not a single spot that was unhurt. This rudimentary training session was far more challenging than before. To succeed, what else could she do but endure? Sit still. I will apply some medicine. While she was momentarily lost in thought, she noticed Ms. Shiva pouring some ointment into her hands, rubbing them together, and preparing to apply it to Sia's shoulder. What are you doing? Sia blurted out, unsure why she felt anxious, but instinctively wanting to prevent her. I am applying medicine. You cannot reach many areas on your own. Stop your nonsense and be compliant. Ms. Shiva, oblivious to the girl's hesitation, assumed it was merely a matter of unfamiliarity and paid it no mind. The sensation was both tingling and fiery. Sia could only liken Ms. Shiva's hands to those imbued with magic, gliding over her body as if countless ants were traversing her veins and bones. To claim discomfort would be a falsehood. However, she felt a profound embarrassment, struggling to suppress any sounds of pleasure that might escape her lips. Her face flushed crimson. After the ointment was applied thoroughly and a few more pats administered, Sia was drenched in sweat. She could not discern whether this was a standard aspect of the training session or a product of her own overactive imagination. Her skin had become acutely sensitive to the environment, embodying a premonition akin to that of a cicada sensing the winds before they stir. You are progressing more swiftly than I anticipated. We shall not practice perception today. Instead, come spar with me. Ms. Shiva, feeling a bit warm from the massage, sensed that the day's teaching objectives had been largely fulfilled and was eager to assess how much Sia's combat skills had improved. Sia, despite the seemingly insurmountable odds, was fueled by a fiery determination to avenge the previous altercation. With her body ablaze with energy, she hastily set aside her coat and seized the stick. Charging forward with fervor, the two women quickly found themselves engaged in an intense confrontation. Xia was consumed by a surge of malevolence, feeling an invigorating strength coursing through her veins. Drawing upon that enigmatic sensation, she executed her once clumsy techniques with newfound finesse, momentarily pushing the unprepared Miss Shiva back. What a thrill! Thea Queen, you have earned the right to be my adversary. Seizing an opportunity, Miss Shiva momentarily feigned vulnerability, stepping outside the fray to shed her long coat, revealing a striking red form-fitting tank top beneath. Her streamlined muscles subtly bulged, and her flat abdomen showcased the graceful contours of a mermaid's line. It became evident that when Miss Shiva was earnest, she truly lived up to her reputation as the world's foremost assassin or martial artist. Xia's initial fervor and aggressive strikes were swiftly countered by Ms. Shiva's remarkable skills and mastery of technique. Despite her relentless mental efforts to seize a moment for counterattack, having rapidly cycled through 3 styles of swordplay and 2 of staff techniques, she found herself effortlessly thwarted by Miss Shiva. Let us engage in barehanded combat, Xia declared, tossing her stick aside. Recognizing her limited experience with weaponry, she resolved to confront Miss Shiva unarmed to expel her pent-up frustrations. Anticipating that Ms. Shiva's pride would lead her to accept the challenge, Xia employed a bit of psychological manipulation by discarding her weapon. True to her expectations, Ms. Shiva discarded her own weapon as well, yet mere seconds later, Xia regretted her decision, wishing to crash into a wall. While the two could exchange blows in weapon combat, unarmed confrontation was an entirely different caliber. Miss Shiva's prowess was far superior. Despite Xia's valiant efforts to persevere, determined to avoid a humiliating defeat, the overwhelming disparity in strength soon became apparent as she found herself pinned to the ground. Miss Shiva's fists moved like lightning, unleashing a flurry of punches before Xia's eyes. Clearly, Miss Shiva was showing restraint. Had those blows connected, Xia would have been left with no choice but to seek cosmetic surgery in Korea. Yet, the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a martial artist battling a Japanese soldier. Lying sprawled on the ground in a defeated posture, she felt like that hapless soldier. Wing Chun, Xia blurted out. Little Xia, you have a keen eye. Would you like to learn? Miss Shiva had transitioned from combat mode back to her usual demeanor. Her tone, while still somewhat aloof, was no longer as distant as before, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Is there Wing Chun in this world? Upon reflection, it seemed there indeed was, as Oliver had once struck the wooden dummy with thunderous resonance. Learn? Why not? In a world devoid of inner strength and lightness, discovering a martial art that suits oneself is paramount. Chapter 31. The beginning of police-civilian cooperation. Despite her yearning to learn Wing Chun, time was of the essence today. Although Xia was now operating independently, arriving excessively late would reflect poorly on her. Miss Shiva, may I call you sister? It feels odd to address you as master. It makes you sound ancient. A quarrel had unexpectedly deepened the bond between the two individuals. Having initially overlooked it, now, as they found themselves in a moment of leisure, Xia gazed at her companion's graceful contours and flawless physique. This aesthetic, distinct from the muscularity of men, stirred a profound envy within her. Xia was acutely aware of her companion's deliberate attempts to draw closer, yet she bore no resentment. After all, it was merely a term of endearment. Sister, might I cultivate abs as magnificent as yours? Xia inquired, her fingers gently tracing the smooth expanse of her friend's firm abdomen. Such beauty, both delicate and powerful. Xia, feeling a slight flutter at the touch, quickly suppressed the sensation. Take your time, little one, she replied, donning her outerwear as they strolled out of the valley. Agreeing to reconvene the following day, having recently celebrated her 16th birthday and successfully obtained her driver's license, Xia had yet to decide on a vehicle, opting instead for a randomly selected Ford from the group for her transportation needs. While returning to the headquarters, she found herself engulfed in a cacophony of urban noise. It was no wonder Xia often retreated to the tranquility of the mountains. The chaos of the city indeed stifled her senses, particularly for those with heightened perception. Would she need to devise a pair of decibel-filtering ear muffs in the future? Driving slowly back to the software department of the former factory, she spotted a red figure waving at her. Hey Xia, come here. What is it, Felicity? Great news. The facial recognition software has finally been completed. Felicity had been quite distressed in recent days. While developing and upgrading software was exhilarating, rewriting from a higher version to a lower one was excruciatingly tedious. Thus, finalizing this software meant she could resume work on the brainwave collection program, a genuinely uplifting revelation for her. That's good news for you, but not for me. I'm utterly exhausted and famished. Please bring me a large Bailey burger, and let us discuss the rest when I wake up. After the software completion, she would still need to coordinate with the police, liaise with the media, and arrange the venue, tasks that seemed never-ending. Feeling lightheaded and slightly disoriented, she hastily dismissed Felicity with a few casual remarks. Once the office door closed, she collapsed onto the visitor's sofa and drifted into a deep slumber. Reveling in a blissful nap, she felt as if she were in a serene paradise, while outside, the sun lazily traversed the sky. Others were bustling about. Yet she enjoyed the luxury of escaping into sleep. A delightful sense of happiness enveloped her. Realizing it was nearly noon, she managed to eat a few bites of her burger with water. For the sake of achieving her ideal abs, she dared not touch soda. Pulling Felicity along, she headed straight for the police station. Why visit the precinct at lunchtime? Xia had astutely timed her visit to coincide with their meal, allowing her to indulge in a little corruption while fostering camaraderie, an advanced tactic gleaned from her past life. Upon arriving, she discovered Detective Lance awaiting his takeout. You need not wait any longer. Everyone here has already been enticed by me, she remarked. The meal was plentiful, drinks were abundant. And since the Quinn group would cover the expenses, she was indifferent to whether the alcohol would affect the afternoon's police matters. During the meal, Xia proposed the establishment of a special support fund for active police officers, allowing each officer to withdraw a monthly allowance based on their tenure in service. In contemporary society, the focal point often resides on the sacrifices made by police officers. However, what eludes many is the paramount importance of preserving life. It has become evident that, despite numerous shortcomings within American law enforcement, such as collusion with gangs and racial discrimination, the rampant proliferation of firearms and the immense pressure associated with their duties render their jobs exceedingly perilous. Officers may leave for work each morning with buoyant spirits, only to receive a small box containing a somber reminder of the day's dangers upon returning home. This grim reality is not merely coincidental. Many officers who endure in this line of work are imbued with a profound sense of justice, particularly in a world rife with nefarious forces. The inherent risks of such a profession are often misunderstood by the public, who frequently deem police officers inept, attributing urban disorder to their failures. In response, some citizens have resolved to combat malevolence independently. However, during this process of physical enhancement and radical transformation, a segment of them has strayed from their original intentions, oscillating from one extreme to another, thus perpetuating a vicious cycle that darkens the city further. Detective Lance, having served for 2 decades, has witnessed numerous young aspirants who, in their fervor to eradicate crime, ultimately succumbed to the very darkness they sought to eliminate. Yet, despite his insights, he has often found himself without viable solutions. Regardless of Xia's motivations, her ability to effectuate change within the police force has profoundly resonated with him. Although their relationship does not yet warrant an overt display of gratitude, it is clear that Xia has evaded repercussions for her transgressions in Star City. Upon returning to the precinct, Felicity, in collaboration with the technical team, successfully installed facial recognition software. Within a mere 10 minutes of algorithmic cross-referencing, they identified 2 long-elusive fugitives. Despite having altered their appearances, their facial contours and physical movements were still captured by the computer's relentless pursuit. The swift apprehension of these criminals sent shockwaves throughout the precinct, as such captures typically required weeks of meticulous investigation. The often elusive chief inspector emerged from the shadows to commend the Quinn group for this achievement, regarding it as a significant testament to the collaboration between law enforcement and the community. He expressed his intention to inform higher echelons of the police force to attend the signing ceremony, while the media would be tasked with disseminating the news. As Xia and Felicity exited the precinct, Xia inquired whether Felicity had any connections in the media. Felicity, a hacker by trade, confessed that she had infiltrated the computers of many journalists, manipulating speeches and orchestrating blackouts during live broadcasts, yet had never met any of them personally. Upon learning of Xia's intention to meet several media personnel, Felicity, though feeling somewhat guilty, suggested that Xia should go alone and hastily departed. Abandoned by her unscrupulous comrades, Xia found herself compelled to devise her own strategies. While seeking assistance from Moira or Old Ma would have been convenient, she felt it was unnecessary to leverage their connections for what she perceived as a trivial matter. After perusing her contacts, Xia lamented the scarcity of acquaintances, realizing her network consisted of only a handful of individuals. Reluctantly, she resolved to reach out to Tommy. Uncertainty lingered regarding Old Ma's disclosure of the truth, and Xia struggled to ascertain her relationship with Tommy, whether to maintain their original friendship or embrace a sibling bond. Furthermore, The implications of her status as an illegitimate child on Tommy, the legitimate heir, remained an enigma. In the past, Tommy would hasten to answer a phone call without delay. Yet this time he kept her waiting for a full hour, just as Sia began to ponder whether he had discerned the truth and chosen to sever ties with her. Mr. Tommy appeared before her, adorned with sunglasses and leaning on a cane, resembling a character from a dark, heroic tale. Chapter 32. Malcolm's embarrassment. The once exuberant Tommy now resembled a wilted eggplant, his demeanor lacking vitality as he forced out a greeting. "Hey, Sia. Were you worried?" Gazing at the man before her, it was hard to reconcile this figure, clad in sunglasses and supported by a cane, with the vibrant Tommy she once knew. "What on earth happened to you? Playing the role of a dark avenger? You seem to have wandered onto the wrong set. I must say, you both share a rather elongated visage," Sia remarked, recalling her recent encounter with Laurel, where Tommy had been brimming with energy. How could he have transformed into this disheveled state in just 3 days? Was the storyline diverging so drastically? Had he truly lost his sight? Surely, her mere fluttering of wings could not have caused such upheaval. Sia scrutinized his sunglasses for an extended moment, unable to ascertain whether she should rise to assist him in sitting down. Hesitantly, she inquired, "What about your eyes?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor collision," Tommy replied, removing his sunglasses briefly to prove he was not blinded, only to hastily don them again. Upon observing the bruises around his eyes, Sia nearly spat out her coffee. His left eye was evidently swollen from a punch, and his right eyelid bore a significant bruise. Had Laurel struck him? Did domestic violence exist in this world? "Did you have a quarrel with Laurel?" Sia ventured cautiously. "A quarrel? No, not at all." "Oh." Tommy initially paused, quickly grasping Sia's implication, and hastened to clarify. "My father has enlisted a skilled trainer for me. You know I must protect Laurel, right?" Tommy still possessed a sense of discretion, refraining from divulging that it was his own father personally training him, instead fabricating the existence of a fictitious expert. However, Sia found it difficult to believe. Star City was merely a novice realm, and the number of true experts was scant. The emergence of an enigmatic Ms. Zyva was already astonishing enough. Could there possibly be more? Realizing that old Malcolm had commenced training Tommy, Sia sensed the narrative veering off its original course. She found herself torn between joy and sorrow, her emotions a tangled web, and could only revert to the matter at hand. Upon hearing that she merely needed him to contact a few media outlets, Tommy felt entirely at ease. Having indulged in a life of leisure for so long, he had yet to engage in any serious undertakings. Nevertheless, he had made plenty of acquaintances over the years, regardless of the depth of their relationships. A few phone calls to familiar faces, be it the son of a station director or the niece of a news anchor, yielded affirmative responses for a discussion. Sia expressed no gratitude for Tommy's assistance. There was no need for pleasantries between them, whether by friendship or blood. Observing Tommy swaying unsteadily in his seat, Sia promptly urged him to return home for some rest. She feared he might topple over in the CAF, leading others to believe he was attempting to exploit them. "Shall I escort you home?" she offered, uncertain of how to address him since Malcolm had never revealed the full truth, leaving her to resort to the generic "you." No, I'm perfectly capable," he insisted. Tommy staggered to the entrance, and both customers and CAF staff instinctively parted to allow him passage, fearful that he might tumble silently to the ground. A kind-hearted soul held the door open, gesturing for him to hurry along and never return. After taking a couple of steps outside, Tommy abruptly turned back, casting a pall of tension over the CAF. "CIA, you must be cautious. A dark force is rising in Star City, and my father has been injured by them," Tommy whispered urgently. Who has harmed him? Regardless of old Ma's character, he had always treated her well, certainly far better than the violent Mrs. Siwa. Upon hearing of his injury, CIA couldn't help but be concerned. Again? Tommy overlooked the subject of his previous statement, but CIA caught the implication. Had old Dad been wounded before? "Oh, do you mean Uncle Merlin's injury?" CIA hazily speculated, needing confirmation. A knife wound beneath his ribs, quite severe, measuring a full 10 centimeters long. Goodness, that old trickster. Isn't that precisely the wound I inflicted? CIA thought incredulously. What dark force, what a tale he spins. Observing Tommy's demeanor, it was evident that Malcolm had orchestrated a scheme of feigned suffering, perhaps to foster familial harmony by conjuring an elusive adversary. CIA couldn't help but admire the depth of Malcolm's cunning. In truth, she had wronged him. His actions were merely the result of improvisation. Malcolm was likely contemplating how to maintain this charade, for often we weave one lie into another, expanding the web until the truth inevitably emerges. Despite Tommy's insistence that she need not escort him, CIA drove him home, eager to confront old Ma and lay everything bare. Even if he did not acknowledge it, the relief would be worth it. At that moment, Malcolm was resting his eyes, too preoccupied with his recent endeavors to contemplate the plan for the impoverished in Star City. He had expended considerable energy on nurturing his son, believing that even if nothing substantial emerged from it, the effort would be worthwhile for the sake of mending their relationship. "Hey, Uncle Merlin, I heard you were injured. Is it serious? I came to check on you." A bright and familiar voice startled him from his reverie, prompting him to open his eyes. "CIA? What is she doing here?" Upon seeing the playful expression on her face, he quickly understood her intent. She had deduced the connection between Malcolm and Black Arrow through her own wound. This was no surprise, as he had only adopted a disguise out of caution. However, upon noticing Tommy beside her, he realized his previous fabrications had been laid bare. "CIA," he chuckled awkwardly, "long time no see. Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better now." CIA gestured toward Tommy with her chin, sending Malcolm a look that urged him to reveal the truth while everyone was present. Malcolm had pondered this dilemma for quite some time. Tommy held nothing but love and nostalgia for his mother. If he were to learn of Malcolm's infidelity, it would sever their bond irreparably, extinguishing any possibility of reconciliation. Caught in a dilemma, he could only prolong the situation. Regarding Shia's gaze, he could only shake his head vigorously from an angle out of Tommy's sight, signaling that it was not feasible, at least not at this moment. Despite her dissatisfaction with his indecisiveness, Xia could only maintain her respect. After all, if she appeared too eager, it could be misinterpreted as an attempt to seize property. Changing the subject, she sarcastically remarked that she had heard he was injured by the dark forces in the city and inquired if he could elaborate. "Indeed, father. When I asked you, you mentioned being injured by a woman, yet you have yet to provide the details," Tommy chimed in, offering a perfect assist. "Oh, which woman was it? Please, enlighten us," Xia said, rolling her eyes towards the ceiling. Malcolm had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Trapped by the words of his children, unable to ascend or descend from the situation, and caught red-handed in his fabrications. Faced with the principal parties involved, how could he continue to weave his tale? Chapter 33. Disruption in a moment of desperation. Malcolm quickly concocted a story. "It was a dark day when a woman discovered me. She wore a long trench coat, had black hair, and wielded a long knife." Xia listened with a peculiar expression. The initial part of his narrative certainly alluded to Lady Shiva. "Father, you have quite the imagination," she thought, discreetly giving Malcolm a thumbs up from Tommy's blind spot, indicating her admiration for his ingenuity. Now, Malcolm found himself in a position where he could not voice his struggles, enduring the facade, fearing further awkward inquiries, and ultimately dismissing the two under the pretense of feeling lightheaded, since he was unwilling to reveal the truth. Xia and Tommy bid farewell and set about contacting several media outlets. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. The backgrounds of Xia and Tommy's families played a crucial role, and the media outlets that received invitations expressed their eagerness to participate in this momentous occasion. 3 days later, the Star City Police Department and the Quinn Group officially held a signing and donation ceremony. At this event, it was clear that Xia would not be the focal point, as the president was still Moira. Previously, she had only briefly discussed the police fund with her mother, and they both dismissed it, as the expenditure was minimal compared to the favorable reputation they were gaining, which was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Observing her mother eloquently discussing the various contributions and sacrifices made by the police department for Star City while envisioning a beautiful future, one could not help but acknowledge Moira's political acumen. Her grandiose yet empty rhetoric was delivered with such charm that it effortlessly captivated the audience. It was easy to believe that if she pursued a political career in the future, today's events would serve as an excellent foundation. In order not to overshadow her mother, Xia opted for a casual outfit today, discarding the suffocating professional attire in favor of a simple t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, embodying the girl-next-door aesthetic. With her long hair styled in a lovely ponytail, seated beside her was Felicity, who found such political theatrics distasteful, yet attended out of boredom to join in the spectacle. The two occasionally whispered to each other, sharing snippets of conversation. From a distance, they appeared as two girls engaged in intimate chatter, creating a warm and delicate scene. However, if one were to listen closely to their whispered words, one would be taken aback. "Haven't you resolved the missile issue yet? Without weapons, speed is of no consequence. I, too, am anxious. However, it is quite a challenging situation. The retrieval of the weapon necessitates the signatures of 3 individuals, coupled with a daily changing password lock, which complicates matters significantly. I could potentially hack into the password lock and amend the protocol, but as a side note, your software leaves much to be desired. Do not glare at me, for I speak the truth. The signatures must be resolved solely by you. How about this? Let us first assemble the skateboard, and I shall go and rob a few gangsters. They are likely to possess firearms. However, obtaining missiles seems implausible. This is, indeed, the most feasible solution devised by Xia after much contemplation. That is a viable plan, but how will you handle those gang members? Felicity inquired, mimicking a punching gesture. They are unlikely to engage you in combat. I am adept with a bow and arrow, trust me. The effective range of a handgun is merely 50 meters, while my arrows can reach approximately 100 meters, all without producing a sound. A flying female Robin Hood. That sounds quite heroic. Felicity's eyes sparkled at the mention of adventure, eager to return and assemble the gear immediately. Meanwhile, the meeting continued, with Moira contemplating the expansion of her influence. She had summoned nearly all the prominent figures of the city. For the safety of these dignitaries, the police chief had mobilized the entire police force back to the precinct. Although Detective Lance expressed some dissent, he ultimately acquiesced in silence. Just as Moira concluded her remarks, announcing the commencement of the evening's festivities, the main lights of the venue abruptly extinguished with a loud pop. Almost instantaneously, the surrounding lights followed suit, emitting a series of sharp, crackling sounds. Darkness enveloped the once bustling hall. What is happening? John, come protect me. My dear, hurry to my side. Police. Someone is trying to steal my bag. Panic ensued, and the scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of countless portrayals in films and television. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act. Yet, Xia had not anticipated that someone would audaciously commit a crime right beneath the noses of 1,500 officers. Xia and Felicity had been seated in a corner, believing themselves safe from harm. She instructed her to remain cautious and, after closing her eyes to sense Moira's location, swiftly dashed toward her. Come with me. Without hesitation, Xia seized her mother's hand and pulled her toward the rear. However, Moira found herself amidst the crowd. In this pitch-black chaos, finding a way out proved daunting. And after much struggle, she had barely moved 2 meters. As Xia prepared to employ force to carve a path through the tumult, a figure rapidly approached her in her perception, seemingly targeting Moira's handbag. How audacious of this thief to attempt to steal from my mother right before my eyes. They truly underestimate me. With her left hand, Xia pushed Moira behind her. Stay back, be careful. Moira, fearing retribution from the assailant, refrained from calling her daughter's name, demonstrating the composure of one seasoned in adversity. Given the surrounding confusion, it was impossible to ascertain the number of adversaries. Xia resolved to act swiftly, charging toward the approaching figure. Upon getting closer, she discerned that, despite the pitch darkness, the intruder's face bore 2 faintly flickering red lights, almost imperceptible at first glance. Xia was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the individual before her was equipped with infrared technology. It was no ordinary thief. This was a high-tech burglar. She felt a deep resentment towards this person for disrupting her meticulously planned activities over the past few days. In a fit of frustration, she launched a punch towards him. Although the assailant possessed infrared gear, he could not discern who was who. He merely sensed that the figure before him did not resemble the woman he had previously seen. Dismissing it, he swatted her fist to the left. However, he did not anticipate that Xia's move was merely a feint. As he pushed her away, she swiftly sidestepped and delivered a kick. Surprised, he did not expect to encounter someone with considerable skill among the throng of dignitaries. Yet, despite his years of experience, he underestimated Xia, intending to bypass her quickly and seize the target's possessions. But how could this be possible? After several days of training, Xia had honed her instincts to a remarkable degree, effortlessly filtering out the chaos of the surrounding crowd to focus intently on the shadowy figure before her. The throngs of people hindered her legwork, compelling her to engage in close combat, utilizing various martial arts techniques, not with the intent to kill, but merely to entangle her opponent. After all, once the lights illuminated the scene, there would be a battalion of furious officers waiting for them. The intruder recognized the gravity of the situation and discerned Xia's intentions. Realizing that his plans for the day would likely not come to fruition, he resolved to give it his all, abandoning any restraint to eliminate this troublesome adversary first. As the assailant locked onto Xia as his target, the pressure on her intensified. Yet, with her heightened perception, each of his movements became crystal clear, eliminating any chance of blind attacks. She was prepared to unleash her full repertoire of skills. In the distance, Detective Lance's voice echoed, instructing the backup team to connect the auxiliary power and retrieve heavy weaponry, while the remaining personnel followed his lead. The intruder, hearing the approaching footsteps of the officers, felt a surge of frustration. No matter how skilled he was, he could not withstand the onslaught of over 1,000 armed officers. Even the most formidable adversary would succumb to such numbers. What he had initially thought to be a simple task a mere diversion, had turned into a precarious predicament, leaving him unable to retreat. The opponent before him was slight of frame, yet he felt he should have recognized or at least heard of someone with such capabilities. Xia, too, felt a swell of irritation. While the officers were losing face, her own meticulously organized event was now in tatters, fueling her anger. Despite the skill of her opponent, she deemed their abilities to be evenly matched. Once the lights illuminated the area, even the most adept fighter would be rendered powerless. As the two began to engage earnestly, both exhibited agility and speed, resulting in a tense stalemate. Suddenly, the lights flickered to life, and in a split second, Xia withdrew her attacks, blending into the crowd. Striving to present herself as a mere bystander, she was reluctant to reveal her true capabilities. After all, in the eyes of the kidnappers, capturing a defenseless heiress could be accomplished with little more than a knife. However, to capture someone exceptionally skilled, one must arrive armed with a submachine gun. Whether one describes her as a wolf in sheep's clothing or simply understated, Xia is intent on preserving her image as an innocent flower. Bathed in the faintest light, Xia gazed at the figure across from her. Clad in a black bodysuit and high-heeled boots, adorned with a butterfly mask. Beneath a delicate nose lay enticing red lips. Could this be Catwoman? Isn't she typically prowling in Gotham? How has she slipped into our village? As the surrounding lights gradually brightened, Catwoman realized that what was intended as a leisurely entertainment evening was about to transform into a desperate escape for survival. Casting a fierce glance at Xia, it was evident that despite her facade of nonchalance among the crowd, she bore the marks of a struggle after a lengthy confrontation with Catwoman. For someone renowned for her keen eyes when it comes to slipping through doors and picking locks, Xia's condition was unmistakably evident. With footsteps drawing ever closer and the illumination intensifying, Catwoman found herself in a precarious situation. Xia had cunningly designated the battleground in the very center of the hall, now teeming with onlookers, with the nearest window a daunting 10 meters away. Although the officers may not possess the prowess of heroes, they were hardly inept. Several agile and sharp-minded individuals dashed towards Catwoman, drawing their firearms as they ran. The conspicuous nature of Catwoman's attire amidst a sea of tailored suits left no room for doubt. Unless one were utterly oblivious, it was clear she posed a problem. Just as Xia was about to whistle and relish the spectacle of Catwoman's struggle, a cylindrical object was hurled through the window. With a resounding crash upon impact, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the hall. A smoke bomb? The previously stable situation devolved into chaos. Fortunately, Detective Lance, seasoned in such matters, bellowed to maintain order, instructing his subordinates to open the windows and activate powerful blowers. As visibility gradually returned, the once cornered Catwoman had vanished without a trace. Allowing her to escape so brazenly would be a blow to Xia's pride. Observing several bodyguards approach her mother, Xia felt reassured enough to seek out Felicity. Whispering for her to access the city's surveillance footage to track Catwoman's escape route, she intended to apprehend her. Approximately 600 meters down the street, Felicity swiftly maneuvered the controls, soon spotting Catwoman on the cameras. How could she have covered such distance in those heels in such a short time? Xia donned an earpiece, instructing Felicity to identify a likely path for Catwoman as she prepared to intercept her. Without a moment's hesitation, she eschewed the main entrance, instead leaping through the window in pursuit. By now, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening, the surroundings cloaked in darkness. Xia was unperturbed by the possibility of being seen by passers-by. As for the cameras along the route, Felicity was adept at disabling them in an instant. Turn left, then 100 meters ahead, veer right under the billboard. This was the inaugural collaboration between Xia and Felicity, and one must admit their first partnership was remarkably seamless. After sprinting at full speed for 3 minutes, Xia finally positioned herself directly in front of Catwoman. Hey, you are Catwoman, aren't you? What brings you to Star City? She arrived as a tourist, but the simplicity of the Gotham people necessitated a clear inquiry regarding their intentions to establish a branch in Star City. This also served to buy some time, as she dashed over, slightly breathless. Catwoman, observing her, leapt forth with an expression that was indescribably grim. After carefully reflecting on her memories, she confirmed the identity of the girl before her, Thea Queen. She was astonished that a wealthy heiress could possess such remarkable skills. The thoughts of the affluent were indeed perplexing. There was a hint of resentment in her words. Was she referring to me? It felt unlikely. Thea, slightly bewildered, noted that while Catwoman was not exactly a hero, she was not a villain either. The contours of her face bore a resemblance to Anne Hathaway, and Thea's initial desire for retaliation began to wane. This indicated that beauty truly held significance. It was rare to encounter someone whose skills were comparable to her own, providing an opportunity for a friendly spar. Sia had no intention of letting her off easily. Noting Catwoman's silence, she pressed on, inquiring about her purpose in Star City. With a nonchalant demeanor, Catwoman replied that she was merely passing through, advising the young girl to relax. The previous darkness had hindered her perception, and the chaotic crowd had severely affected her performance. Sia felt unsatisfied with her earlier efforts. Since Catwoman was not forthcoming with the truth, they might as well continue their bout. Catwoman, having traversed the underworld for many years, felt a twinge of annoyance at being thwarted by a mere girl. Sensing Sia's approach, she was determined to impart a lesson, reminding the young one of the importance of caution when navigating the world. After a brief interlude of 3 minutes, they clashed once more, with Sia fully regaining her vision and free from distracting noise, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Catwoman believed she had distanced herself enough, with the police unable to catch up, thus alleviating the previous sense of urgency. In the face of Sia's fierce onslaught, she relied on her years of combat experience to respond with caution. The two were evenly matched, with Sia's superior perception countered by Catwoman's street-fighting prowess, adeptly utilizing obstacles like trees to shield against attacks. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. As their stamina waned, Sia began to seize the advantage, primarily because Catwoman was still wearing high-heeled boots. The balance required to perform various high kicks and flips in such footwear was extraordinary, prompting Sia to marvel at her agility. Observing Catwoman's increasingly labored breaths and faltering steps, Sia realized victory was near. After all, if Catwoman could still defeat her while wearing heels, it would render Sia's training under Old Ma and Shiwa utterly futile. Chapter 35. The arrival of Batman. Sia understood that to defeat Catwoman, she must curtail her speed. Although Sia herself was agile, it was only in a relative sense. Compared to Catwoman, there remained a crucial difference in their velocities. This slight discrepancy kept Sia at an advantage, yet she had not managed to significantly expand her lead. With a graceful sidestep, Sia evaded Catwoman's series of kicks. It was evident that Catwoman's leg techniques were the result of rigorous training, featuring an array of kicks such as whip kicks and spinning strikes, leaving Sia breathless in her attempts to counter. She genuinely questioned whether this individual possessed an extraordinary ability to navigate in high heels, as if treading on solid ground. It seemed utterly implausible. Sia mused that if she were to don such shoes, merely maintaining a normal walking pace would be a significant achievement. Let alone executing such chaotic flurries of kicks, she would have succumbed long ago. At last, as Catwoman's stamina waned, her once powerful sidekick lost its precision and was easily deflected. Seizing the opportunity, Sia darted into the inner circle, launching an elbow strike towards Catwoman's face. Sensing the ferocity of this maneuver, which, if it connected, could induce a brief unconsciousness due to the density of nerves on her face, Catwoman summoned her strength at a critical moment, propelling herself upward. Nevertheless, the forceful elbow strike struck her shoulder near the collarbone. Sia, relentless in her pursuit, grasped Catwoman's shoulder, pushing off with her right foot while bending her left knee to execute a knee strike akin to that of Muay Thai. Just as Catwoman appeared on the verge of being struck in the abdomen and losing her combat effectiveness, a luminous metallic object hurtled toward Shia's right foot with astonishing speed from a distance. Uncertain of what it was, Xia realized that should she continue her assault, while she could injure Catwoman, she would inevitably sustain injuries herself. Weighing her options, she concluded that her intent was merely to spar, not engage in a life-or-death duel. It was not worth the risk of injury. Therefore, she altered her upward knee strike into a backward leap, momentarily retreating from the fray. With a sharp crack, the metallic object embedded itself in the very spot where Xia had stood moments before. She focused intently on the half-exposed object protruding from the cement surface, its streamlined form glinting with a unique metallic sheen in the dim light, revealing a sharp edge on the exposed side. Could this be a batarang? At that moment, Felicity's anxious voice crackled through Xia's earpiece, cautioning her that Batman was near. In truth, Xia had already laid eyes upon the legendary figure of Batman, donned in a Kevlar bodysuit, a black mask concealing his identity, and draped in a deep black cape, descending from the heavens as if soaring on a blade of wind. His striking appearance and dramatic entrance could easily earn him reverence in medieval times, akin to a deity. This was undoubtedly a psychological tactic. The dossier had described him as a renowned master of psychological warfare, and the assertion proved true. From where had he descended? Did he possess some form of supernatural cultivation? Such a notion was unfathomable. Xia meticulously scanned her surroundings with heightened perception and soon detected something unusual above her. Though the distance rendered it somewhat indistinct, it was clear. It must be his bat plane, exhibiting remarkable capabilities of ultra-low altitude flight. The fact that she could not see it with the naked eye suggested advanced optical camouflage. This was unlike traditional stealth aircraft, which evade radar but remain visible to the naked eye. This was imperceptible to both radar and sight, a truly cutting-edge technology. Xia resolved to consult Quinn's weapons development division to create a similar marvel for herself. Upon witnessing Batman descending, he positioned himself beside Catwoman. However, for reasons unknown, Catwoman sidestepped 2 paces outward, seemingly attempting to evade him. Although Batman's face was obscured by his mask, the contours of his chin revealed a hint of exasperation, as if he wished to articulate something but was at a loss for words. Catwoman appeared suddenly oblivious, as if she had become blind to the presence of the living being beside her, fixating her gaze instead on Xia. Curiously, even the blind could discern the tension between the two, igniting Xia's curiosity, which flared like wildfire. Observing the live broadcast of Felicity, she quietly expressed her opinions, nearly fluttering over to offer her approval. The atmosphere grew momentarily heavy, prompting Xia to assertively break the silence. "You are Batman, are you not? Aren't you the hero of Gotham City? Why are you protecting this thief?" Batman felt genuinely troubled. His current predicament stemmed from the subtle flirtations exchanged with Catwoman during their previous encounters. They had ventured out in their true identities, meandering through Star City, engaging in light-hearted discussions that had devolved into disputes over their worldviews and philosophies. Just then, Moira had summoned all the city's dignitaries for a press conference, and Catwoman, feeling disgruntled, sought to spread her discontent. Changing into a different outfit, she had entered to pull the lever, aiming to stage a dramatic event. What was initially perceived as an easily attainable game was thoroughly disrupted by Xia. The altercation escalated from the conference hall to the streets. And as Catwoman found herself on the brink of defeat, Batman was compelled to perform an act of heroism. In response to Xia's inquiry, Batman was uncertain how to proceed. He had reviewed her background on the Batplane. She was the heiress of the Quinn Group, her father having met with an untimely demise, and she possessed no criminal record. Currently, she was employed within her family's enterprise while applying for admission to Princeton University. From all perspectives, she did not appear to be malevolent. On the contrary, her ability to remain optimistic and resilient in light of her similar hardships stirred envy within the Batman, who had often succumbed to darkness. The admiration that arose from witnessing another achieve what he could not was palpable. Thus, Batman opted to feign ignorance to her question, choosing instead to embody the role of a silent, handsome figure. Seeing Batman retreat into silence, Catwoman, repeatedly provoked that night, struggled to maintain her usual grace and composure, exclaiming loudly, "If you have the courage, come and catch me." Xia, taken aback, hesitated to approach, as it was evident that the two were in cahoots. She felt her slight frame would be better off avoiding confrontation. Moreover, she had no desire to sour relations with Batman, a prominent figure within the Justice League, understanding that her future would likely intertwine with the world of heroes. Offending him would be decidedly unwise. As long as she lacked superpowers, she would inevitably align herself with Batman's side. Indeed, even among superheroes, factions existed reminiscent of the conflict between Captain America and Iron Man, primarily embodied in the dynamic between Superman and Batman. Batman harbored a disdain for all beings outside the realm of normalcy. In his eyes, whether good or evil, all extraterrestrials and mutants warranted eradication, with the distinction lying in his total enmity towards aliens while selectively opposing those with abilities. With his wealth rivaling nations and an extensive network of acquaintances, it might seem challenging for him to acquire extraordinary abilities. However, the enhancement serum is not particularly difficult to obtain. Yet, he prefers to maintain his identity as a pure earthling rather than embrace such augmentations, which clearly illustrates his philosophy. Against such an individual, superior martial skills would prove futile unless one were to eliminate him completely. Otherwise, he would always re-emerge unexpectedly, much like a cockroach. Xia has resolved to employ the tactics of the future Prometheus against the Green Arrow, initiating with a grand maneuver, an exclusive skill famously wielded by notable protagonists, verbal persuasion. By seizing the moral high ground, she believes that victory lies not in the size of one's fists, but in rendering him utterly speechless. Chapter 36. Increasingly lively, Xia proclaimed loudly that tonight marks the signing banquet hosted by the Quinn Group and the Star City Police Department. In our efforts to combat crime, we have developed a facial recognition software, generously donated to the police department, only to have this commendable act marred by this scoundrel. Fixating her gaze on Batman, she exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how many gang members we have in Star City? Are you aware of the difficulties in combating these individuals? If we could eliminate just 1/5 of them, The city government could create an additional 20,000 jobs. All of this had been obliterated by his actions. The Star City Police Department had become a laughingstock, and the efforts of 1,500 officers and over 1,000 members of the Quinn Group had been rendered meaningless. In truth, the so-called efforts of over 1,000 members of the Quinn Group amounted to little more than the endeavors of Felicity and her 3 subordinates, with fewer than 100 officers privy to the complete circumstances. Nevertheless, Xia skillfully positioned herself as a selfless guardian of the city, devoted to the public good without seeking reward. Unaware of the true situation, Batman found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. They had merely passed through Star City. Lacking knowledge of the unfolding events, even prior awareness would have been of little consequence. Xia's words bore a semblance of truth, laced with deception. Without a dedicated team tirelessly investigating, the truth would remain elusive, given Felicity's methods. What now? Should I surrender the ambiguous Catwoman? I am reluctant. This is not Gotham. And I am unfamiliar with these surroundings. I wouldn't know whom to approach for assistance. Moreover, Catwoman had nearly ensnared the key figures of Star City's police and political realms, leaving them embarrassed in their own domain. They would not release her easily. If someone were to wreak havoc in Gotham, I would certainly ensure they faced the consequences. After much contemplation, I resolved not to hand her over. Perhaps, in due course, I can assume a different identity to make amends with Star City. If I refuse to relinquish her, I must find a way to escape. But such a morally dubious act is uncharacteristic of Bruce Wayne. The thought makes me uneasy. I wish to avoid further conversation, signaling to Catwoman that we should withdraw discreetly, lest we bring shame upon ourselves. Catwoman noticed Batman, frozen like a statue, neither speaking nor moving, subtly signaling her awareness of the trouble she had instigated. Although she had a penchant for wealth, she had always exercised restraint, meticulously planning her targets before making a move. Today, I find myself engulfed in a cloud of melancholy. Approaching this situation with a gaming mindset, I am now confronted by the rightful owner, realizing my own culpability. Observing Xia, clad in denim and canvas shoes, a radiant embodiment of youthful justice, I cannot help but compare myself to her. We appear as dark as crows. And it is evident we are the villains in this narrative. Unable to proceed, retreat seems the only option. Noticing the exchanged glances between the two, Xia realizes their intent to flee. Although she is reluctant to pursue them, allowing their escape without any pretense would be disingenuous. She must at least put on a show. Do not run, she shouts, dashing toward the Catwoman. Having clashed with her twice before, they are somewhat familiar with each other's capabilities. In contrast to Batman's towering stature and muscular build, clad in defensive armor, it is clear that the Catwoman presents the more manageable target. Batman understands that a conspicuous exit from Star City is improbable for them. Yet, seeing Xia charge towards the Catwoman leaves him uncertain whether to assist or merely observe. As the two women engage in a fierce battle, Batman, with his martial arts expertise, perceives that they are evenly matched. Should they continue, they could fight until dawn. Barring any fatigue. My apologies, young lady. If this drags on until dawn, it will be too late. Thus, Batman joins the fray, turning the tide to a 2-on-1 scenario against Xia. With his involvement, Xia immediately senses an overwhelming pressure. Batman, reputed to master 127 fighting styles, though the source of this statistic remains a mystery, demonstrates his exceptional skill, seamlessly employing Muay Thai, Judo, Sambo, and a myriad of martial arts. Coupled with his superior strength, speed, and endurance, he exerts a comprehensive dominance over Xia. Moreover, his own heightened perception effectively nullifies Xia's once reliable sensory advantages. The Catwoman appears displeased with her former lover's intervention, instinctively slowing her movements. Batman, wishing to avoid causing harm to this principled young woman, finds himself restraining his efforts for differing reasons, allowing Xia to hold her ground, albeit barely, just as Xia feels her endurance waning. Contemplating whether to feign unconsciousness or endure a few more blows before collapsing, a vibrant voice pierces the air nearby. Haha, I have watched long enough. I cannot hold back any longer. Today, we shall have a proper fight. The only woman in Star City with such a penchant for combat, without a second thought, is none other than Miss Shiva. Adorned in her signature black trench coat and crimson vest, her long hair dances gracefully in the evening breeze. At this moment, Batman's heart sinks. He is well acquainted with Shiva, having faced her numerous times, never emerging victorious. As the mother of the future Batgirl, their relationship may not be intimate, but familiarity is undeniable. After all, why else would she entrust her daughter to him? As Miss Shiva strides confidently to Xia's side, the two striking women, one coolly enchanting, the other vibrantly alluring, stand together, gazing at Batman and the Catwoman. A shared glance between the two reveals their mutual understanding of the predicament they face. Both are well aware of Shiva's temperament. It is clear that this matter cannot be resolved swiftly. Xia was aware that her aid had arrived, and thus she was determined to continue the battle. With each passing moment, she found herself growing increasingly adept. Indeed, experience in the field is the most effective teacher. She instructed Felicity to disable the nearby surveillance, for they had been engaged in combat for quite some time, and the sudden appearance of law enforcement would be most disheartening. Exchanging a glance with Shiva, she gestured toward Catwoman, indicating that she would take on this opponent. Shiva, equally disinterested in Catwoman, smiled gracefully and charged toward Batman, marking the commencement of their fifth confrontation. Though she was aware of Bruce's true identity, she refrained from revealing it in Xia's presence. Setting aside Batman's internal turmoil, it was now the fourth bout between Xia and Catwoman. In their previous encounters, Catwoman had narrowly lost, though the margin had been slight. The outcome would be uncertain in a life-and-death struggle. However, Xia had no such intentions. She approached the skirmish with a spirit of camaraderie. Catwoman, no longer consumed by anger as she had been at the outset, began to adopt a more composed demeanor. The two engaged in practice, neither rushing nor panicking. They both understood that the ultimate victor would not be determined by their duel, but rather by the clash between the other two combatants. Batman's earlier assessments had proven astute. As both fighters had employed their techniques repeatedly, the final contest would hinge upon whose endurance was superior. As their bout progressed, both women grew fatigued, realizing that determining a winner was becoming increasingly elusive. After a prolonged exchange, they decided to cease their efforts and focus on the confrontation between Batman and Shiva. Chapter 37. After the clamor, Batman harbored a somewhat disdainful view of women, yet years of training had instilled in him a profound respect for them. Reminiscent of the knightly ethos of Europe, intertwined with the ancient principle of chivalry that forbade striking a woman, his perspective on women was to largely ignore them. Talia had borne him a son only to betray him with a stabbing that was not merely metaphorical, but rather a literal wound inflicted by a metallic object. He chose to endure. Having been betrayed by Catwoman, he extended his forgiveness toward his former lover, acting as if he were oblivious to her transgressions. Even the later, somewhat deranged Harley Quinn was met with a corrective approach rather than the violent response reserved for the Joker. In a duel against the somewhat fastidious Shiva, the outcome was all but predictable. There were far too many vulnerable areas. The chest was off limits, the waist was too sensitive, and the face? Gazing at Shiva's striking countenance rendered that option even less viable. Bound by such constraints, and already at a disadvantage in skill, the gap widened further. Relying solely on the sturdiness of his protective gear, he barely managed to maintain a stalemate. Eager to assess the situation with Catwoman, he remained unaware that Felicity had rendered all surveillance inoperative, fearful that the police might burst forth at any moment, armed and ready. Anxiously bracing himself, he absorbed 2 punches from Shiva, turning to glance at Catwoman, prepared to shout a warning. However, upon looking, he nearly bit his tongue in shock. At this moment, Catwoman and Shiva stood side by side, the earlier tumult of combat seemingly forgotten. The two women casually embraced each other's shoulders, observing their surroundings as if they were mere spectators, almost ready to produce popcorn and settle in for a show. Unbeknownst to them, Felicity was behind the camera, quietly snacking and rooting for them. Occasionally, snippets of their conversation drifted into earshot. "Shiva, that punch you threw lacked power. Have you not eaten?" one remarked. "No, it's a matter of perspective. That punch was merely a feint. The real highlight is that kick. Superb. Absolutely flawless." Bruce Wayne found himself in awe of these formidable women, pondering the absurdity of his own efforts. Who was he fighting for, enduring such hardship? He resolved never to engage in combat with women again. He yearned to call for a ceasefire, but Shiva was thoroughly enjoying herself and offered him no opportunity to intervene. Sia watched intently as the two exchanged blows, their movements and techniques a true testament to martial artistry. She realized that she was merely a practitioner at best, hardly a devotee. "Sia, you must retreat. The police will arrive in 1 minute," Felicity urged through the earpiece. The police were on their way. All of them were not exactly paragons of virtue. Sia felt it inappropriate to abandon her companions and shouted to the combatants. It was clear that none present were the epitome of heroism. Sia had to maintain her facade of innocence, while Catwoman and Shiva were a thief and an assassin, respectively. Even Batman was a wanted figure in Gotham, making it evident that all 4 were heroes who would perish in the light of day. Immediately, they ceased their skirmish, primarily due to Shiva's decision to halt. Batman had long contemplated an escape. However, Shiva seemed reluctant, glancing at Sia with a smirk before signaling her to continue their training. Before her words fully left her lips, she vanished into the dense underbrush. Batman nodded at Sia, realizing by this point that she had no intention of apprehending them. Otherwise, she would have alerted the authorities long ago. He wrapped an arm around Catwoman's waist and fired a grappling hook skyward, propelling them swiftly 30 meters into the air, disappearing without a trace. As the layered hues of the sky blurred, Sia finally discerned the silhouette of the Batplane, a long, slender body with propellers strategically positioned beneath the wings, a design that allowed for vertical takeoff and landing. Just as she prepared to scrutinize it further, the Batplane had vanished entirely from sight. Next time, I must study it more closely, Sia thought, as the distant wail of police sirens reached her ears, prompting her to hastily follow the route provided by Felicity. Upon her return to the venue, Sia initially feared that Catwoman's ruckus had ruined her plans, but to her surprise, Moira demonstrated her prowess. Seizing the moment while the journalists and dignitaries lingered, Moira launched into crisis management. As Sia entered, she caught the latter part of Moira's speech. "We must not be intimidated. We will not be defeated. We must unite to combat these nefarious criminals who threaten and intimidate us. They fear us. They fear the strength of our unity. Both Commissioner Edward and I have submitted proposals to the city government and the council. The Quinn Group will donate $5 million worth of equipment to the Star City Police Department to aid in the fight against crime. Let us all extend a helping hand to collaboratively uphold the splendid visage of our beloved Star City and rescue our homeland." In conclusion, both the Quinn Group and the municipal government have pledged $1 million each as a reward for any informant who can provide leads on tonight's instigators. We implore our media friends to disseminate this announcement. We must resolutely quell their audacious defiance. Even the prominent figures in attendance, despite their reluctance, could only grit their teeth and express their willingness to contribute. Those lacking in dignity could not voice their sentiments. They begrudgingly withdrew 50 cents, while others generously donated tens of thousands. After signing a check to meet the minimum requirement, they were compelled to feign delight, experiencing an inexplicable sense of joy. Observing her mother successfully navigate the crisis, transforming adversity into opportunity while simultaneously crafting the Quinn Group's image as an unwavering champion, she silently applauded her political acumen. As for the donations of equipment and the bounty on criminals, who could truly ascertain the sincerity of those who contributed less or withheld their donations? Regardless, Xia's aspirations soared towards the stars and the sea. Whether Star City flourished or faltered held little sway over her. She would oversee matters within her capacity, and if something escaped her notice, so be it. No matter how splendid the urban development or stringent the legislation, the soil for malevolence would always exist. After the myriad of social elites concluded their fundraising, the police chief jubilantly announced the successful completion of this year's revenue target. He expressed a desire for everyone to return next year, although his words bore a heavy heart as he declared that, regardless of distance, he would pursue today's criminals. Should he fail, he vowed not to return to the precinct the following year. Indeed, he would be reassigned by year's end, ensuring his absence the following year. Watching the chief on stage, fervently swearing oaths as if ready to inscribe them in blood, Xia felt no inclination to witness such political theatrics. She distantly nodded at Moira, then took her leave alongside Felicity. As they exited, the sound of reporters clamoring for questions filled the air. "Mrs. Quinn, could you elaborate on the extent of your cooperation with the police department?" "Chief Edward, may we inquire about next year's objectives in combating crime?" "Detective Lance, do you have any remarks regarding the simultaneous disappearance of your younger daughter and your older daughter's boyfriend?" Xia heard urgent cries for help echoing in the hall, along with shouts to halt, pondering if the reporters had ever faced adversity themselves. In pursuit of higher ratings, they truly were relentless. Once outside the precinct, the two engaged in hushed conversation. "Felicity, did you capture today's events on film?" "Of course. But isn't Batman just so dashing?" "Xia, do you know his true identity?" "How could I know upon our first meeting? All I know is that he is a man." Chapter 38, finally disbanded in the following days. Glimpses of Moira frequently appeared in newspapers and on the radio. Today she spoke of her vision for the city's future, while tomorrow she would discuss the number of criminals apprehended and the quantities of ice and powder seized. In an instant, Moira exuded the aura of a rising star in the political arena, and Sia was not taken aback by her mother's sudden surge of enthusiasm. Some individuals are inherently destined for politics, often obscured by the harsh realities of life until opportunity strikes, allowing them to soar to remarkable heights. In a previous life, many claimed that former President George W. Bush lacked intelligence and struggled academically. Indeed, he had poor grades, yet during his time at Yale, He forged connections with the renowned Yale 13, recalling their names and interests, a feat worthy of admiration. Many among us consider ourselves fortunate to know a few hundred people, but that was his unique capability. What surprised Thea was that Moira's inexplicable political fervor brought about a slight rift in her relationship with Walter Steele. She was so preoccupied that she barely had time for her daughter, let alone her boyfriend. Thea, however, supported her mother's ambitions. Although Walter was indeed a commendable individual, their marriage would merely provide Thea with a less expensive paternal figure, an idea she found difficult to accept. Let us just maintain this romantic relationship. Having just completed an interview with a media outlet, Moira, despite her exhaustion, was invigorated. Through this period of transition, she had come to the realization that she lacked the aptitude to be a successful businessperson, and her advisors had subtly suggested she consider a political career. She wished to solicit the opinions of her family members regarding her political aspirations, although she considered her family to be merely one and a half. Thea counted as one, and Walter as half. Thea, after you've tirelessly planned for half a day, I've stolen your spotlight. You won't hold it against me, will you? Moira murmured as they lay together in bed. Young people often revel in the limelight, as the values of Western society encourage such pursuits. Not at all. If I were in your position, I would have surely faltered. You deserve at least 90% of the credit for our current situation, Thea replied. Indeed. Thea had only made a few phone calls and engaged in casual conversations. If anyone deserved the credit, it was Felicity. As mother and daughter embraced, Moira scrutinized Thea's expression and found no lingering resentment, allowing her to exhale with relief. Initially, she thought it was merely a routine meeting, not anticipating such profound changes. To jeopardize her relationship with her daughter over this would be, in her eyes, utterly unworthy. What do you think about my foray into politics? I've felt remarkably comfortable and joyful these past few days, a stark contrast to my experiences in the corporate world, Moira said, gazing earnestly at Thea. That is wonderful. I'm thrilled you've embarked on this path. Thea could hardly contain her excitement, feeling as though her mother was as sharp as a tack. Given their daily interactions, convincing her was more challenging than dealing with Malcolm. She had exerted considerable effort and seized the right moment to usher her mother into this political journey. Though she thought this internally, she refrained from saying it aloud. Go ahead. I can hardly wait to be the mayor's daughter. Thea could only smile calmly and say, it's nothing to me. If you believe that a political career suits you, then by all means, give it a try. Perhaps one day, if you ascend to a high position, I might bask in your glory. By the way, what would happen to your relationship with Walter if you leave the group? This question would undoubtedly create an awkward atmosphere if discussed by an Asian mother and daughter under the covers. Yet here it seemed quite ordinary. Moira had pondered this issue before. Although no politician is entirely clean, they all maintain a polished exterior. With her husband and son deceased, it was indeed the perfect opportunity to play the sorrow card. If news of her remarriage were to suddenly surface, her reputation might not be entirely tarnished, but it would certainly take a hit. After some hesitation, she decided to maintain the status quo. Thea immediately understood. This was akin to the American version of severing emotional ties decisively. This woman truly possessed remarkable resolve. Her decision to send her husband and son to sea was likely born from the same mindset. In her heart, she silently mourned for the gentle and refined Walter. At least her stepfather crisis had been averted. In the original storyline, they never bore any romantic fruits. But what if, with a gentle flutter of her butterfly wings, they ended up bringing a sibling into existence? Although Thea held no prejudice against individuals of color, she could imagine the distress of having a brown-skinned brother or sister. The notion of 3 siblings, each having a different father and one mother, was already convoluted enough. It would be best to nip such melodrama in the bud. With her mother entering politics and her stepfather being driven away, both objectives had been accomplished, mission accomplished. Thea planted a hearty kiss on her mother's cheek, and rather than being annoyed by her sudden outburst, Moira affectionately patted her. In the following days, Moira began to gradually hand over the affairs of the group to Walter. Although their marriage seemed somewhat nebulous at this stage, the trust between them remained sufficient, and she was preparing for him to assume the position of CEO. Walter, unaware of Moira's sudden coolness towards him, attributed it to his lack of determination and sincerity, and resolved to persist unwaveringly. Meanwhile, Thea was also transitioning her responsibilities. As her acceptance letter from Princeton had arrived, unlike in the Celestial Empire, where there would be opening ceremonies and speeches, here one could come and go freely. As long as the required credits were earned, graduation was assured. She assigned her work in the software department to Felicity and reported to the group to have her take over her position. Upon hearing that she would need to rewrite the facial recognition software from version 10 to 60, Felicity completely lost her temper. Such a tedious and uninspiring task was not something she wished to undertake. Since the Quinn family had ample wealth, they surely wouldn't mind spending a little more. On her very first day in office, she summoned 30 employees for the software department. Each of her 3 subordinates was promoted, each leading 10 others. And they could take their time with the work. Xia's skateboard prototype was now in its final stages of adjustment. She intended to complete this project before leaving Star City and make a significant impact. There was no denying that she was utterly broke. The expenses for this technological weapon had drained her finances. Her meager allowance had long been exhausted. And if it weren't for Felicity often treating her to meals out of pity for her plight, she might very well have starved. Xia? Why do you call it the Red Arrow skateboard? What are your thoughts on the Green Arrow skateboard? The 2 ladies found themselves embroiled in a dispute over the color display. How splendid red is. Isn't it synonymous with passion, sunshine, and optimism? However, Xia believed that green should be reserved for her brother. Felicity, with a pen clenched between her teeth, furrowed her brow and hazily remarked, Isn't red the hue of violent blood? How do you interpret that? I perceive green as a symbol of decay and antiquity. Chapter 39. Dismal Fittings and Unforeseen Incidents. Ultimately, the debate concluded with the adoption of Xia's red proposal, as she had ventured through thick and thin. Felicity harbored considerable regret for not being able to dye it green. Just when Xia thought they were about to enter the testing phase, a serious issue confronted them. Felicity, exert yourself. This outfit is far too tight. Xia, exhale, expel all the air from your chest. Follow my command. Inhale, exhale. Thea Quinn made a rather significant oversight. She adhered to a pragmatic approach without acknowledging the necessity of concrete realism. This anti-G suit was originally designed for pilots, relying on a pressure regulator to inflate its airbag. Once inflated, the bag tightens the fabric, applying pressure to the body to safeguard blood circulation. Theoretically, it enhances a pilot's tolerance for positive G-forces, which should be more than adequate for Xia's skateboard, with a speed of under 400 km/h. However, she had consistently overlooked a critical issue. This suit, along with several others from the Group S storage, was specifically developed for male pilots. Unlike traditional anti-G suits, these were form-fitting, leading to the current predicament. Xia simply could not wear it. Whether it was a renewed growth spurt, or perhaps her increased training regimen leading to additional consumption, or perhaps the concoction she had been experimenting with contained other stimulating ingredients, it was evident that her physique was progressing at an astonishing rate. After much effort, both women finally managed to fit into the suit, only for Xia to discover that while she could barely fasten it at the back, the front was cut short due to certain well-known protrusions, leaving her lovely midriff exposed to the air. While this might be delightful for a runway show or a gala, revealing one's abdomen while hurtling down a skateboard at 400 km/h was hardly advisable. Xia mused that after about 20 kilometers of flight, she would need to find a restroom. Felicity, this suit is far too tight. Think of something. I can hardly breathe. Xia stood rigidly, too apprehensive to sit down. Previously unfamiliar with the sensation of breathlessness, she now understood it all too well. Felicity brandished a small pair of scissors, mischievously suggesting, Should I cut 2 holes for you? Let some air in. What a shameful jest. How innocent and kind Felicity used to be. How has she transformed into this? Bring back the old her. Firmly rejecting her suggestion, Xia observed Felicity's delighted expression, wondering what peculiar ideas she could be concocting in her mind. Removing this shameful G-suit, gasping for breath, she sat at her computer desk clad only in her undergarments. What was there to fear? After all, she was surrounded by women. Although next to her was the lascivious Xia, the heat was unbearable. This outfit was stifling. She called a few members of the weapons development department, fabricating a story that a friend of hers was a female pilot, urging them to expedite the creation of a G-suit tailored for women, specifically requesting enhanced breathability. The staff on the other end, idly counting ants, perked up at the mention of the young heiress's directive, immediately pledging their utmost effort, promising the suit would be ready in 3 days. After hanging up, Xia contemplated how to settle the score while pulling along Felicity, who was laughing so hard her makeup was running out of the secret base. Hey Xia. Turning around, she spotted Laurel, elegantly dressed in professional attire, calling out to her. What could she possibly want? Their relationship was quite distant, and it was perplexing for Xia to be sought out by her. Hey, long time no see. What brings you here? Laurel did not respond directly, but surveyed their surroundings. You two chat. I'll check on the newcomers in the software department. Though Felicity was a bit of a jokester, she maintained decorum, flashing a smile at Laurel before gracefully exiting the office. Xia, you must look at this document. It's a new case received by the Joint Innovation Committee. Laurel handed Xia a thick stack of papers. The Joint Innovation Committee was her current workplace, to outsiders. The name might evoke visions of a high-tech organization, perhaps even conjuring thoughts of a clandestine society. In reality, it was merely a law partnership formed by a few newly minted lawyers, lacking both connections and capability. If not for Tommy occasionally organizing events to raise funds, they would have long since gone bankrupt. Xia's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the G-suit. Had anyone else approached her, she would not have paid them any heed. There was simply too much on her plate, devoid of any inclination towards righteousness or heroism. Strictly speaking, she could be defined as a neutral party merely spectating from the sidelines of the righteous cause. However, Laurel was no stranger, being connected to both Oliver and Tommy. She was effectively family. Thus, Xia felt obliged to lend her attention, taking the documents and perusing them rapidly. The client was named Derek Clayston. The accompanying photograph depicted a middle-aged man with graying hair. Unremarkable, devoid of scars or tattoos, seemingly an ordinary individual with a normal family, living in a rental with his 2 children. Finding nothing amiss, she turned to the second page. Xia focused intently, and 10 minutes passed as she absorbed the information. Finally, she exhaled, realizing why Laurel had sought her out. This Derek Clayston was, in fact, an employee of the Quinn Group. Coincidentally, his previous workplace was Xia's current stronghold. Derek had labored at the Quinn Steel factory for 15 years, serving as a foreman in the software department. Due to the prevailing circumstances in Star City, the group closed its steel mill in 2007, leaving 500 employees, led by Derek, to join the ranks of the unemployed. While this in itself was not particularly unusual, unemployment and employment occur every day, every minute. What made the situation dire was the Quinn Group's inexplicable decision to exploit a loophole in the union contract, resulting in the workers receiving not a single cent in severance pay or pension. This was indeed a grave moral failing, a reflection of the inherent nature of capitalists. Did the group truly care about such a trifling amount of money? It was no wonder that Oliver believed the group itself was complicit in the wrongdoing. Passively watching the demise of the Quinn Group, Thea rubbed her temples as she glanced at the dismissal date, seemingly signed by old Robert before his departure at sea. She sighed, wishing to avoid bearing the blame. But could she truly escape it? Nodding in gratitude to Laurel, Thea understood that Laurel's intention in showing her this document was not to dismiss the matter, but to prompt her to take swift action and provide the workers with an explanation. If this issue were to leak, it would have a devastating impact on the image of the Quinn Group and her mother's political aspirations. Although her mother had the means to make anyone disappear, Thea's conscience would not allow her to resort to such extreme measures. Chapter 40. How to resolve this. Grateful for Laurel's timely warning, Thea hastily made her way to find the client, Derek, following the address provided. She refrained from calling out to Felicity, although she was a backup. She was also one of the fiercely principled protagonists, and it was perhaps better for her to remain unaware. After navigating through the winding streets, Thea arrived at Derek's modest home, which was surrounded by a few scattered residences. Upon her arrival, she observed a group of individuals gathered at the front door, engaged in a heated discussion with a few residents inside. The people outside, adorned with tattoos and wearing grim expressions, were led by a sharply dressed young man who coldly addressed Mr. Derek, stating, "If you cannot repay your mortgage on time, we will have no choice but to take coercive measures. I trust you would prefer to avoid witnessing such a scene." The individuals inside remained silent, acting as a collective protest under Derek's leadership, forming a human barrier to prevent the intruders from entering their home. Meanwhile, several neighbors opened their doors in solidarity. "Mr. Derek, we stand with you. Hold on, we will find work." The young debt collector scoffed disdainfully, pointing at Derek. "I will give you 3 more days. If you do not vacate the premises by then, Mr. Frank Bodinard will be quite displeased." He surveyed the surrounding neighbors, who, meeting his gaze, lowered their heads in submission. Before departing with a group of burly men, "The situation appears to be rather grave. Frank Bodinari, ostensibly a businessman engaged in the construction trade, secretly serves as the head of the local mafia, holding a prominent position within the Italian syndicate. I recall that he later murdered his daughter's fiancée, prompting her to seek vengeance against him with a fervor akin to madness. That woman, who seemed rather attractive, had a brief liaison with Oliver. What was her name? I can't seem to remember, but I must inquire with Felicity about whether this incident truly transpired." As the crowd gradually dispersed around them, Thea approached Mr. Derek Clayston at the door. "May I have a word with you?" The middle-aged Derek was preoccupied with thoughts of where to procure some funds, and upon noticing the young woman before him, his initial instinct was to assume yet another creditor had arrived. However, he quickly discerned otherwise and replied in a subdued tone. "What is it that you need?" Sia had deliberately donned a professional attire, complete with glasses to lend an air of maturity. She bypassed the customary handshake and simply extended her business card to him. Thea Quinn? From the Quinn Group? What brings you to me? Derek's tone shifted from curiosity to hostility. Would you prefer I speak here or find a more private venue? Sia inquired, gesturing to the surrounding environment where a few neighbors, still intrigued by the unfolding drama, peeked out to observe. Derek scrutinized the expressions of those nearby. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, and it became evident that news of his intent to sue the Quinn Group had spread. The presence of the group's heiress indicated that she had come to negotiate, and many topics could not be broached in such a public setting. Follow me, he instructed, leading Sia to an outdoor CAF where they settled beneath a shaded umbrella. Miss Quinn, please speak plainly. I have reviewed the annual report of the group, and I must say that certain actions taken were indeed excessive. I apologize for that, Sia stated, careful to conceal any mention of Laurel. Regardless of Derek's belief in her words, that was the narrative she would maintain. The group will rearrange your position within 3 days. Should you wish to remain as a foreman, we can facilitate that, albeit in another city, as Star City nearly lacks factories at present. Sia wished to distance this proverbial live wire as much as possible, judging by the earlier support from the neighbors. Derek held some esteem among the workers. Should he incite unrest, the Quinn Group would find itself in a precarious position. Ideally, with sufficient authority. She would have preferred to send him far away, perhaps even to Russia. If you choose not to continue working, you will still receive your severance pay and pension. Regardless of your final decision, as a gesture of goodwill from the group, we will provide you with a compensation package. Do you have any further inquiries? Sia sought to resolve the matter swiftly and decisively. Derek pondered his options. Should he opt for continued employment or the severance package? Employment was undoubtedly the better choice. The severance pay was paltry. Moreover, there was the compensation to consider, but accepting it would necessitate his silence. This individual still possesses a modicum of conscience, refraining from hastily agreeing without due consideration. At this moment, he is not solely preoccupied with his own interests but also recalls several colleagues, particularly Miss Quinn. Tentatively, he inquires whether this pertains to him personally or to the collective. Upon hearing the news of a potential resumption of work, his demeanor markedly shifts. Sia secretly chuckles at his stark pragmatism. Regarding his query, Sia finds herself in a quandary. While managing a couple of individuals is feasible, overseeing 1,500 is undoubtedly beyond her capabilities. She must confer with Moira about this matter. Nevertheless, it is essential to articulate that the intention is to address the needs of the entire workforce. Should Mr. Derek have a genuine interest in political affairs, he will receive updates within a few days. Derek promptly assures that he harbors no objections. The Quinn Group has consistently shown him profound favor, and he is determined to reintegrate into the organization, contributing fervently to its success. Sia nods in acknowledgement of his loyalty and instructs him to await notification over the coming days, rising to leave the CAF. With matters still unsettled, neither party broaches the subject of litigation. Upon returning to the headquarters, Sia approaches the president's office and discreetly assesses the situation, wary of any potential games her mother and Walter might be playing. The results indicate that both are behaving impeccably, affirming the merits of acquiring additional knowledge. After a brief pause at the door, Sia enters the office, immediately perceiving Walter's broad grin, indicating that although they are not engaged in any formal business, their conversation is far from mundane. Clearing her throat, Sia, feeling comfortable with their familiarity, recounts the situation in detail. Upon hearing of an impending lawsuit against the group, Sia notices a flicker of intensity in Moira's gaze, which transforms into uncertainty upon learning that the number of claimants exceeds 1,500. Indeed, while 1 or 2 cases can be easily managed, the prospect of dealing with such a large group is daunting. Even a firearm would require considerable time to address the situation, and these are individuals, not mere animals. They can evade and escape. Should even a few manage to leak information to the media, the organization would find itself in a whirlwind of chaos. Of course, this does not imply that violence is an impossible solution. Should one possess the strength akin to Darkseid or Thanos, it would require a coalition of 40 heroes to effectuate such a solution. However, for now, more enlightened methods must be employed. Sia remains preoccupied with this dilemma, as executing a flawless resolution is paramount for the group's current objectives. While today's Derek may be easily appeased, what if another Derek emerges tomorrow? Moira, too, is in urgent need of demonstrable achievements. The interconnected nature of 1,500 jobs has the potential to yield enough votes to support her political aspirations, which are still quite tenuous. As Chapter 41 unfolds, addressing issues and new training, Walter observes that neither mother nor daughter has spoken. He reviews his records regarding the group's current revenue, concluding that they can accommodate a maximum of 300 individuals. Any greater number would impose a significant burden on the organization. 300? That figure seems rather insufficient. As Thea aims to resolve at least the employment concerns of over half the affected individuals, while the remainder could be offered minimal support, allowing for gradual resolution. Moira shares her skepticism regarding this figure, believing that such a limited number of positions may exacerbate the situation. What if they were to transfer to a branch office in another region? The elderly African-American man lowered his head to calculate the numbers, concluding that the maximum should not exceed 200. Any more would lead to conflicts with local staff, and our group cannot excessively intervene in the personnel adjustments of the subsidiary. This is the intriguing aspect of America. Many believe that the Chinese are deeply rooted in their homeland. Yet foreigners face similar dilemmas. The United States spans an area of 9.6 million square kilometers. Does this figure ring a bell? With vast lands and a sparse population, many individuals spend their entire lives in small towns, born and dying in the same confined environment, with neither newcomers entering nor locals venturing out. In horror films, a cult member may meet a gruesome fate, and for 20 years, no one is the wiser until attractive protagonists stumble upon the ultimate conspiracy during their travels. This scenario is born from such insular settings. The seclusion fosters an aversion among locals towards outsiders. In light of this, both the Quinn Group and Wayne Enterprises tacitly acknowledge local management in personnel appointments. Thea suddenly recalled the famous words of a great leader. What do you think about constructing a high-speed railway connecting several cities? The east-west railroads in America were completed over a century ago, and with daily wear and tear, coupled with the relentless sabotage by various antagonists, the existing railways have become unserviceable. On one hand, reopening the Quinn Group's steel smelting project would alleviate the situation for over 1,000 individuals, while also consuming a significant portion of resources. Simultaneously, it would enhance the overall economic output of Star City, greatly benefiting Moira's campaign next year. This idea is splendid. Moira, entirely self-serving, mused that she could merely rally support with slogans. If elected, she would continue investing, and if not, she would suffer no loss. The railway project would not be a task accomplished in a day or even a year. Time would stretch indefinitely, and the electorate would not blame her if the railway was not completed within a week. Moreover, with the platform established, she could revisit it at each speech, sparing herself the trouble of coming up with new rhetoric. Implementation would pose no difficulty. With her extensive network, a few contributions from acquaintances could resolve the initial investment. The more she contemplated it, the more it appeared to be an excellent strategy. Although Walter was not particularly enthusiastic about the idea, he remained silent in the face of her and her daughter's approval, thinking, as long as you are willing to invest, I shall not meddle. Thea urged her mother to promptly have Derek sign the agreement, as the remaining matters were no longer her concern. Moira, with her sights set on the mayoral seat, had yet to formally submit her candidacy, but had already assembled a vast campaign team, enlisting numerous elites from various sectors. They would handle the connections with surrounding cities and major corporations, allowing her to delegate responsibilities. With nothing pressing on her schedule, Thea resumed her leisurely existence. She had already watched the Catwoman and Batman footage 3 times. Batman's strength-based tactics were ill-suited for her, while Catwoman's street-fighting techniques proved to be quite enlightening. I am truly in awe of her remarkable balance. I must learn to wear high heels without compromising my agility at various gatherings, rather than relying solely on flat shoes. I have resolved to progress from simpler to more complex challenges, so I opted for a pair of chunky high-heeled boots instead of attempting stilettos right away. Walking was manageable. Yet when I executed a kicking motion, I stumbled and exclaimed, "Ouch," as I rubbed my head and got back on my feet. Whoever designed these shoes ought to be sent to the firing range. Moreover, enduring 5 minutes in these heels felt akin to imposing a 50 reduction in my attack speed. How is it that Catwoman can run and leap effortlessly? It seems utterly nonsensical that the later Harley Quinn also possesses such agility. I resolved to seek the counsel of someone knowledgeable. The following day in class, I approached the insightful Ms. Shiva to inquire about the remarkable balance of Catwoman. Catwoman? Humph. Stand tall. Let me see you, she retorted, not providing an immediate answer but instead circling around me, scrutinizing closely. I felt a surge of nervousness as she not only circled but occasionally prodded and pinched different areas of my body. She spent an inordinate amount of time exploring the region just below my neck and above my abdomen, making me nearly cry out in surprise. Amidst my flurry of thoughts, Miss Shiva suddenly delivered a resounding slap on my backside. Ouch! I could no longer contain myself. My face flushed with indignation as I glared at her, demanding an explanation. If you don't explain yourself, I may not be able to defeat you, but I will certainly fight back. In truth, your sense of balance is not lacking. Rather, the way you engage your muscles is somewhat irrational, or perhaps unscientific. Your entire strength does not seem to coalesce into a singular force. As she spoke, she patted my backside, stating, "This area is the source of your overall strength, linking your upper and lower body. The movement of your legs and the power of your upper body must originate from here. It appears you have not systematically studied the techniques of exerting force." Indeed, I realized that her indiscriminate prodding was not something just anyone could undertake. It was clear that the tradition of male masters instructing male apprentices and female masters guiding female disciples holds merit. Ms. Shiva continued her earnest explanation, while I tried to maintain a serious demeanor despite my flushed cheeks. Returning to the initial inquiry about how to harness power like Catwoman, she asserted, "You simply need to do this." She pointed to several key areas on my hips and legs, adding, "If you can skillfully engage these muscle groups, not only will you excel in high heels, but you could also fight while on stilts. However, this would only allow for short bursts of combat, as prolonged use could harm your calf muscles and Achilles tendons. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Ms. Shiva removed her outer garment and instructed me to place my hands on her legs to feel the movement of her muscles. "How cool," was my immediate response as I touched her thigh. Perhaps it was due to her Asian heritage, but her skin was extremely delicate and smooth, complemented by years of training that allowed rhythmic pulsations to resonate through her skin. This was a rare opportunity. I cast aside any distractions and focused intently on absorbing this unique experience. Xia attempted several times on her own, discovering that what is often said to be difficult is, in fact, quite simple to execute. Without guidance, one may remain oblivious for a lifetime. However, with direction, it becomes a mere formality. Yet, she also recognized that such abnormal muscle movements exert a substantial toll on both the body and the mind. It is no wonder that Catwoman, after engaging with her twice, became utterly fatigued. At the time, Xia was perplexed, questioning how someone with such vigor, akin to a wild horse, could be outmatched by her, a semi-recluse. Now, she understood the root of the issue. Chapter 42, Red Arrow Skateboard, Edition 07. Subsequently, the two resumed their daily lessons. Xia had entered the fourth stage of perceptual learning, the final phase designated as Earth Listening by Ms. Shiva. This stage was rather nebulous, requiring one to sense the movements of insects beneath the soil, which Xia found genuinely challenging. Some insects were hardly the size of a sesame seed. What could she possibly perceive? Ms. Shiva had no effective solutions, as she put it. She could barely manage it herself, and teaching others proved to be a daunting task. Her method involved finding a sheer cliff, gripping the rock with one hand while suspending her entire body in midair, casting aside all distractions in a perilous form of training. Xia deemed this wildly reckless. She had intentions of living for several more years. Furthermore, she recalled the numerous selfies circulating on social media of individuals perilously dangling from cliffs and skyscrapers, a trend likely inspired by her, the pioneer of the Foreigner Scare series. Xia resolved to pursue a more health-conscious and scientific training regimen. Elevating her heart rate did not suit her. Sitting on the ground felt just right. If one day proved insufficient, 10 would suffice. She was still young and in no rush. Moira was swift in her actions. After a mere day following her conversation with Xia, a freshly minted announcement reached the desks of major media outlets. She had contacted the municipal governments of Central City and Midway City, revealing plans for a high-speed railway between the two urban centers, subtly indicating that she had already engaged several benevolent businessmen willing to contribute generously. The governments needed only to provide nominal support, which they had no reason to oppose, and express their endorsement of Moira's profound sense of social responsibility. The underlying message was clear. As long as dollars could be drawn in, their support for her campaign was assured. It was uncertain whether this was Moira's own initiative or a strategic maneuver devised by her advisors. Regardless, intertwining her candidacy with job creation demonstrated considerable political acumen, signaling to voters that choosing her would ensure employment, while opting for another would lead to abandonment. While linking candidacy with employment was not an entirely novel tactic, it had been employed by many, yielding varied outcomes. The failures each had their own justifications, while the successful ones shared a singular condition: wealth. Malcolm, during his moments of mentoring Tommy, took note of these developments. He had not anticipated such fervor from his former lover. Although the increase in the impoverished populace's income irked him, it simultaneously presented an opportunity for him to penetrate Central City and Wade City. Overall, he too expressed his support. for his vast underground organization had little to occupy its time and was languishing in idleness. One wonders what his initial vision was. The immense organization he established comprises members from diverse professions, ranging from commercial luminaries like Moira and politicians to police chiefs, down to sailors, vendors, and even street hawkers like Leo Miller, who sells submachine guns. The membership is indeed substantial, filling up a small notebook. A conservative estimate suggests it numbers in the hundreds. This organization can be regarded as the least dynamic entity in the multiverse, unlike Xiao, who dispatched pairs to undertake demolition tasks. He reasoned that they would wait until the seismic devices from Unidac Industries were perfected before taking action. Whether this reflects a grandiosity of spirit or astute calculation is uncertain. But in any case, he has kept this group idle for 5 years, subsisting in a state of inertia. Presently, he finds himself in a phase of idle anticipation. Having just received news from Moira, he contemplates sending a few of his more audacious subordinates to scout the waters. Should all go smoothly, they could seize 2 cities. And if not, it would allow him to address any instability among his ranks. As Moira's formidable candidacy gained momentum with Malcolm's clandestine support. Less than 4 hours after her announcement, one of the 3 candidates had already withdrawn from the race, urging his supporters to rally behind Ms. Quinn. At that moment, Thea was at Felicity's home, watching television as her mother passionately recounted the perils of various modes of transportation outside of high-speed rail. Airplanes. With so many hijackings resulting in catastrophic crashes, and male and female superheroes occasionally soaring past, how could one still dare to board ships? Moira laid forth the facts, drawing upon her own experiences to lament the myriad dangers associated with maritime travel, elaborating on 108 safety concerns. As if Robert and Oliver were embarking on their voyages in mere rafts instead of their own luxurious cruise liner. In essence, she implored the audience to cast their votes for her if they desired safety and employment. Uncertain if they were plants. A few individuals in the audience erupted into fervent applause upon the conclusion of Moira's speech, as if they had heard divine wisdom. The camera zoomed in on several burly men, each with tears in their eyes, rendered speechless by emotion. Perhaps it was a reluctance to speak, or simply a lack of words. Thea observed these individuals, noting how they bore an uncanny resemblance to extortionists. One, particularly rotund, seemed familiar. Wasn't he the owner of her frequently visited bar? Felicity, who had never been particularly fond of Moira, watched her with a sidelong glance and a curled lip, maintaining an air of disdain. Thea found it perplexing. The two appeared to have no connection, yet their interactions felt distinctly out of sync. In the original storyline, Felicity was already Oliver's girlfriend, having lightly mocked Moira at her funeral, showing no regard for her boyfriend's feelings. Perhaps their discord could merely be attributed to an inherent incompatibility. "Your load-bearing suit has arrived," Felicity languidly remarked as she hung up the phone. "Oh my God, it's finally here." It turns out that Westerners are full of empty promises. They said it would be ready in 3 days, yet it has taken a full 10. Disregarding my authority completely, Xia silently noted those individuals in her little black book, vowing that once she assumed power, she would consign these rascals to the Siberian coal mines for a taste of life. Although their character left much to be desired, their skills were commendable. To enhance breathability, the design was altered to feature an inner layer with 2 sections and a connecting seam, while the outer layer retained the original seamless style but was considerably looser. Unlike the previous form-fitting attire, which made the distinctions between chest and hips glaringly obvious, this new design skillfully obscured gender identity, an admirable improvement. The Brainwave Collection device had undergone a complete transformation. Both women found the previous round helmet to be utterly foolish and unattractive. After disassembling it, they crafted a new design reminiscent of Galadriel's headpiece from The Lord of the Rings, albeit with a sci-fi twist. While Galadriel adorned herself with a mithril chain and 5 gemstones, they utilized high polymer materials and several action modules, shimmering brilliantly from afar, presenting a similar allure. Creating these action modules consumed an immense amount of Felicity's energy, resulting in the destruction of 2 keyboards through coding alone, leading her to claim she had lost 3 pounds in the process. These modules primarily functioned to capture Xia's brainwaves and transmit commands via the white matter within her brain cells, enabling control over the entire flying skateboard. However, the connectivity and transmission speeds of human brain cells lagged behind the system's capabilities, placing an undue burden on Xia, which resulted in 2 days of debilitating headaches. It felt as though a wooden stake had been driven into her skull, and it took her a while to recover from the fog of those days. The duo experimented with numerous methods and ultimately concluded that machines indeed possessed superior intelligence. Xia, unable to bear the strain of a frequency output of 20 was compelled to artificially reduce the system's output to match human brain capabilities. A drawback of this frequency reduction was that the skateboard's responsiveness diminished significantly. Movements that were originally executed with mere thought now required manual adjustments alongside the machine. Despite Felicity implementing a fuzzy logic module, the overall performance inevitably declined by 30. If the original Marvel Green Goblin skateboard rated a 10 in its formal version, Xia's cobbled-together creation could only be classified as a 0.7 test version. Fortunately, she regarded this as a mere practice project, not intending to employ it for intricate aerial maneuvers. Its current capabilities were more than sufficient for a few heists or acts of redistributing wealth. Chapter 43. Test Flight. The primary structure of the skateboard, having undergone 3 major modifications, bore no resemblance to its original form. Surely Dr. Hoffman would fail to recognize it as his creation. The design shifted from a flat profile to a letter-like shape, wider in the front and narrower in the back, with the operator positioned at the forefront. Upon entering flight mode, a fixed frame would emerge from within the body, securing the pilot's legs and waist, theoretically allowing for a variety of aerial maneuvers without issue. The Green Goblin is a master of agility, maneuvering on his skateboard primarily through his innate nimbleness. His acrobatic aerial feats may have initially been compelled by Spider-Man. Yet over time, they have become second nature, transforming into instinctive actions. Occasionally, he showcases his extraordinary skills, such as separating from the machine mid-flight. However, to Xia, this appears exceedingly perilous, akin to courting disaster. One miscalculated landing could result in a calamitous fall. As an ordinary individual, Xia values her life greatly and has specially designed a stabilizing device, allowing her to remain securely on the skateboard, steadfast and unwavering. Although this contraption somewhat restricts her lower body movements, safety remains paramount. The skateboard's base is constructed from distributed chromium magnets. Once the main control is activated, it emits a repulsive force opposite to the Earth's magnetic field, causing the entire apparatus to levitate. With an increase in repulsive force, it can ascend to altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters. By adjusting the direction of this repulsion, long-distance flight is achievable, utilizing magnetic force, which is safe, non-polluting, and remarkably energy efficient. Of course, should the Earth ever lose its magnetic field, Xia would undoubtedly plummet from the sky, but she would accept her misfortune at that moment. Regarding the weaponry system, Xia asserts that her compound bow can launch arrows at a velocity of 300 feet per second, approximately 91 meters per second, with an effective range of around 150 meters, capable of firing up to 30 arrows in a single minute. While high-tech weaponry is desirable, the duo finds themselves financially constrained and thus continues to rely on bows and arrows, which are eco-friendly, silent, and possess their own advantages. That night, the pair ventured outdoors. Xia donned her load-bearing suit and secured herself in the driver's seat, suppressing her excitement. Under Felicity's expectant gaze, she silently invoked the startup command. The skateboard smoothly levitated in the hushed atmosphere. Huzzah! Mission accomplished, Xia exclaimed, pumping her fist towards Felicity. Xia, the monitor indicates your blood pressure and pulse are stable. Though your heartbeat is elevated, it seems your excitement is palpable. The preliminary tests are complete. Let us now assess additional data. Felicity held a tablet that continuously relayed the operator's physiological metrics. The two began by testing the height of their ascent. Uncertain of the number of radar stations in the city, they applied a layer of stealth coating on the skateboard. However, with Xia being a living figure, there was no place to conceal herself. Theoretically, they could ascend to 1,000 meters, but to avoid any potential complications, they decided to halt at 100 meters. In truth, 100 meters suffices, as a single story is merely 3 meters high, equating to the height of 33 stories, ample altitude for combating crime within the city. Next, they aim to assess the skateboard's maximum speed. Accelerate, Xia. Speed at 80, no noticeable discomfort. Further acceleration. Speed at 150, all conditions are favorable. At 220, blood circulation increases, but heart rate remains stable. 300, Xia, stop. Do not exceed further. Your body is nearing dangerous limits. Recognizing that she had reached her limits, Xia gradually came to a halt. It appeared that a speed of approximately 300 was her current threshold. She believed that with improvements in her physical fitness and increased training intensity, there would be ample room for enhancement in the future. The exhilaration of racing through the breeze. Savoring the thrill of speed while allowing her mind to drift free of calculations and concerns was undeniably intoxicating. It was no wonder that so many people were enamored with street racing. It was a profound indulgence. Circling the city at an altitude of 50 meters, she prepared to take Felicity on a leisurely flight. To her surprise, the girl exhibited a slight fear of heights, which elicited a round of laughter from Xia. Next came the time for what they viewed as acts of heroism, while for the nefarious, it signified a period of robbery. Xia donned a red leather jacket over her anti-gravity suit. The latter was too specialized, making her easily traceable if scrutinized. She had initially considered adding a bulletproof vest, but after layering 4 garments, her svelte figure appeared unflatteringly bulky, a sight that even the fearful Xia could not tolerate. Thus, she discarded the vest and opted for 2 fiber protection plates at her chest and back. With her hair neatly pinned up, though she lamented not having the heart to cut it short, she lowered the hood of her jacket and gazed into the mirror. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to her character in the show. Of course, it was practically the same person. She had opted not to wear an eye mask, finding it cumbersome. Instead, she wore windbreakers equipped with infrared functionality, the lenses crafted from bullet-resistant Lexan resin, armed with her bow and arrows, as well as her trusted katana and dagger. Xia set off in search of her hunting target, ignited by Felicity's eager gaze. Despite her extensive mental preparations and considerations of potential contingencies, the reality proved to be far more mundane than she had anticipated. The midnight city was eerily silent, resembling a ghost town. Not a single pedestrian graced the streets. Naturally, with no bystanders, there were no robbers either, though mutual thievery was possible. It seemed that their leaders had prohibited such behavior. Xia found herself in this peculiar situation where the absence of pedestrians led to the disappearance of her intended targets for wealth redistribution. Damn it, she muttered inwardly, lamenting the considerable expenditure that might go to waste. If only she had conducted a market survey beforehand. Just as she surveyed her surroundings in perplexity, Felicity's voice broke through. Xia, the Frank Botner you asked me to monitor is on the move. His 3 henchmen are pursuing a young man named Michael Esther. Do you want to check it out? Could this individual be Helena's fiancé? The notion of a father sending henchmen to eliminate his son-in-law piqued her interest. Curious, she inquired about their location through her earpiece. At the intersection heading west on Cypress Street, Felicity informed her, noting the rapid speed of their vehicles on the surveillance feed. Be careful, they are armed. Can they match our speed? Xia retorted confidently. We travel in a straight line. She ascended to an altitude of 100 meters, verified her bearings, and commenced her swift advance. Soon, she spotted 2 vehicles racing closely behind one another. The vehicle behind incessantly unleashed fire upon the one in front, the sounds reverberating through the stillness of the night, echoing far and wide. The assailant must surely belong to the rear vehicle, thought Xia. She deduced that this so-called Michael was neither a supernatural being nor a special forces operative. It was implausible for him to single-handedly pursue 3 individuals with such ferocity. Drawing an ice arrow from her quiver, a term she had coined herself, she noted that the arrow contained a standard liquid nitrogen, with a concentration tenfold that of conventional thermal nitrogen canisters. Upon vaporization, liquid nitrogen would absorb the surrounding heat, theoretically inflicting frostbite exceeding -100 degrees. She harbored no intention of taking a life. Those engaged in the conflict held no connection to her. She was merely taking a leisurely stroll. And if she could lend a hand to those she recognized, she would, but if not, she would simply move on. Thus, she aimed at the hub of the pursuing vehicle. Chapter 44. Rescuing and requesting aid, calculating the lead time and estimating the adverse effects of wind speed. She released the arrow with a swift motion. The cooling effect of the liquid nitrogen was indeed remarkable, although her purification technique was somewhat lacking. It sufficed to deal with these urban rogues. The arrow struck the wheel hub, and a wave of cold air erupted instantaneously. The rear wheel visibly froze into a mass of solid ice, while the driver, still pressing the accelerator in pursuit of the front vehicle, received a slight chill signal from his skin's nerves to his brain. Before he could comprehend the situation, both he and the vehicle were launched into the air. Xia observed her handiwork with a tinge of apprehension. The power of her shot seemed excessive. Her intention was merely to halt the vehicle. Yet it now somersaulted through the air like a gymnast, tumbling 6 or 7 times before crashing onto the pavement. The occupants within remained immobile for quite some time. Peering anxiously, Xia wondered if they had suffered fatal injuries. As she contemplated concluding her evening and returning home, she noticed the front vehicle suddenly swerved erratically, colliding with a roadside advertisement. What was happening? Could there be an unseen enemy lurking? Xia scanned the area with infrared technology, detecting no anomalies. Hey, did you see who attacked the front vehicle? Felicity, her voice crackling over the earpiece, hesitated before reviewing footage from various angles of the surveillance cameras, gradually slowing the playback. She finally remarked, uncertainly, that it appeared during your archery, a gunman had struck the front vehicle's tire. There was no one else nearby. What an unfortunate turn of events. Xia found herself begrudgingly impressed by the front vehicle's misfortune. They had been darting back and forth for 10 minutes, bullets flying in excess of 100. Yet it was the last shot that found its mark? Was this the fate of a true warrior, destined to perish in the final charge of battle? Michael, though involved in the same traffic incident, sustained far lighter injuries compared to those in the rear vehicle. He kicked open the car door and stumbled out, dashing away. After running 20 meters with his head down, he expected to hear shouts urging him to stop, but silence reigned, leaving him puzzled. Summoning his courage, he glanced back and was startled to discover the pursuing vehicle overturned, lying on its roof. Was this the vehicle that had been chasing him? It looked somewhat familiar. But what was with the half-frozen car? Michael was bewildered by the peculiar situation, unsure of its implications. He felt compelled to continue running, yet found himself unpursued. What was the point of running if no one was chasing him? Remaining in place was equally untenable. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the rear door of the vehicle was forcefully flung open, and a bloodied, bald man crawled out, moving in a most distressing manner. From a higher vantage point, Xia observed that one of his legs grotesquely bent sideways, leaving a trail of crimson upon the ground. "This is too tragic," Xia murmured, instructing Felicity to summon an ambulance. She glanced at Michael again, noting his stunned expression. Why was he not taking advantage of such a prime opportunity to flee? Did he wish to invite his enemies to a feast? Lacking both courage and charisma, he was neither imposing nor strikingly handsome. Helena, the future huntress of the avian squad, had rather poor judgment if she deemed such a man worthy of her devotion, risking everything for a mere mortal when countless others roamed the streets. Xia was disinclined to judge others' views on life. Observing Michael, who was intact, and the crawling man, who appeared on the verge of unconsciousness, she noted the two remaining occupants of the vehicle had yet to emerge. Whether frozen or gravely injured was uncertain, but infrared scans indicated they still retained some warmth. If they had not mastered the art of breath control, they would likely be in a state of unconsciousness. At last, Michael recognized the perilous environment surrounding him. He retrieved a cloth bag from the vehicle and hurriedly fled without looking back. Xia contemplated seizing a portion of the funds intended for the construction of armored suits. But upon witnessing the crawling man's plight, her heart softened. Better for him to retain the funds for medical treatment. Circling the city twice, she encountered a 10-year-old boy selling drugs and a homeless man robbing a burger joint. What a world! Each was more impoverished than the last. In her fury, Xia administered a beating to both, returning to their base empty-handed. What are we to do, Felicity? The world is so harsh. And our finances are woefully insufficient for next month's expenses. Xia loathed the modern corporate structure. Despite holding substantial wealth in her name, she could only withdraw a meager sum from her trust fund each month, with no hope of accessing the larger amounts. Tonight's liquid nitrogen might look impressive, but it was all expensive: refining, compressing, sealing. It was nearly impossible to account for these expenditures through the corporation. They were all drawn from Xia's personal savings. No wonder skilled individuals resorted to falsifying accounts. They were driven to it by the system. When Tony Stark publicly declared himself Iron Man, it was not without reason. The immense consumption of the armored suits and obscure funding streams were likely factors in the board's inability to overlook his transparency. Justin Hammer's remote-controlled soldiers had a wholesale price exceeding 100 million. Stark's superior suits could only command a higher price. Felicity, the introverted strategist, had little in the way of solutions. The two resolved to continue their patrol the following day, hoping for a stroke of luck. In the days that followed, Xia ventured out each night in search of fortune. While she failed to capture any significant prey, she did manage to catch a number of smaller fish. The offenses were minor, and turning them over to the police would waste taxpayer funds. Instead, she opted to teach them a lesson of her own. It is uncertain whether these individuals are merely timid or lack influence. Xia envisions her silhouette imprinted upon a large sheet of paper. Yet the promised bounty of countless billions of belly has yet to materialize. The Star City remains unchanged from its former state. Am I truly so inconspicuous? Each night, Xia ventures forth to uphold justice, training with Lady Xihua in the mornings, and by 8 o'clock, when others commence their workday, she entrusts all her responsibilities to Felicity, closes the door, and succumbs to slumber, only to resume her nightly escapades. Awaken, someone seeks you. In a daze, Xia glimpses Felicity entering with a statuesque woman. Who is this? She seems familiar, yet surely I have not encountered her before. Miss Quinn, we require your assistance. As the tall woman speaks, Xia recognizes her. This is none other than Catwoman. She is not clad in her signature leather attire and mask, but rather dons a short skirt. Humph, even without trousers, I would still recognize you, though her calves are remarkably long. Upon closer inspection, Catwoman's features bear an uncanny resemblance to Anne Hathaway from a past life. If Lady Shiwa embodies a cold elegance, then Catwoman exudes grace. Selena Kyle, but you may call me Catwoman. Thea Quinn, you may refer to me as Red Arrow. The two women, having met under unusual circumstances, shake hands in mutual acknowledgement. Noticing Catwoman's reluctance to address the matter at hand and her gaze directed towards Felicity, Thea interjects, asserting that Felicity is not an outsider, but rather her ally. Very well, I shall get straight to the point. Batman is in trouble, and I urgently require your assistance. Chapter 45. Preparations for departure. Thea, maintaining her composure, gestures for her to continue. It is hardly surprising that Batman finds himself in peril. His safety would be the anomaly. He is akin to a comic book version of Tang's son, having chosen a perilous path, destined to endure countless tribulations. As an ordinary individual devoid of enhancements, he relies solely on his muscular physique, provoking both heroes and villains alike, except for a few who remain permanently off-planet. He has entangled himself with nearly every faction. Thus, the news of his predicament brings Thea no shock. With an impassive expression directed at Catwoman, she silently urges her to proceed. He has been captured by a man named Bane, and his fate is uncertain. Currently, Bane has taken control of half of Gotham. Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Penitentiary are under his command, and the city is teeming with criminals. We are in dire need of your assistance. After relaying this information, Catwoman gazes at Thea earnestly. Is this not a scene from the film The Dark Knight Rises? I recall how she deceived Bruce quite severely. However, this situation diverges from cinematic portrayals, as they share a long history filled with trials and tribulations. Despite their tumultuous relationship, such profound feelings cannot be swayed by mere threats. Realizing that she cannot entirely replicate the movie's narrative, Thea inquires carefully about the identity of this Bane. I find myself at a loss for words. Only aware of his exceptional prowess, seemingly endowed with strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human. I heard from one of his subordinates that he possesses the might of 2 tons. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. However, I witnessed him vanquish Batman with his bare hands. I saw Bane shatter his spine. Catwoman, upon recounting this, appeared somewhat disheartened. 2 tons? The very mention of such a weight left Thea astounded. Are we not accustomed to discussing strength in terms of gene? Where did this ton emerge from? Simultaneously, she realized that this could not possibly be the Bane from the films. This individual must have undergone some form of enhancement or biochemical treatment, for no human could wield such power. Under Catwoman's earnest gaze, she felt compelled to decline, yet when she noticed Felicity's sparkling eyes peering through her glasses, filled with encouragement and excitement, she could only manage a stiff smile. The Joker hasn't been released, has he? No, he is under special confinement. However, apart from him, nearly everyone else has escaped. Catwoman wished to convey that the local populace is quite straightforward, and criminals tend to behave themselves, making them difficult to drive away. Yet knowing no one would believe her, she opted for candor. Upon hearing that the Joker had not escaped, Thea breathed a sigh of relief. In her worldview, there exist 3 types of individuals: heroes, villains, and jokers. This person possesses rather mediocre combat skills, yet his mind seems to overflow with dopamine, rendering him devoid of fear. Even if the deity of the world were to descend, he would dare to plunge a knife. His thoughts wander in unpredictable directions. No one can fathom what he contemplates. In a parallel universe, he once led Superman to mistakenly believe he had killed his girlfriend, which caused Superman to spiral into darkness. He also kidnapped Lex Luthor, the formidable arch-villain of immense intellect, ultimately detonating a nuclear bomb that obliterated Metropolis, directly resulting in the fracturing of the Justice League. His initial intent was merely to amuse himself in idle folly. Such a perilous figure is not one whom Thea would dare provoke lightly. Should he discover her identity, calamity would surely befall her household. The knowledge that he remains incarcerated brought her a secret sense of relief. Reflecting quietly on Gotham's primary adversaries, she discerned that besides the formidable Bane, the remainder appeared to be ordinary individuals, or rather, ordinary individuals with mental instability. While her own equipment may not dominate, she believed there to be little danger. Very well, we shall accompany you. Thea pondered that they would likely not compensate them. Yet she mused on the idea of seeking out a few affluent miscreants for a heist. You all. Catwoman's gaze fell upon Felicity, implying that this individual too was a hero. Felicity, quick to grasp her meaning, indignantly proclaimed her exceptional hacking skills and proceeded to demonstrate her advanced facial recognition and tracking technology, which left Catwoman, who had never received formal education and only knew how to pick locks, in awe. Thus, she expressed her approval of Felicity's inclusion, declaring, "Since you fear not for your life, join us." We shall organize a welcoming serenade for you in Gotham. Who are your current teammates? Have you invited anyone else? Xia, uncertain of the contemporary era, wondered how many members the Bat family had acquired. The more allies, the greater the strength. If she could summon a few formidable warriors from elsewhere, she might enjoy a delightful journey of mere participation. Unaware of her myriad thoughts, Catwoman candidly responded, "Here we have myself, Batgirl, and Robin. Additionally, I have entrusted Lady Shiva with the task of locating Batman, as she possesses extensive connections within the dark world. I believe we will receive good news." The three of them, along with the two present, made a total of 5 individuals. How fortuitous. Was this the prelude to a team raid? Unfortunately, neither Catwoman, Batgirl, nor Robin possessed the fortitude necessary for frontline combat. All were agile heroes. Felicity could only attend to logistics, providing morale boosts and acting as a mascot, which hardly seemed sufficient for this daunting mission. If only Lady Shiva were here. She could temporarily assume the role of damage absorber, but alas, she had been dispatched to search for others. It was truly perplexing to send the most formidable fighter away on a search, though Felicity felt compelled to suggest that she could find the others while Shiva handled the offensive. She refrained, recognizing the potential discouragement in such a statement. Moreover, she was genuinely uncertain of Batman's whereabouts. In the films, he was trapped in a deep pit, and Bruce had even performed a leap of faith. Yet in this reality, who could ascertain such a location? All they could do was hope that Shiva would swiftly find him and return to resolve the aftermath. Inquiring how Catwoman had arrived, she learned that the arsenal had been discovered by Bane, with all high-tech equipment seized. Without Batman's guidance, Catwoman felt utterly lost, having merely hitchhiked her way over. This served as a reminder that female heroes should not rely too heavily on others, but rather cultivate self-sufficiency. She instructed the group to prepare a helicopter. And upon discovering that Catwoman could pilot, Thea breathed a sigh of relief. Gotham was hardly a tourist destination. After hearing Catwoman's description of a hail of bullets, she pondered how to concoct a tale to persuade a pilot to join them. The two, without concealment, folded their skateboards and stowed them in their backpacks. Their combined weight under 20 pounds, indeed, a weapon of choice for both domestic travel and mayhem. One admirable trait of superheroes is their disregard for others' abilities and backgrounds. One is free to share or withhold as they please. Catwoman naturally distanced herself as she observed the duo preparing their gear. Uncertain of the extent of the impending battle, Thea ensured she brought all her arrows, having resolved to assume the role of ranged attacker. While she was more proficient in melee combat, she felt more at ease in trusting such a crucial position to someone else. Felicity, still lost in her fantasies of heroism, was reminded several times by Thea that she too needed to prepare. After bustling about, she only managed to find a tablet, failing to identify anything else essential to bring along. "Thea, should we pack some food?" Felicity inquired. "Have you seen my charger?" Catwoman, overhearing, scoffed. "In a city as vast as Gotham, do you really think we will lack for sustenance?" Thea felt a tinge of embarrassment, acknowledging that such trivial concerns lowered the standards of their esteemed Star City heroines. "Did you not notice how the others in Gotham are mocking us?" she exclaimed, swiftly ushering Felicity inside to change her attire. Given the uncertain circumstances in Gotham, it was hardly feasible to lounge before monitors with snacks and soda, as they had in the past. Chapter 46. Arrival in Gotham. Felicity had to abandon her long-standing penchant for short skirts and high heels, rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a sports outfit, which she paired with a sturdy pair of hiking boots. However, to Thea, the attire bore the unmistakable marks of time. It was decidedly outmoded, clearly a relic from a decade past. Though she wished to suggest a more fashionable alternative for the sake of their city's reputation, she refrained upon noticing Catwoman's frequent glances at the time, hoping that the citizens of Gotham, engulfed in turmoil, would be too preoccupied to scrutinize the sartorial choices of their neighboring city. The trio hurriedly arrived at the private helipad of the Quinn residence, laden with an assortment of gear, primarily Thea's. They carried over 100 arrows, with several hundred arrowheads, and a multitude of blades, including long knives, daggers, and throwing knives. Among their acquisitions from a few days prior were 2 handguns, one of which Felicity claimed for herself. Although Thea had not specifically trained in firearms, her proficiency with ranged weapons ensured her marksmanship would rival, if not surpass, that of an average police officer. Her only request of Felicity was to ensure her own safety and to avoid harming their own. "What are you up to, Thea?" Moira inquired, having heard of her daughter's hasty commandeering of a helicopter. She was perplexed by Thea's impulsive lifestyle and rushed from her office to confront her. We're heading to Malibu Beach," Thea replied, embracing Felicity and Catwoman with a radiant smile. Felicity and Xia had shared such embraces on numerous occasions, so it felt entirely natural. However, it was Catwoman's first experience with such intimacy from another woman. The unexpected closeness made her slightly shiver, though she stifled it, forcing a rather awkward grin. Moira recognized Felicity, although they had never exchanged words. She knew her to be an employee of the organization and a friend of her daughter S. Yet, meeting Catwoman for the first time made her uneasy. While she acknowledged the woman's beauty and admirable physique, there was a wildness in her gaze that suggested danger in her daughter's association with her. Nevertheless, witnessing the three of them in such a warm display of camaraderie, she chose to remain silent, simply reminding them to call her upon their arrival. As a seasoned mother, she had noticed her daughter's unusual inclinations earlier on, but felt powerless to intervene. Reaching out to Malcolm for his perspective, she found him initially taken aback by such preferences. However, after a moment's reflection, he concluded that it was not entirely unacceptable. Compared to the prospect of his daughter in the arms of a man, the idea of her being with a woman seemed more palatable. In this world, 99% of fathers harbor dissatisfaction towards their daughters' romantic pursuits, often feeling a pang of sorrow at the thought of their cherished girls seeking solace in another man's embrace. Akin to witnessing their prized cabbage being devoured by a pig. Some may express this discontent more vehemently than others, but the sentiment remains universal. Unlike Joe West, the father-in-law of the Flash, who obsessively inquired about the progress of their relationship, it was merely a case of a father who had raised Barry, wishing to keep him close, rather than embodying the archetype of a truly benevolent father-in-law. Malcolm's current mindset is one of acceptance. He has resolved to let things unfold naturally. As for women, he has resigned himself to the situation, while for men, should he discover any miscreants, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Of course, he wishes for his daughter to remain unattached, forever youthful at the age of 18. Such would be the ideal scenario. Unbeknownst to Sia, her parents are deeply concerned about her lifelong prospects, assigning Catwoman to pilot the helicopter. After all, it is she who knows the way. If they veer off course, it would alleviate some of their worries. Seated in the rear, Sia observed as Felicity breached the Gotham Police Department's firewall. Truly, it is no small feat for a police department in a metropolis teeming with millions. It took Felicity a full 10 minutes to extract the details of their current target. Upon glancing through the information, Sia noted that she had quite a few adversaries to contend with. Scarecrow, Riddler, and Penguin were all present. She specifically searched for any news regarding Poison Ivy, but found none. Could it be that she had yet to infiltrate Gotham during this time? This was indeed a piece of good news. As long as there were no metahumans involved, she could rely on her skills and equipment to navigate through the chaos. And making a clean escape would be feasible. Prepare yourselves. We are nearing our destination, Catwoman called out, her voice piercing the air. Through the helicopter's glass, Sia beheld the distant skyline of Gotham, the city cloaked in shadows as if a storm cloud hovered ominously above. Flickers of fire sporadically illuminated the streets below. Sia pondered the questionable judgment of the city's founders in selecting such a dismal location. Using the natural perception techniques taught by Ms. Shiva, she discerned an atmosphere steeped in restlessness, decay, and despair. According to Catwoman, even in the absence of this current crisis, Gotham claimed numerous lives daily. Yet no one bothered to tally the grim statistics. Sia's imagination ran wild. If a necromancer were to arrive, he might not require elaborate rituals. Perhaps a mere wave of his hand could summon legions of skeletal warriors, with a few hundred death knights among them. If Star City could be likened to an ailing elder, then Gotham resembled a robust man on the brink of death. It was difficult to ascertain which city fared worse. As the helicopter drew closer, Sia witnessed the chaos unfolding on the streets below. Scenes of robbery and murder were omnipresent, punctuated by the piercing screams of women and the cries of children that lingered in the air. Elderly individuals were often toppled for mere dollars. The city spiraling closer to the edge of collapse. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart at the thought of Batman's years of effort being rendered futile. Now that she possessed some abilities, why not extend a helping hand to these unfortunate souls? She wondered if this was the sentiment of a true hero. All she knew was that she must take action. Initially, she had approached this endeavor with a casual attitude, but now she was resolved to punish these thugs severely. While her ideals were noble, reality proved harsh. Just as she prepared to descend and wreak havoc upon the criminals, she realized the helicopter was merely circling above. Why aren't we landing? She demanded sharply of Catwoman. Every minute we waste, how many lives are lost? You seem remarkably unconcerned. Catwoman, equally frustrated, retorted. Can you blame me for my anxiety? I'm on the verge of developing blisters from stress. But where do you suggest we land in this chaos? As her words hung in the air, an unknown fool unleashed a volley of bullets at the helicopter soaring above. At such a considerable height, the likelihood of hitting the target was minuscule. Even if a bullet were to strike, it would lack sufficient force. It was evident that the bullets were of dubious origin. Xia observed the chaotic scene, noting that the weather was particularly dismal. Gotham's climate had never been favorable. This cursed place seemed to be perpetually shrouded in gloom, with 300 days of overcast skies throughout the year. Just as she prepared to concentrate and search for a suitable landing spot, her peripheral vision caught sight of a bald, burly man with a common face brandishing a rocket launcher charging toward them. Xia was taken aback, urging, "Quick, ascend. Hurry." Catwoman, quick to react, deftly maneuvered the helicopter, and in a moment of sheer urgency, the rocket grazed the underside of the aircraft. A collective sigh of relief escaped the three of them. Chapter 47. The state of Gotham. The reckless behavior of shooting at aircraft was quite foreign to the duo from Star City, who found the local populace far more audacious than they were accustomed to. Xia had patrolled her territory for 3 nights without encountering such a ruthless weapon as a rocket launcher. She quickly instructed the seasoned Catwoman to gain altitude and turned to Felicity, asking her to locate a suitable landing site, whether it be the police station, government building, or the residence of a wealthy individual. Amidst the hum of the helicopter's rotors, Felicity intently began her reconnaissance, initiating their incursion into Gotham. "Oh, it seems we can't access the city hall. Look what I've discovered. This individual does not appear to be a government employee." She turned her tablet toward Xia, revealing a towering bald man, nearly 2 meters in height, adorned with a metallic, breathing mask, his torso bare, showcasing a physique of bulging muscles. One arm alone was as thick as Xia's waist. Xia shook her head, recognizing that this figure was hardly a friend of justice. Any government that employed such a brute would not be far from total collapse. This formidable warrior must be Bane, she surmised, comparing their physiques and levels of resilience. Perhaps he was indeed the ultimate adversary. Yet, why the uncertainty? Because Xia had pieced together various bits of information alongside the clues provided by Catwoman, leading to a revelation that could be deemed either fortunate or unfortunate. The reality here mirrored the film's opening, beginning with Bane's triumph over Batman. But the narrative took a precipitous turn thereafter. In this Gotham, Bane had also commandeered the television network, orchestrating a live broadcast with his henchmen to showcase a nuclear reactor, aiming to instigate mass panic. However, after 2 days of waiting, he found the city eerily quiet. Life continued undisturbed, with citizens indulging in their routines, dancing in the squares as if they were oblivious to the chaos he sought to orchestrate. The imagined scene of terrified citizens cowering under tables and calling upon Buddha had not materialized. In frustration, Bane instructed his lackeys to verify the network signal, discovering no issues. The broadcast had indeed gone live, yet why was there no engagement or donations? What was amiss? Undeterred, Bane approached a passing elderly man to glean information, boasting of his own might and the nefarious deeds he had committed, proclaiming, "Surely, you must be terrified?" The elderly man calmly remarked, "Young lad, you are indeed a person of integrity. Such honesty in Gotham is a perilous trait. One must not merely focus on the superficial. It is the essence that truly matters. Look at me, a septuagenarian, having held a good citizen certificate for over 60 years. One might say I am a decent person. Yet, unbeknownst to many, I harbor a dirty bomb in my basement and possess 2 vials of sarin gas in my refrigerator. And this basket I carry? Just this morning, I procured 2 pounds of radioactive material. Given your unfortunate circumstances, would you care for a discounted price?" Bane, taken aback, conducted a survey among several well-meaning citizens, only to discover that none of Gotham's populace were daunted. The methods he deemed terrifying were mere commonplace occurrences here. "Do you think I was raised in fear?" This phrase, typically a boastful declaration elsewhere, transforms into a stark truth in Gotham. Indeed, we have been nurtured in fear. This sentiment frequently arises in games of truth or dare, often expressed as a statement. The citizens of Gotham, seasoned by trials, exhibit resilience and unwavering resolve. In other cities, a mere display of fear would incite chaos. Yet in Gotham, one is met with a screen filled with gleaming letters proclaiming immunity. In gaming parlance, should one choose Gotham as their starting point, they would gain a natural resistance to dark magic of 50 points. When Bane realized his usual tactics were utterly ineffective, he sought assistance from his new ally. Talia al Ghul, the daughter of a master ninja, an ambiguous figure in Batman's life, and the mother of Batman's son, Damian. Talia, a testament to her father's rigorous training, imparted a profound proverb rooted in ancient Chinese strategy: use the barbarian to counter the barbarian, implying that Gothamites could intimidate their own kind. With trepidation, Bane opened the gates of Arkham Asylum, fearing that chaos might not be sufficient, and thus unleashed hundreds of patients upon the streets. The efficacy of this strategy was soon evident. The notion that Gothamites would refrain from turning on one another was sheer folly. The brutality intensified as bodies fell and rivers of blood flowed. While the results were promising, Bane swiftly recognized his newfound idleness. He had dismantled the nuclear reactor himself, previously left unattended for days. The mental fortitude of Gotham's citizens had genuinely unsettled him, fearing that an unhinged individual might approach for a light. Though capable of combat, he knew he could not withstand a nuclear explosion. Now he found himself utterly at leisure, his initial aspirations of leadership extinguished. Just yesterday, an individual known as the Penguin sought refuge with him, feigning subservience, eager to curry favor. However, in a moment of distraction, he had lost several of his men to a heist involving a truckload of weapons. Furthermore, another character, the Scarecrow, appeared scholarly with his spectacles, yet unexpectedly chose to regale Bane's subordinates with ghost stories late into the night, resulting in the demise of 3 and the incapacitation of 2 others, an apt demonstration of Gotham's playful, yet perilous nature, after which he vanished into the night. Currently, the live broadcast from Felicity reveals a disheartening scene. A once prominent figure, now reduced to a mere creature of the wild, sits desolately outside the city hall, idly playing with stones. He appears to be enjoying himself, prompting Thea to momentarily disregard him. She then proceeds to investigate several locations, only to find that both the police station and the hospital, as well as the central square, exhibit a state of utter devastation. The exterior of the police station bears visible signs of a fierce gunfight, and the bodies strewn across the ground indicate significant losses among the villains. Although a few officers' remains are also scattered nearby, the situation is far more dire than anticipated, leaving Thea with no viable solutions. She can only inquire with Catwoman if she has arranged a meeting point with Robin and the others. "Yes, we did," Catwoman replies. "But that location has now become an inferno. At present, I am unable to reach them. Could you not have scouted additional gathering points? You never seem to anticipate any emergencies, blindly venturing out to seek reinforcements. It's truly astonishing. Were it not for Batman's brilliant mind, you all would be as good as dead by now." Faced with Catwoman's evasiveness, Thea turns back to confer with her companions. Utilizing facial recognition and satellite positioning, she seeks to locate Commissioner Gordon. This man, with his distinctive visage, has dedicated 30 years of his life to Gotham, and his image is ubiquitous throughout the city. Compared to the masked Batgirl and Robin, he is undoubtedly the easiest to find. After a minute of intense activity, Felicity reports, "The satellite lock is quite challenging to bypass. I require more time." Chapter 48. Rescuing Commissioner Gordon in the back seat. Thea notices Catwoman's petite ears twitch slightly, indicating she has overheard Felicity's words. However, after a minute passes with no response from Catwoman, Thea grows impatient. "Still trying to conceal your identity? Who doesn't know who in this inferno? Enough with the guessing games. Share the Wayne Enterprises satellite control code with us." After a brief hesitation, Catwoman divulges a lengthy string of alphanumeric characters. With Felicity's impressive skills, they swiftly pinpoint their target. A 97 match indicates it is indeed Commissioner Gordon, who is currently engaged in a firefight with a group of ruffians. Located at the intersection of 4th Avenue and Glendy Street, as per the map, the 2 outsiders express their reliance on her expertise, urging, "Please drive quickly. We are unfamiliar with the area." Catwoman promptly shifts the helicopter into high gear, racing towards the horizon. "Make haste. One of the 3 officers has already fallen," Felicity adds, relishing the chaos. Catwoman, anxious and restless, feels a sense of urgency. Commissioner Gordon is a longtime acquaintance and the father of Batgirl, Barbara Gordon. On both personal and professional grounds, she cannot stand idly by. Yet, the helicopter's speed is limited. It is a commercial aircraft, not an armed one. Furthermore, she must constantly scan for ground targets. Maintaining a speed of 150 is a testament to Catwoman's skilled maneuvering and quick reflexes. Another officer has been injured, and they find themselves encircled within a residential building. Felicity remains remarkably composed, reporting the unfolding situation with a calm demeanor as if providing live commentary. Thea, witnessing the aircraft's speed plateau, realizes that the resolution to the peril facing Director Gordon rests solely on her shoulders. Gordon is an invaluable asset to Gotham, just, selfless, and upright. All conceivable commendations could be aptly applied to him. One might imagine that if he could traverse the mountain pass, he would instantly assume the mantle of a paladin. Should he perish today, it would irrevocably alter Gotham's fate. This fortunate soul, who often dances on the brink of disaster, has always had Batman emerge from the shadows to rescue him. However, if Master Bruce is unable to teleport, he will not arrive in time this time around. With a quiet sigh, Thea realizes that her own efforts are now the only hope for his survival. Without hesitation, she begins to change her attire. Catwoman, perplexed by her sudden disrobing, despite her deep concern for the frontline situation, cannot resist glancing back. What are you staring at? Focus on flying the plane, Thea retorts irritably, attributing the plight of the innocent to their incompetence. Once clad in her full gear, she adeptly maneuvers the hoverboard out of the cockpit, leveling it with the helicopter. With a quiver of arrows slung over her shoulder, having spotted only 7 adversaries earlier, 20 arrows should suffice. Donning her hood and goggles, she instructs her companions to keep pace, then leaps onto the hoverboard. With a surge of concentration, the board shoots through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Impressive. How did you manage that? Catwoman exclaims, astounded by the formidable weapon concealed within their backpacks. The exhilaration of the experience is palpable, and despite the tense situation, she cannot help but envision her own future. With such equipment, who could possibly capture her again? If Master Bruce survives, perhaps he could craft something similar for her? Felicity, having been involved in the hoverboard's development from the outset, feels a twinge of regret for not being able to pilot it herself due to her acrophobia. Nevertheless, she takes pride in her creation. Typically devoid of an audience to share her accomplishments with, she finds an eager conversational partner in Catwoman today, discussing aspects of the technology that do not delve into coarse secrets. In truth, even if Felicity were to explain the intricate algorithms, Catwoman, despite her brief yet intense study under Master Bruce's influence, would struggle to grasp the fundamentals, as her education had been far from complete. Just as Felicity revels in the conversation, she inadvertently glances at the monitor and gasps, "Thea, you've flown too far ahead. Quickly, turn back." Unbeknownst to her, Thea, caught up in her own bravado, has lost track of their course, misinterpreting the information as an issue with herself. Igniting her speed, she accelerates. The rapid pace catches her off guard, but without hesitation, she elegantly arcs through the air, retracing her path. This time, I dared not fly at such a reckless speed. Instead, I cautiously searched for the suspected targets. Fortunately, the distance was not far. After flying a few miles, I finally arrived at a place of crossfire. I counted the heads, 7 on one side and 4 on the other. This seemed to be the location. Earlier, I had rushed through like a gust of wind, soaring above these individuals. Due to my excessive velocity, they could not discern what had passed by. They merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a red shadow zipping from south to north, vanishing from view in mere seconds. The two groups were momentarily stunned, ceasing fire for a few seconds, until the unknown shadow disappeared from sight, allowing the skirmish to resume. When I returned, I observed these individuals exchanging gunfire from a distance. Gotham recorded daily conflicts. Whether police, villains, or civilians, everyone was acutely aware of the sounds of gunfire, each possessing unique skills for evading bullets. Therefore, despite the incessant gunfire, casualties on both sides remained minimal. The officer I had previously seen, presumed dead, had only sustained a shoulder wound, which did not impede the battle. The score stood at 4-7. Although Commissioner Gordon was in peril, it was not as dire as I had anticipated. It seemed likely that in the original narrative, he had managed to escape unscathed. However, now that I was present, it felt inappropriate to merely observe. I had to take some action. As I contemplated whether to act decisively or eliminate targets one by one, a burly man weighing at least 300 pounds caught sight of me hovering in the air. Perhaps having lived in Batman's shadow for years, he displayed no fear of my advanced equipment. With a loud bang, he fired a round from a rifle directly at me. His movement did not escape my notice. Given his considerable bulk, he was impossible to conceal. I had spotted this reckless individual long before. Assessing the bullet's trajectory, I determined that it was off by 10 meters on the axis and 25 meters on the perpendicular. Unless his bullet could curve, it would be impossible for him to hit me. Peering through my infrared goggles at this eager-to-die fellow, it became evident he was significantly darker in hue than an average person. While normal individuals appeared a light red, he exhibited a deep crimson color. He was either a fire elemental or simply someone with an excessive amount of body heat unable to dissipate. I surmised that his caloric intake was excessive, judging by his physique. It was clear he was a regular at the hot dog and soda establishment. I considered using a freezing arrow to cool him down, but hesitated, fearing the grease on his body would tarnish my arrow. I was meticulous about my resources. Every bit counted, and I preferred to recover my arrows. Calculating the positions of everyone present, I ascended to a greater height and withdrew a special arrow from my quiver. Magnetic arrow go. A deep blue arrow was launched, landing 10 meters in front of the villain. Chapter 49. Magnetic arrow and entangling arrow, the two factions below, were oblivious to my intentions. They stared at the arrow embedded in the pavement, wondering silently whether my archery skills were lacking. I paid no heed to their gazes. After all, I was equipped with goggles that concealed my identity. In the bewildered eyes of both the police and the criminals, I pressed a switch on the bow. A low, droning sound resonated. Even the celestial presence of Xia found it somewhat grating. The individuals below were in various states of distress. Some clutched their heads. Others shook their heads vigorously, and one, previously bloodied, exhibited signs of dizziness. With a sharp whoosh, the powerful magnetic force of the arrowheads attracted the firearms from both the police and the villains, rendering them useless. A few slow-witted individuals were still pondering over their weapons. Although Chief Gordon was somewhat advanced in years, his reflexes were quick, prompting him to gaze up at the mysterious figure in the sky, uncertain of their intentions. Initially, he presumed they were an ally, yet the indiscriminate manner of their intervention sowed seeds of doubt. At this moment, Xia had no time to contemplate the thoughts of those below. Without weapons, they could hardly reach her knees, and she had no fear of them. She had more pressing matters to attend to. "Felicity, it appears our magnetic arrowheads have gained a bit more potency," she remarked. "Indeed, it does seem so," Felicity concurred. "The original design had a radius of 20 meters, but now it has expanded to 50. This must be due to an excessive amount of neodymium magnets, exacerbated by the violent collisions that have intensified the rotation of the neodymium particles. Perhaps we should consider reducing it by 25% next time? Better to reduce it further. The magnetic waves emitted upon launch are excessively strong. Our design was intended to target the specific metals within gun barrels. Yet the current effect is powerful enough to function as a sonic weapon. All right, let us have it for our next trial," Xia agreed. Just as she was about to continue, she noticed Chief Gordon below, frantically gesturing for her attention, prompting her to abruptly halt her discussion with Felicity. "What is it?" she inquired, her innocent eyes meeting the stern, furrowed brow of the aging chief. "What is it?" Chief Gordon retorted, his face contorted in frustration as he pointed toward the adversaries. Two villains were futilely attempting to pry their weapons from the arrows, seemingly perplexed by the magnetic force at play. "How peculiar. You think your feeble limbs can contend with a magnetic field? If you had such strength, you would have long since risen to leadership." Faced with the reality that their weapons were temporarily inaccessible, the group, albeit confused, understood the need to address the immediate threat before contemplating anything else. They rolled up their sleeves, preparing for close combat. Chief Gordon found himself in a precarious position. Nearing retirement, he felt the weight of age, especially with one injured officer beside him. Their side comprised only 2 capable fighters, while the opposition boasted 7 seasoned street fighters, including a 300-pound brute who, despite his apparent simplicity, possessed considerable strength. Previously, they could manage with firearms, but now they faced the grim reality of an unavoidable clash. Desperately, he gestured toward Xia, questioning whether she had come to assist or if they should strategically retreat. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Xia scratched the back of her head, realizing that while she had intervened dramatically, her presence had inadvertently complicated their situation further. "Alas, I truly intended to assist, but an impulsive whim led me to test a weapon instead. With a single shot, tens of thousands of dollars vanished. And judging by the pained expression on Director Gordon's face, reimbursement seems unlikely. I can only aid by dispatching these minor foes. As for reinforcements, it is both imprudent to risk my own safety and impractical given the limited space on the skateboard. 5 individuals, including 4 officers and myself, scarcely leaves room to maneuver. And I have no desire for unfamiliar individuals to handle my equipment. Now, I find myself in a mindset of benevolence, thinking that since you have earnestly sought my help, I shall graciously eliminate your adversaries. While I find satisfaction in delivering precise shots, I must refrain from excessive displays of prowess before these officers, particularly the venerable Gordon. First impressions carry great significance. The initial perception of Green Arrow, for instance, was decidedly negative, especially among legal professionals. He assumed the roles of judge, jury, and executioner, prompting those with questionable morals to fear for their livelihoods, while those of high integrity viewed his actions as a sacrilege against the sanctity of the law. Despite his later attempts at redemption, that unfavorable impression lingered. In a curious chase, the villains fled ahead, with the hero in pursuit, and the police trailing the hero. Had I known this day would come, I might have chosen differently. Superman, conversely, faced no such challenges. His initial impression was overwhelmingly positive, conducting himself with utmost transparency. Perhaps his extraordinary abilities played a part, for though high-ranking officials trembled at his might, I've yet to hear of the Metropolis Police Department issuing a warrant for his capture. Thus, In the interest of preserving a favorable first impression, I abandoned the notion of showcasing a flamboyant display of my skills before Director Gordon. Finding a suitable angle, I knocked an arrow and aimed at the hefty 300-pound adversary at the forefront, musing to myself, what shall I call this arrow? Perhaps the binding arrow. I instructed Felicity to document the data. With a swift release, the arrow struck the ground at the feet of the rotund foe. In his bewildered gaze, the impact triggered the arrow's mechanism, unleashing a voluminous, milky white gel that swiftly transformed upon contact with the air into a net towering 2 meters high and 5 meters wide. Caught unawares, the hefty man had no inkling of what transpired and was ensnared in the net. The remaining assailants, in their reckless charge, were similarly caught off guard, colliding one after the other. The design of my binding arrow was inspired by Spider-Man's webbing. While I am unaware of the original material used for his webs, I have employed a composite carbon alkyne product developed by the Quinn Corporation. Dr. Hoffman, the original inventor, had noble intentions, crafting it to counter those who might leap from heights. A small mass, when launched, unfurls into a vast net with remarkable resilience, capable of catching even an elephant falling from a building. Though this invention had long been disregarded, I fortuitously stumbled upon it and recognized its potential. After a covert enhancement alongside Felicity, it evolved into its current form, ultimately adopting the simple name of webbing. As for whether spiders would vociferously contest the designation of this substance, which bears no acidic properties, I remain unconcerned. A few rogues, of course, were unwilling to be ensnared online for public viewing, struggling desperately, particularly the rotund leader, who fought with the utmost fervor. Xia had initially made a minor modification. She increased the carbon content in the molecular material, reducing its hardness while enhancing its toughness, resulting in the web swaying precariously as the captives wrestled within it, as if they might break free at any moment. In truth, this design bore a certain malevolence, akin to the illusion of affection that allows for a counterattack. An elephant, once ensnared, cannot easily extricate itself, let alone a human. Turning to Director Gordon, I raised my hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that I had resolved my part, leaving the remainder to him.